Hello, all my dear followers. Welcome to the first season of What If Naruto Fell in Love with KURAMA and Train Seriously. Remember, if you want a second season, just hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now, without further ado, enjoy.
Prologue. It was night time in Konoha, though one could be forgiven if you had said it was a warm summer's day. Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves, was under attack. The attacker was not the army of an enemy village, the attacker was not even human, it was a blood-red fox of monstrous proportions. The fox was by all definitions a demon and as such had a fitting title, Kyubi no Yuko. The attack left the village in flames burning so bright, creating that illusion that night was day, the heat from these flames so intense that it could be felt all throughout the village. The fox had appeared 15 weeks ago for some unknown reason. It had been roaming the countryside, apparently in search of something, then one fell night it started on a rampage, killing all who stood in its way. The ninja of Konoha were not simply going to let this demon destroy their home, everything that they had worked so hard to rebuild after the war with Iwagakure would be for naught if the fox penetrated their line of defense. They fought with all the power they could muster, trying everything they knew to subdue the beast, but it was not enough. The monster was powerful, outrageously so, nothing seemed to work. They soon realized that if anyone could bring the monster down it would be the strongest in their village, the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, even had his own doubts about whether he could defeat the fox. He had discussed with his wife Kushina about his plan of attack when intelligence reports came through that the fox was on a rampaging path towards Konoha. Flashback. Minato-kun, what will you do? A worried Kushina asked her beloved. There was no immediate reply. A long silence followed as he thought his answer through carefully. Kushina waited patiently, a trait most uncharacteristic of her. I'm thinking that I may have to seal it. There doesn't seem to be any other way. The response, while definite, was not without pain. The sealing process was such that it required his life. Seal? She inquired through narrowed eyes. Into what? This is the Kyubi no Yuko that we are talking about here, not the Nibi, which is sealed into an iron ball, or the Ichibi, sealed into a kettle. It will simply break free if the prison does not have a will of its own to hold it at bay. The fox is simply too powerful. While mostly curious, she was slightly suspicious. What did her husband know of sealing methods that would allow him to be able to seal the most powerful of bijou? Minato drew a long breath before answering. Kushina-chan, I must seal it into a newborn baby 3 days old at the most. It is the only way. Kushina looked at the man she loved, though this look held no love. It was the one that she reserved for her most hated enemies. It was one that spoke of knowing unforgivable atrocities were committed by the soon-to-be dead. You cannot be serious, you would be damning that child to a life of misery. She asked with a rather sharp edge to her voice, currently thinking about her unborn baby and what would happen if that fate was thrust upon it. I have no choice, one sacrifice his or her life to save the rest. There was no anger in his voice, only regret and disappointment for the current course of action. She softened her gaze and then asked quietly, what if you and I? Minato interrupted, no, we are only mortal, there is nothing we can do, the sealing is the only method. Very well, what if aren't any babies born in the 3 days prior to the attack, then what? Seeing the apologetic look on Minato's face, a sudden wave of realization swept over her. No, you will not use our child. I will not subject our own flesh and blood to that. I'm nowhere near giving birth yet anyway. Kushina stood firm. We can induce the pregnancy, as it stands, we will be leaving behind an orphan, and I would trust no one else with such a burden. She was in shock. Orphan? What do you mean orphan? The sealing. He hesitated lightly. The sealing will require my life. I must summon the Shinigami to consummate the sealing. She realized what he was saying. The bond that they shared was beyond the legal status of husband and wife. It was such that when one pair of the couple died, the other would die as well, so they would be united in the afterlife and the remaining person would not be left lonely. It took many days of arguing between Kushina and Minato before her resolve was finally broken and she agreed to have the sealing performed on their unborn baby. End flashback. That brings us back to the present. The Konoha ninja were no longer trying to kill the beast, merely slow it down, waiting for the fourth Hokage to arrive. Minato was in the hospital, holding his unconscious wife's hand as their child. A healthy young boy was removed, though cesarean section. After the procedure, the genjutsu used to place her in an unconscious state was removed. allowing her to hold her child for the first and only time. She was enthralled by his little hand grasping around her finger as she nursed him. She was brought out of her reverie by a deep voice. "Kushinaheim, it's time, I must go and perform the sealing before any more lives are lost," came Minato's voice, breaking into her thoughts. Then he leant over and said in a voice so low that only she could hear, "I'll see you on the other side, Minato Koi," was Kushina's simple reply. In a streak yellow that had earned him the title of Konoha's Yellow Flash, the Yondaime Hokage had disappeared to the battlefield, knowing that his death would be the price for the victory he was about to achieve. When he got to the battlegrounds, then was a unanimous cry from the ninja that their leader had arrived, that their shining hope had come to save the day, cheering him to victory. Minato heard none of this. When he arrived he was in shock, never had he imagined the scale of destruction he was viewing. He was a man that had killed an enemy army on his own, and yet to him this was even worse. Every sense was informing him of the tragedy that had occurred. The feeling of a blood-soaked ground squelching as he walked, the sound of dying comrades that were not granted the mercy of a swift and painless death, the smell of burning flesh, the taste of the smoke thick in the air from all of the fires, and the sight of hundreds upon hundreds of lifeless bodies, ripped into shreds, burnt, flattened by the fox's great paws, all dyed red with blood. A man that appeared much too old to be on the battlefield approached him. "Minato-kun, are you sure that this is for the best? You could teach me the hand signs for the Justu and allow me to take your place?" Sarutobi, the previous Hokage, had asked. "No, old man, this is my responsibility, I will not shirk from my duties as Hokage." The tone of his voice indicated a will of steel that would likely never be changed. "Jiraiya-sensei, Kakashi-kun, please watch over him and if possible teach him a trick or two," he said as he addressed two men that appeared with the previous Hokage, Jiraiya, a man in his mid-40s with a flowing mane of white hair, and Kakashi, a boy in his mid-late teens with a cloth mask over the bottom half of his face and a mop of silver hair. After they both gave their solemn promise to do all that they could for the boy, Minato summoned Gambunta, the Toad Boss. "Minato, if I'm not much mistaken, that's the Kyubi. Don't tell me you seriously intend on taking on the most powerful of the Bijou?" Gambunta's deep rumbling voice was heard all throughout the battlefield. "Afraid so, boss. I need you to keep him busy and me out of his reach while I make the final preparations for the sealing," was the reply and request by Minato. "I will do what I can," was the only reply that Minato received, for Gambunta had already jumped into the fray to occupy the fox, ninjato drawn. The fox turned to be more than a tough adversary for the Toad Boss. Every time the fox was open and Gambunta had a clear shot at it, it would simply swing its tails in defense, tails said to be able to cause tsunamis and crush mountains. While there was no large body of water to test this out on, and the nearest mountain was Hokage Monument, miles away in Konoha, the widespread destruction seen in the forest trees was more than enough reason to make Gambunta try to dodge the blows instead of block. Then Minato's voice rang through the sound of battle. "It's ready. Kyubi no Yuko, I can't kill you but I can still seal you, soul. Goodbye, you pitiful creature. Shiki Fuin," he screamed. Visible to only Minato and the Kyubi, a spectral entity appeared behind Minato, the Shinigami. It plunged its hand into the Kyubi and tore out its soul, placing it into the stomach of the newly born Naruto, where an intricate pattern appeared on his stomach. As his last words, he spoke to Naruto. "Naruto, please forgive your father for the burden I have placed on you. I'm sorry for preventing you from meeting either of your parents, but this had to be done. Goodbye, my son." The surrounding ninja couldn't see what was happening, all they knew was that the Kyubi had disappeared. They started to rejoice, the crisis finally over. The rejoicing was brought to an abrupt end when their Hokage voice screamed out in pain. Sarutobi, Jiraiya and Kakashi all knew what was happening and tried as best they could to hold back their tears, but it was in vain. They could not, and they finally allowed their tears to freely fall down their face. Just as suddenly as the screaming had started, the screaming ended. Minato, falling off of Gambunta's head, was caught in Jiraiya's arms as the little bundle of cloth that was Naruto was caught in Kakashi's arms. Sarutobi had the responsibility of holding the crowd at bay, telling them that this was neither the time nor the place to answer all of their questions. Gambunta was able to shed a single tear before he dispelled to the summoning realm, as there was no human to anchor him to this realm. It had already been decided that Sarutobi would once again take up the reins and become the Hokage after Minato had died from the ceiling. He had clearly stated that questions could be asked later and any that were not of a classified nature would be answered. He was glad he had made that decision as he realized that overcome with grief he could hardly answer the questions that would have been asked even if he wanted to. In the hospital, the nurse that had been assigned to look after Kushina was suddenly alerted as the hospital machines alerted her to the fact that there were no signs of life from the one they were attached to. Slightly panicked, she rushed to the room to find Kushina lying in bed deathly still. She hit the emergency button calling for other nurses. Other nurses and 2 doctors rushed into the room, intent on doing all they could to revive the Hokage's wife. After 20 minutes of failed attempts, she was declared dead by one of the doctors at 12:14 a.m. on October the 11th, just hours after giving birth to Naruto. With the death following the cesarean section so closely, it was assumed that she died giving birth to Naruto as the strain of the operation was too much, resulting in her death. Sarutobi had arrived at his office in the Hokage Tower and found on his desk 2 envelopes. One addressed to him and another addressed to Naruto. Curious, he opened the one to him, and almost dropped it when he realized from whom it came. It was a letter from Minato. It read, "Sarutobi, or perhaps Hokage-sama is a more appropriate title now. In any case, there are some issues that I need to inform you of after my death. The first concerns the letter that is addressed to Naruto. It contains an explanation to Naruto as to why I did this to him. This includes explanation of his heritage. It also contains my last words to him and some advice on how to live his life. It also contains a letter from Kushina, his mother, as by the time you read this she will also be dead. I will explain this in greater detail later. It has some information about the both of us so that he may have some understanding about who his parents were. Also, sealed within the letter are scrolls from both my clan and Kushina's clan. Both of being the last of our kind. This is protected by a blood seal so that only Naruto's blood can open it. I can only pray that more devious minds will not cut Naruto in order to see the information contained within those scrolls. Naruto's letter must be given to him when he becomes a genin. He has trials to prepare for that only he can face. How do I know that he even wants to be one? It's not a choice really. If he wants to be considered clan head in either my clan or Kushina's clan, he needs to be able to fight and fight very well. Finally, I said that I would explain why Kushina is dead. Here goes. Kushina and I were bound by more than the simple laws of Konoha when we married. The laws of both our clan were invoked and created a bond between us. Simply put, when one feels pain, so does the other, and when one feels joy the same occurs. This holds true in death as well, and when one half dies so does the other, so that they may be united wherever they go and that they will not feel loneliness in the other's absence after death. My last words to you are first of all a request. Please try to have Naruto seen as a hero by the village. I have every confidence that this can happen, though Kushina does not share my sentiment. Look after my village, old man, and good luck with all the paperwork. Yours truly, Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi was floored by then information, shocked that Naruto was now an orphan. Sarutobi let out a long sigh. It was only his first hour back and already he had to deal with crap that he really would have rather not have to. It was necessary to tell the council that the Hokage was dead and that the Kyuubi had been sealed and not killed. He thought sadly, this is going to cause uproar amongst the villagers, I just know it. Sadly, I think that I have to agree with Kushina. They are not going to be as generous as he thinks they will be. In the council chambers, all of the clan heads were present as well as the council elders Danzo, Hamura and Koharu. There was unrest amongst the ranks, all owing to the simple rumor that the fourth Hokage was dead. Koharu was first to call Sarutobi on this. Sarutobi, what's this nonsense that everyone is spouting? The fourth Hokage being dead, the aged Hokage had to compose himself before answering. First of all, you must address me as Sarutobi-sama or Hokage-sama now, because it is not nonsense, the fourth Hokage is dead. Koharu gaped like a stunned mullet before finally getting her voice back and softly asking, how? He was fighting the Kyuubi no Yuko, an immortal being of immense power. Surely you didn't expect a mere mortal, no matter how strong, to prevail with his life intact, no less. She was summarily silenced, only for another voice to join the conversation. Hokage-sama, it was Shibi Aburame, ever careful to be respectful of one above his post. You said that it was not possible for him to defeat an immortal being regardless of whether he lived or died, yet he achieved the feat. Would you mind divulging how? It was time to bite the bullet and Sarutobi knew it. He didn't defeat it, not in the true sense of the word anyway. The beast was sealed into a newborn baby. There was an upsurge of outrage from many of the present council members asking for the name and whereabouts of this child, many calling for its execution. This was all silenced by the Hokage. Quiet. There will be no such travesty of justice while I am Hokage. He roared above the racket. The demon is simply a wolf in lamb's clothing. It could break out and destroy us, or even use that body of the child as a conduit for its actions. The voice belonged to Fugaku Uchiha. There was also a murmur of agreement from the rest of the crowd. There was a sudden outburst from one of the other clan heads. That is a very flawed line of thinking, Uchiha-san. It was Shikaku Nara, with the most uncharacteristic outburst. Explain, was the very sharp retort from Fugaku. Better yet, I'll demonstrate, and proceeded to seal a kunai into a scroll. He gave the sealed kunai to Fugaku and then stated, "Now kill me using that sealed kunai." There was a gasp from the audience as Fugaku had unsealed the kunai and was charging towards the Nara clan head, only for him to stop in his tracks a few meters from Shikaku due to being caught by his Kagemain jutsu. What's the matter? Had second thought about dying here? Fugaku taunted. I said, kill me with the sealed kunai, not unseal the kunai and kill me, he replied evenly, sounding almost bored. There is no difference, Fugaku snarled. Of course there is, if we liken the situation to Naruto, he is the scroll and the kyubi is the kunai. The container cannot kill me but the imprisoned certainly could, explained Shikaku. Ha, you have just proven my point, the sealed can kill us and just as this kunai was unsealed so too can the kyubi be unsealed, Fugaku shouted in triumph. Think about what you just said, who unsealed the kunai? You did. Shikaku's voice cut through Fugaku's apparently premature celebration. Get to your point, Fugaku stated icily, leveling a glare at the Nara clan head. Quite simply, the only reason the sealed became a threat was because someone with knowledge unsealed it. Meaning that if no one tampers with the seal containing the kyubi then we are safe. All we have to do is ensure that no one tries to do anything so foolish. Fugaku fumed, he knew he was beaten, but more importantly the Nara head had just made him lose face in front of the council, more importantly the Hyuga, the Uchiha's only rival clan within the village. The Hokage on the other hand, well he was elated. Simply overjoyed that other people could see past the demon sealed into the boy and realized that he was only a human, perhaps there was hope after all. Danzo had observed the conversation for long enough, now it was time for him to put forth his own ideas and potentially further his own agenda. Hokage-sama, if the boy has such a powerful resource at his disposal, then would it not be wise to train him to make the most of it, he inquired. Before you even try to recruit Naruto to that root program of yours, there will be no such thing happening today. As it stands, I have half a mind to disband the group now, however, we were called here for different purpose, so we will stick to the task at hand. Sarutobi stated, destroying any hopes Danzo may have had of acquiring a new and powerful weapon to brainwash into being a loyal servant. If I may be so bold, Hokage-sama, can I inquire who the parents of the boy are? The question was voiced by Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan. The boy is an orphan, both parents killed through the course of the Kyubi's attack. Sarutobi answered, while it wasn't what the council wanted to hear, it was not a lie, he could only hope that they assumed that it was a civilian child or at best the child of two jounin, not the son of the most powerful ninja to have lived and his wife, a former whirlpool legend. Finally it was Hamura's turn to speak up. Hokage-sama, we must still alert the village as to what is living amongst them. And what is living amongst them, Hamura-san? Asked Sarutobi rather testily. A demon, was the shout from one of the council members. Sarutobi leveled a glare that promised death, the council member audibly gulped and returned to his station. We have already determined that he is no more a demon than that scroll is the sealed kunai. His words were icy as his stare still seemed to linger on the council member. Nonetheless, Hokage-sama, you have called us here to inform us that the kyubi was sealed and not killed. If you weren't here to tell us who it was sealed into, then why even bother to convene us? Hamura replied. The Hokage could not deny the truth in his words, he had essentially told the council nothing and realized that he'd indeed have to proffer the name, Naruto. He hesitated slightly, not wanting to open another can of worms that could occur if he used the name Namikaze Naruto Uzumaki, he said, opting to give Naruto his mother's maiden name. Not that it should matter, it was the Yandame's dying wish that he be viewed as a hero. However, seeing the reaction that Fugaku just had is more than to give me grounds to believe that this won't happen. Sarutobi continued, while still silently hoping that more people would share Shikaku's point of view. Now that everything is out in the open and that you have all been made aware of the situation with the Kyubi, the death of the Yondaime and my reinstatement as the Hokage, there is nothing further that needs to be said at this meeting. Let us all go back to what is left of our families and try to get a night of rest before we mourn for our lost ones. It was at times like this that Sarutobi truly felt his age, and he gave his advice to the members of the council in a solemn and somewhat subdued tone. Sarutobi was in the middle of going home when a sudden thought had occurred to him. Minato and Kushina had gone to extraordinary lengths to conceal her pregnancy, yet they had to let someone in on the secret, namely the people who tended to them through their stay in the hospital. He quickly changed route and arrived at Konoha General Hospital a short while later. He went to the head of the hospital and requested and all staff that we involved in the care of Kushina and her unborn baby, from the doctor and surgeon that performed the operation to the cleaners responsible for cleaning the private room. A short while later, everyone who was originally grumbling about being called in at the current hour quickly silenced themselves as they realized that they were in the presence of a previous Hokage. When everyone was settled, Sarutobi began talking. "Thank you all for gathering here at this ungodly hour, the effort is appreciated. It has come to my attention that all of you have in some way had contact with Kushina and Minato, through the period of Kushina's pregnancy. I must ask you to never, ever reveal this information to anyone. Minato is viewed as a hero in our village for his efforts through the Iwa Konoha War. As a result, he is also regarded as a demon and a dealer of death to Iwa and their allies Kyumo. If either of these two countries were to discover Minato's heir, they would send a squad to perform an assassination immediately. Many were sobered by this information. It is for this reason that I must classify this information as an S-rank secret of our village. The penalty for divulging such information is death, not only to the party responsible for telling the secret, but also to the recipient of the information, so think very carefully before betraying my trust." There was a nod of assent from the group of people he was addressing, and he took it that everyone understood the gravity of the situation. With nothing left to say, he dismissed them, and warily he thought that he would also have to speak to Kakashi and Jiraiya about this as well. He was sorely tempted to leave the task till morning, though he knew that his laziness would come back to bite him, so he grudgingly made the trip to Kakashi's house first. He knew where Jiraiya could be found. When he got to Kakashi's front door and it was answered by the youth, all he said was, "Come with me, I have something to discuss with you and Jiraiya." Well, who was Kakashi to refuse such an invitation? When the Kage spoke, you damn well listened. A short while later found them outside the Namikaze clan grounds. While not quite as big as either the Hyuga or Uchiha clan compounds, it was still quite a large area. Jiraiya was found inside the main house, looking weary after a long night and now tending to Naruto. Once he had the attention of both men, he began, "I know you two know that this is Minato's son. In fact, it's for that very reason that I have called you here. I want you to keep this a secret. You can easily understand the trouble it would cause if either Kyumo or Iwa found out he is Minato's heir. The hospital staff are already aware of this, and I have classed it as an S-rank secret. I'm sure I don't have to explain the implications." Both men shook their heads, affirming that they knew that if they told the secret they would pay with their lives. Now that he had taken care of all business that needed immediate attention, he was left to simply shunshin to his clan home and sleep, preparing for tomorrow. 3 days later saw a service held for those who have bravely fought and lost their lives in the battle against the Kyubi. It was the place that Sarutobi announced his reinstatement as the Hokage. He gave a speech, trying to lift the morale of the people he was to lead once more. "People of Konoha, 3 days ago we were dealt a very severe blow. We lost friends, comrades and family members. We also lost a great leader. The Yondaime was a great man and will be forever missed. Giving his life for the prospect of saving this village and defeating the Kyubi is a feat that only Minato Namikaze would be capable of. Through his sacrifice, we realized just how strong the will of fire was within him. We must look to his sacrifice and display of his will as inspiration to rebuild and create a better tomorrow." The people clapped politely in appreciation for Sarutobi's effort is raising their morale. Sarutobi noticed the tension amongst the members of the crowd and wondered what had them so tense, until one of them spoke up and asked, "Hokage-sama, are the rumors true? "Are the rumors that the Kyubi was sealed and not killed true?" one person asked amongst the 1,000 or so that were gathered. Sarutobi cursed under his breath. What idiotic council member had decided to let that information leak out? "Hokage-sama, people are saying that the Kyubi was sealed into a boy. What if it breaks free? What if it uses Naruto to kill all of us?" Now the Hokage was livid. Who the hell had the foresight of telling a group of distraught villagers that the one for their pain was sealed inside something as fragile as a human baby? He had decided that they had better hear the truth straight from the source, rather than getting some garbled version that was most likely tailored to suit the purposes of the one spreading the rumor. Yes, it's true, the demon is sealed within baby. The Kyubi was too powerful, even for Minato. So he did the only thing he knew that had the best possibility of working, he sealed it. "And what has been done about it?" asked another face in the crowd. Slightly confused, but hoping that this wasn't leading where he thought it was, he asked, "And what should be done?" "It needs to be killed," was the swift reply from yet another crowd member, almost instantly followed by further shouts demanding similar actions or nods of approval. "The Kyubi is sealed in the child, not reincarnated as it," the Hokage shouted out above the noise, frustrated by the close-mindedness of the people he had chosen to lead once again. "The thing could escape, or use him directly to hurt us," we the counter-argument. "Do you have such little faith in the Yondaime as to suggest that his method would fail us when he gave his very life to ensure our safety? Not to mention that he called upon the power of the Shinigami in order to seal the Kyubi away. It's not that we have a lack of faith in either the Shinigami or the Yondaime or that we underestimate them, it's just that this is the Kyubi no Yuko. The Yondaime was only human, subject to mistakes, and we don't know which is stronger and seal bound by the Shinigami, or a demon's will to live and escape, so to prevent any harm, he should be killed." Sarutobi looked into the crowd and saw many faces reflecting support for the words spoken before he laid down the law, quite literally. This child will not get a chance with the lot of you, and I cannot simply make a law stating that you must like him. So this is a new law that I am laying down now and putting into effect immediately in order to give Naruto some chance of a normal life in his later years. No person is to mention the fact that Naruto has the Kyubi to anyone. This means that it cannot be mentioned in public, nor can it be discussed in the privacy of one's own home. Yes, that includes warning your children of it, as they need not know. This to be considered an S-rank secret. For the civilians in the gathering, this means that any utterance of this issue in any fashion will result in your execution. There were gasps of shock from the crowd at how harsh the penalty was. Secondly, any attempts to take justice into your own hands and kill Naruto will be met with the same punishment, death. This is final. Realizing that there was nothing further to be said and that Sarutobi's mind could not be swayed on the matter, the congregation broke up, returning to trying to rebuild their lives. As they left to go about their business, Sarutobi looked to the back of the gathering, seeing Naruto in the arms of Jiraiya, thinking, "The next few years are gonna be long as hell. Minato-kun, I'm sorry they disregarded your last wish." 4 years later, he was running. He didn't know why. No, he knew why he was running. If they caught him, then they would make him suffer, do painful things to him. What he didn't know was why they were chasing. He didn't dare stop to ponder. He had learnt that talking did nothing, only evasion till the old man came. Why was today any different from any other day? Usually they just settle for ignoring him, shooing him out of their shops and shielding other children from him. The old man had said it was his birthday today. Weren't people supposed to be nice to you on your birthday? These were the thoughts running through Naruto's head as he ran from a group of drunk and enraged villagers. His feet pounded the pavement as he desperately struggled to get away from his pursuers. He was fortunate for the many nooks, crannies, broken fences that were around in this district. They gave him ample room to hide while the adults chasing him, or else a quick thoroughfare to another alleyway, while they were either forced to climb over or find a different route if they still wanted to harm him. While he was running, he wasn't paying too much care to his surroundings. He turned a corner, blindly hoping that the old man would come and rescue him. After turning the corner, his face blanched. It was a dead end, and no one of those broken down fences so common in this area, but a solid brick wall, impossible to get around. He turned around in the hopes that he would still have enough time to back out and try to continue his escape. He had no such luck, as the pursuers were already upon him, each with an evil leer on their face. "Looky what we have here," one of their number said to his accomplices, a slight slur of alcohol affecting his speech. The demon has gone and trapped itself in an alleyway. The man finished with a slightly crazed look about his face. Another spoke up, this time a woman. It's even decided to take us to some weapons to help us finish the Yondame's good work. She grinned maniacally, casting a look about the alleyway and spotting some broken glass bottles as well as some broken plumbing pipes that looked ready to be ripped out of their moorings. Anything that could be used as a weapon was taken up and swung, just to get a feel of the thing. Then it started. Blood-curdling screams could be heard from ages away, as Naruto desperately tried to protect himself by curling up into a ball and covering his head. His screams for mercy were ignored by the group. This is for all the friends and family we lost. Feel the pain we are giving you and know that it will never compare to the pain you caused us. We will never get our loved ones back. This time a boy in his late teens snarled at Naruto while viciously slashing with a broken bottle. The crowd by this stage was growing frustrated. He was just simple not dying, more proof that he was a demon after all. What normal human child could take such a beating and still move, much less scream my agony. Had they been more composed they would have noticed that the cuts and bruises that they were dealing him were healing almost as fast as they were delivered, only to be replaced by fresh ones. Hold him still. One of them grunted. The others did as they were asked. Well, this is a demon, no one can survive without air. He promptly slashed a shard of glass across Naruto's trachea. At that point the air around them felt like it had gone completely frigid. It was a pressure so unbearable it was hard to breathe. They turned and looked for the source. A man with a mop of silver hair wearing standard Konoha Jounin attire was standing before them. He had a cloth face mask and his hitayate covering his left eye. Kakashi was livid. What in the hell do you think you are doing? One of the crowd stammered a weak response. We are F, finishing what the Yondaime St. started and what UN, ninja are 2W, weak to finish. We are killing the demon. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. You have been made aware that the demon is sealed in Naruto and that they are not one and the same. You would also be aware of the Hokage's hardline stance on issues regarding Naruto. As it stands, I need to get him to medical attention immediately, so I can't take you to Ibiki for questioning. There was a collective sigh of relief. Everyone, even civilians, knew of Ibiki's sadism, while him and his protege Enko. Kakashi continued, no, your punishment will be administered immediately, you will be executed for your crimes. He drew a kunai from the holster on his leg and before the civilians even realized he had moved he was amongst their number, killing them with cold efficiency. Once he was done he rushed over to Naruto to inspect the damage. Kami-sama above, what have they done to you? He said to himself. Naruto opened a heavily bruised eye and all that he could see was a shock of silver, lost of blue and a little pink, probably skin, before he passed out. Kakashi was preparing to shunshin him to the hospital when he stopped to take notice of the cuts that were healing on his body. The Kyuubi is healing him, he idly though before shunshining to the hospital. He didn't bother to even try the general admittance, he shunshined directly into a room that was specifically set up for Naruto. He had been through this before and knew what to do. He hit the emergency button that called for a special team of doctors and nurses. It also linked to the Hokage's office so that the Hokage would be alerted any time the room was in use, as the room was reserved for Naruto alone. Not 20 seconds later a group of men and women walked in and wasted no time in getting to work. The Hokage shunshined and shortly after, Kakashi, report, he stated in a voice that commanded authority. He was attacked by a group of villagers, Hokage-sama, was the swift reply. And of the villagers? Sarutobi further inquired. All dead, sir. There wasn't time to bring Naruto here and take them in for questioning. Rather than let them get off scot-free, I took the best course of action I could think of and killed them on the spot. Their remains are still in the alleyway. Very well then, I'll put Itachi on cleanup duty then. You have done well. They watched in silence as the medics went about doing their job of healing Naruto. Kakashi finally broke the silence. Hokage-sama, I've been meaning to ask, where did you find a group of medics so willing to treat Naruto? This group of people are the ones that cared for Kushina through her stay in the hospital while she was carrying Naruto. They never saw Naruto as the demon inside of him as they saw him being born, understanding that he is indeed human. I see. Was the only reply he received. Once the medic Nins had done all that they could, a doctor by the name of Megumi Takane, from Rurouni Kenshin, "No, I don't own it," approached the two men but addressed the Hokage more specifically. "He needs rest. He has been through a lot tonight, and even though the physical damage is mostly repaired, he still needs to recover from the emotional damage. We will continue to monitor his progress and let you know of any changes to his condition." As a final observation, the Kyuubi's chakra healed most of the damage before we could. By the time Hataki-san had brought him in here, most of the wounds were healed or well on their way to being closed over. Sarutobi answered slowly, "Very well, I will wait here till he has regained consciousness. Kakashi, could you and Itachi Uchiha please go and clean up the mess before some innocent child stumbles across it?" "At once, Hokage-sama." Even if the Hokage had wanted to, he wouldn't have got another word in as Kakashi shunshined away almost immediately. Strange, he thought, he is late for nearly everything, and yet when he feels like it he can perform tasks with the swiftness of the wind. White. That was all he saw when he opened his eyes. It couldn't be his room in the orphanage. The room was so dirty that the walls were caked in black filth. He looked around to see the old man talking to a young woman. He remembered her face, she was one of the few that were nice to him. There was the old man, some people at the hospital, old man Ichiraku and his daughter Ayame, and hopefully now the strange figure that had saved him last night would be able to join that list. The Hokage watched patiently as Naruto roused himself from his sleep. Idly looking at him over the hours, he realized quite a number of things. The most obvious was that Naruto truly looked like his father. How no one in the village had picked up it yet was beyond his understanding. While thinking of Minato, he was reminded about the letter he was left. Naruto's letter must be given to him when he becomes a genin. He has trials to prepare for that only he can face. How do I know that he even wants to be one? It's not a choice really. If he wants to be considered clan head in either my clan or Kushina's clan, he needs to be able to fight and fight very well. Sarutobi pondered the point for a while before coming to realize that even without the requirement to need to fight well to lead the clan, he was going to need some form of training if he wanted to live to see his 5th birthday. Nothing too serious. Perhaps just introduce him to the basic bunshin and taijutsu style used in Konoha's ninja academy as well as kawarimi and henge. These things could help him survive and escape the rampant crowds long enough for either him or his ANBU to arrive. "Naruto, are we feeling better?" he was originally going to ask, "Are you alright?" but it seemed like a stupid question after nearly being beat to death. "I'm feeling better, though I really wish that I knew why they pick on me so much, Aji-san." Sarutobi looked back at him sadly and said, "I wish I knew too, Naruto-kun. They have no reason to do when they do to you." He had answered the question without being too specific, something that he had to do more and more these days. He knew the day was fast approaching when he could not be so vague. In any case, at the moment it seemed to work as Naruto was satisfied that he was not at fault. "Naruto, I've been thinking, how would you like to start training as a ninja?" Sarutobi asked cautiously. When he saw Naruto's eyes light up, he realized just what he had gotten himself into. "Are you serious, Aji-san? Like training me to move super fast? Or are you training me to hide in the shadows? Or like teaching me ultra awesome, super cool jutsu?" Sarutobi had to hold his hand to stem the flow of questions that were coming thick and fast. Now Naruto had asked the questions, he realized that he would have to decide what to have taught to Naruto by his sensei. Higher raking jutsu was out of the question, not until he got far more control of his chakra, otherwise using high-level jutsu could have catastrophic effects, particularly considering how high his chakra reserves could be with his father being who he was and the fox adding to them. "We will discuss that with your sensei when the time comes. For now you need to rest. Do you have any special request for food?" "Ichiraku's ramen," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The sandaime had to twiddle his finger in his ear. Apparently he looked like his father but had his mother's behavior to deal with. As a certain Nara would put it, this could be troublesome. "You rest for now. When you wake up again your sensei will be waiting here for you with bowl of ramen you seem to love so much." Naruto threw himself at the old Hokage, wrapping his arms around his neck, practically screaming, "Thank you, Aji-san. You're the best." After Sarutobi had regained some semblance of hearing after and made sure that Naruto was asleep, he shunshined out to his office. Once there he summoned one of his ANBU. Ox appeared before him. Go find Kakashi Hatake and tell him that when he is done cleaning up that I wish to speak with him. At your command, Hokage-sama. And promptly left to complete his assigned task. Sarutobi was left to his own thoughts as H waited for Kakashi to finish his duties before arriving. He sat there and looked at a picture of his late successor on the wall and thought to himself, Minato, what would you think of your village if you could see what they did, what they still do to your son? After nearly an hour lost in thought, Kakashi eventually shunshined into the office. That took a surprisingly long time considering both you and Itachi were assigned. Were there really that many bodies? Sarutobi asked, genuinely interested. No, there weren't that many bodies. I finished shortly after getting the message, but there was a chain of black cats walking across the city. I had to leave the city if I didn't want to cross their path. A vein pulsed in Sarutobi's forehead. He truly didn't know what was more irritating, Kakashi's tardiness, or his lies, which were obvious to even the youngest of children. In any case, I've called you here to ask you to be a sensei. Sarutobi decided to let his frustration go for the time being. I don't know why you bother asking me every time. No team has ever met my expectations. It's not likely that anything is about to change now. It isn't a team I want you to train, it's an individual, Sarutobi said with a grin. I want you to train Naruto. Naruto? In what? Ballet? Sarutobi answered in a completely serious voice, the ninja arts of course. What else? Sarutobi's voice now had a hint of irritation to it. Right, of course. Yes, sorry. Kakashi at least had the decency to feel a little ashamed of his stupid question. I want you teaching him the basic academy jutsu, taijutsu. Also, we need to have him learn about stealth. Not only will it prove useful both now, while trying to hide from villagers till we get there, it will be vital throughout his ninja career. Hopefully it will also help him to quieten down a little. Sarutobi added on as afterthought, thinking about his still ringing ears. Very well, I'll accept. I'll go to the hospital and meet him. He hasn't really met me yet. Kakashi announced to the Hokage. Very good, but you will need to stop but at Ichiraku's. I promised him his sensei would bring him some for when he woke up. Sarutobi added with a sheepish look about his face. Kakashi, cursing the need to go across the city and then track back with ramen in his hands, shunshined out of the office to appear almost an instant later outside Ichiraku's ramen stand. He got there and ordered 2 packs of miso to go before holding them both in one hand in order to perform the half-ram with the other necessary to shunshin to Naruto's room. Kakashi, looking around, realized that Naruto was still asleep, placed the ramen on the bedside table and turned to close the door to the room. In the time that he turned, he heard furious slurping, lips smacking followed by a large belch. By the time he turned back, he noticed that both packs of miso ramen were missing and there was a very content-looking Naruto propped up against the wall, still sitting in bed. Weren't you asleep a second ago? Kakashi asked incredulously. Yep, was the bright reply. The smell of ramen woke me up, he clarified. Still in shock, Kakashi went on, trying to maintain some level of composure. Right, well, Hokage-sama should have told you that you were going to get an instructor for the ninja arts. Well, that's me. My name is Kakashi. You can call me Kakashi-sensei, seeing as I will be teaching you. Cool, so what are you gonna teach me? Some really powerful fighting style? Ultra speed? How to make dragons out of air? Kakashi couldn't get a word in. He finally started when Naruto had run out of breath. I will teach you how to hide really well. We're gonna make you a lot faster. We're only gonna learn a few things and they are things you would learn from the academy anyway. But I really wanted to learn lots of cool things like how to beat a person with the flick of a finger. Kakashi thought at the back of his mind, well, if you can get Lady Tsunade to teach you, then you might be able to. In the middle of his wandering mind, he thought of a brilliant way to get Naruto to cooperate. Naruto, how does this sound? If you can learn everything that the Hokage wants me to teach you, then I will teach you an awesome move. Sound fair? What's the name of the move? Every awesome move has an awesome name. Kakashi pondered the point for a second before deciding on the name. It's called the Super Awesome, Ultra Flashy Jutsu. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who now appeared to have stars in his eyes at the prospect of learning something so awesome. Alright then, you got yourself a deal, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi smiled. He took it hook, line and sinker. You're due to be released tomorrow morning, so I will pick you up from here. With nothing further left to say to each other, Kakashi left Naruto so he could rest up for tomorrow, leaving him free to pursue other activities. There was a very good book that the bookstore had just released that he wanted to buy, giving perverted giggle as he thought of his purchase to be. Morning couldn't come fast enough for Naruto. By the time Kakashi had arrived, he was literally bouncing off of the walls, telling anyone who would listen that he was going to learn to be a ninja as well as the super awesome, ultra flashy jutsu. It probably would have helped the hospital staff had Kakashi actually shown up when Naruto was discharged, rather than turning up 2 hours afterwards. Alright Naruto, time to commence your training. Do you know where the stream is? The one just near the hospital. After receiving a nod of confirmation he continued, I want you to race me there. Of course it was not a true race. Kakashi, being a jounin of the village, could have beaten him there without even raising more than a hand. Ah, yes, Shunshin was a lovely thing. It was much easier to get him to work if he was having fun while doing it. By the next time he looked down, Naruto was already down the hall, cackling like a madman about how he was going to beat his sensei in a race. Kakashi kept tabs on him as he raced through the village, towards the stream. It would not do well to have him attacked again. As he kept watch, he took note of the glares that nearly every villager sent at Naruto. The ones that didn't glare completely disregarded him, as though he wasn't there, ignoring him, almost as bad as actively harassing him, Kakashi thought. When they both arrived at the stream, Naruto was the first to speak. So, what are we going to do here, Kakashi-sensei? We are first going to get to know each other beyond names. I'll start. You know my name, it's Kakashi. Likes, reading, my dislikes, well, I can't really think of anything of the top of my head, and my dream for the future, I'll tell you when you're older. Kakashi said the last part without the usual traces of a perverted tone usually present in his voice when discussing such matters, indication that he might actually be serious about what he was talking about, though Naruto was too young for him to understand. Now you turn. Well, you know that my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are ramen and people that are nice to me, my dislikes are the time that it takes for ramen to be cooked and people that are mean to me. Dream for the future. Kakashi interrupted, you don't have to have one yet, but I would appreciate that if you do get a dream, then you tell me, then I'll know that you are ready to hear my dream for the future. Naruto simply nodded. I am going to teach you how to swim. Kakashi suddenly announced. I thought you were going to teach me something cool, like how to walk on water. Naruto whined, not realizing that it actually was possible to walk on water. Nope, swimming, while strictly speaking, isn't a shinobi skill, is still vital for survival. What would happen if the Hokage gave you a mission someday that involved you getting wet in something deeper than a bath? I wouldn't be able to do it. Naruto realized that this important. Kakashi gave one of his eye smiles and said, Naruto, we are gonna do some things that may not seem like they will help right away, but trust me when I say that they will be useful later on. Now strip to your boxers and I'll do the same so we are ready to get in the water. And so the lesson began. It wasn't all easy going. At first Naruto wasn't overly confident of being in the unfamiliar and wasn't too particularly trusting of Kakashi not to let him go and simply allow him to drown. In Kakashi's opinion, this was hardly surprising considering the track record he had with misplaced trust in the villagers. By the end of the hour, Kakashi had Naruto laying flat on the water, rather than in an upright sit position. He was also surprised to see that his legs were performing the correct kicking motion rather than seeing the running motion that so many children display when learning to swim. Naruto, that's enough for swimming today. I think we should do something else while we dry off. Naruto obediently followed Kakashi along the water's edge till they were in a small clearing. He didn't seem to have the usual spring in his step, probably just tiredness from the swimming. What now, sensei? Asked Naruto, eager to learn more. He was soon learning that Kakashi was becoming someone he could trust. When Kakashi had said that he wouldn't let go in the water, he didn't. When Kakashi said he was going to let go and catch him again in a short while, he did. It seemed that when he gave his word he kept it. We are going to meditate. This is for 2 reasons. The first is that we need to unlock your chakra in order for you to do the jutsu you so want to learn. The second reason is that we can dry off before we put our clothes back on. To himself, Kakashi thought of the third reason. Hopefully it will calm him down and get him to stop bouncing around all of the time. How do I meditate, sensei? Naruto asked. You simply need to still and try to relax. While you are doing this, for today, I want you to focus on finding a warmth within you. This is your chakra. When you think you have found it, don't shout out. Simply remain focused and tell me, I will give you more instructions from there. Almost an hour had passed from when Kakashi had started Naruto on mediation. If he had guessed, Kakashi would have said that Naruto was asleep. He didn't think that it was possible for the blonde to be this quiet and awake at the same time. That was until Naruto in a small voice said, Sensei, I think I found it. It feels like a thought, only really hard to think. Kakashi smiled at these words. When you first accessed your chakra, it felt like a thought, or better yet a sentence on the tip of your tongue that you couldn't quite say. Good, now focus on trying to drag it forwards. Try and think that though, Kakashi coached, trying to use Naruto's own words. It was another full minute before anything happened, then Kakashi felt it, Naruto's chakra came spilling out of him. So young, and he already had a capacity of what had to be at least mid to high genin level. He was floored. Good, Naruto, very good indeed. I want you to remember that feeling. Never forget it. It is one of the most important things you will use through your life as a ninja. Now that you know what your chakra feels like, I want you to try using it. I'm going to tech you some jutsu, but first we need to tech you the 12 basic hand signs. Kakashi ran through the 12 hand signs, giving Naruto time to copy and himself time to correct any mistakes in his signing. After Kakashi was confident that Naruto had the different head signs down pat, he showed him the hand signs for the henge. On Naruto's first try, the replica Kakashi had his weight distributed incorrectly, giving the impression of severely obese person instead of the fit person that he was. It took a further 23 more tries before Naruto got the dimensions correct. The only thing left to work on in at any great length was his eye for detail, as there were things missing from the transformation, such as a kunai holster or the buckling on his sandals. Next was the kawarimi. This jutsu had its own unique set of hand signs, and again, Kakashi gave Naruto time to memorize them before getting him to perform it himself. Kawarimi no jutsu, Naruto announced to the world. Kakashi's eye widened for a split second. That was the only amount of time that he had to react. Something must have gone wrong in the hand signaling, for there was a huge boulder dropping through the air to their position. He quickly tackled Naruto out of the way and asked for him to repeat the process, this time focusing less on the amount chakra used but more on the hand signs. Kakashi opted to stay much closer this time in case a similar event occurred. He knew he could get them out of there if the situation called for it. When Naruto re-attempted the technique, Kakashi was puzzled. What's wrong, aren't you going to try again? He asked. I already have, was the reply. Apparently Naruto had used too little chakra this time and had not moved any mass at all. Alright then, could you try to concentrate somewhere in the middle, while trying to use chakra that is in the middle as well? A look of concentration crossed his features as he thought about what he was required to do. After announcing the jutsu, a small flux in the chakra, and realizing that Naruto had indeed completed the jutsu successfully, albeit with a lot of wasted chakra, but successful nonetheless. With such large reserves at such a young age, it was to be expected that his control over his chakra would be poor. With this in mind, he thought about the final thing that he had to teach Naruto, the bunshin. Kakashi had serious doubts as to whether he would ever be able to get Naruto to learn this technique. Naruto's chakra reserves could be likened to a dam and the dam gates. It was like trying to get only a cup's worth of water from the dam gates while trying to not let any excess water to escape. In other words, impossible. Well, he'd be damned if he didn't try anyway. Naruto, there is one thing that I would like to teach you today. It's called the bunshin. It will create an illusion so it looks like there is more than one of you. However, if you can't get it after a few tries, don't worry, it's not your fault. The hand signs are as follows. For the third time that day, Kakashi demonstrated a set of hand seals, this time for the bunshin. Naruto attempted the bunshin, and as expected the thing formed for a second before collapsing. As I thought, you have far too much chakra for you to use that technique effectively. Naruto tried to use the jutsu again, only to achieve the exact same results. Now starting to panic that his sensei would not teach him anymore, due to him being unable to make a bunshin, he started trying harder. Recognizing the signs from his body language, Kakashi walked over and out a hand on his shoulder. Naruto flinched at the action, expecting some form of physical punishment for his failure. When none came, he looked up and saw Kakashi looking down at him with genuine concern in his eyes. The flinch had not gone unnoticed. "Remember, I said not to worry about it if you couldn't do it, it's not your fault." Hardly daring to believe his luck at someone else being nice to him, particularly after a failure, his eyes started to get moist with tears, though tears of joy at finding another person to add to the very short list of people who he could trust. "Come on, let's get you back to the Hokage. We've done enough work for today. Let's head back." In the Hokage's office, Naruto was left to flit about and look at the paintings on the wall in the office while Kakashi talked to the aging Hokage. "Well, how was it?" the Hokage asked, fully expecting to hear stories of how Naruto really tried his patience when he was far too hyperactive for Kakashi's liking. Imagine his surprise when Kakashi reported back, "Very good actually, it was enjoyable." While he might bounce off the walls when he goes through everyday life, when he is being taught something he wants to learn, he seems most attentive. Though I can't imagine him keeping the enthusiasm through one of the more boring academy lectures. The Hokage had to raise his eyebrows. Kakashi Hitaki, enjoying teaching? What next? His student Jiraiya gave up his perverted ways. "There are a few issues I need to discuss with you though," Kakashi informed the Kage. "Such as?" Sarutobi replied, showing that he was intent on listening. His chakra reserves are enormous, almost at Chunin level. To say that Sarutobi was surprised was like saying Tsunade had a slight alcohol addiction problem. Kakashi continued, ignoring the shocked look on his commander's face. "It's so large that he can't perform a basic bunshin. I was wondering if you would give me permission to train him in more advanced chakra control techniques." "What did you have in mind?" "Tree walking, if possible. Most of his assailants these days are the villagers. If he can walk up the side of a building and just stay there for a while till we get to him, then there shouldn't be too much hassle in getting him to save himself. It could also lower the body count, as I could arrest the people responsible, instead of having to kill them on the spot in order to punish them, while trying to make haste to get Naruto to the hospital." Sarutobi had to admit Kakashi did bring up some very good points. "Very well, just do me a favor, don't turn him into a brilliant shinobi at the cost of turning him into a complete social recluse. I don't want him becoming like the Aburame, or worse yet, like Itachi. Only business and nothing else, no spark of life. I often wonder what it is that the Uchiha did to remove the life from that boy's eyes." Kakashi smiled at the thought. "Don't worry, I don't think that there is ever a chance of that happening. Oh, and one last request before you are dismissed." Kakashi stopped himself before he shined out of the place, leaving Naruto with the Sandame. Sarutobi chucked a wad of notes at Kakashi. "Get him some new clothes. Preferably 2 sets. One dark and another bright. If he can train in stealth in the bright clothes in broad daylight, then he should have no problem in hiding himself in the night with dark clothes on." Kakashi only nodded before taking the Ryu and Naruto in hand and simply walking to the shopping district where they could make their purchases. Just before leaving, he decided to add some information to the lot that he had already reported to the Hokage. "By the way, I've taken it upon myself to teach him how to swim." Yes, thank you. That was something I completely overlooked when I was considering what to have you teach him." Arriving at the shopping district, Kakashi was itching to whip out a little orange book and continue reading from where he left off, but reasoning told him otherwise, and he decided that it was for the best that he leave his reading till later. Both Sensei and his late wife had constantly admonished him for reading Jiraiya's smut. Both respected the man as a shinobi of the highest caliber, but would not tolerate the orange book he authored. He somehow felt it would dishonor their memories if he read the book they so heavily protested in front of their son. He decided to simply settle for searching for a shop that would sell the items that he required. The first store that he walked into instantly glared at Naruto before turning to a highly annoyed Kakashi. "Is there a problem, shopkeeper-san?" Kakashi inquired through a dangerously narrow eye and a voice daring the proprietor to say the wrong thing. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't notice you, I just happened to see that walk in behind you." "Don't worry, I'll let it out, then we can continue our business," referring to Naruto as though he was some kind of filthy animal. "You didn't see me? Me, a man standing some 6 foot tall, yet you noticed the barely 3 foot boy, hiding behind my own legs no less." Kakashi retorted, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Now that he had put it that way, the shop owner realized just how stupid he had made himself look. Not as though it mattered. In any case, my business concerns Naruto, so if you feel that you cannot serve us, we will simply leave and be sure that no self-respecting shinobi will ever be doing any shopping here. The shopkeeper had only now just realized just how much business he had lost, and was gaping like a fish out of water because of it. Kakashi and Naruto had already left, so there was no chance of repairing the situation. Back out on the street with Naruto and Kakashi, they were looking to find another shop to give their business to. Along the way they came across a shop called Higurashi Ninja Equipment. He pulled Naruto in and they began walking to the counter. The person behind the counter this time addressed Kakashi first. "Good afternoon, how may I serve you today?" This was going to be a good way to gauge whether or not they would be shopping here in the future. Kakashi stepped aside to reveal Naruto. "Actually, we're here for Naruto," he stated, keeping an eye on the man's reaction the whole time. "Sorry little fella," the shopkeeper said, "didn't see you down there." Just the way it should be. Instead of insisting that Naruto was more noticeable than a man he was standing behind, roughly twice his height, thought Kakashi while nodding to himself. "Yes, we are looking for some clothes for Naruto, a set of dark clothes and a set of bright clothes." "Well, let's take care of the dark clothes first. Name's Keiichi Higurashi, by the way, store owner. No need for you to introduce yourselves, you're both very well known around this city." In short order, Keiichi had picked out a simple dark blue, almost black t-shirt and pair of shorts and given them to Naruto to try on. While in the change rooms, Kakashi asked Keiichi, "You evidently recognize Naruto, yet you serve him without any issues, why so different from the rest of the population here?" he asked. "Not that I'm complaining, of course," quickly adding the afterthought. Keiichi looked very pointedly at Kakashi and said, "I sell katana here, Hataki-san. I can tell the difference between the weapon and the object that prevents is from cutting indiscriminately." Kakashi nodded, understanding the message. It seems that he would be giving the Hokage a recommendation to use this shop in preference to others in the future. At some point through his musing, Naruto had wandered out of the change stall and waited for inspection. Kakashi nodded his approval and decided to move on to the bright clothes. "Well, do you have anything in bright colors?" Kakashi was doubtful, as there wasn't often a need for ninja to attract attention to themselves, and if there was, there would be far more efficient methods of doing it. "Well, the best I have is this jumpsuit. Though it's so hideous that I don't think that anyone would ever want to wear it." He took one of the dust-covered suits out from under the counter, displaying what he was talking about. Kakashi could easily see what he was talking about, though it seemed Naruto had found a love greater than ramen, well, almost. "Awesome, I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it," he yelled in excitement. "Apparently we are taking the jumpsuit as well as the dark clothes. How much for the lot?" Kakashi mused to Keiichi. "I'll charge you for the cost of the dark set only this time. I didn't think that I would ever get rid of those jumpsuits. When he grows out of that one, just come back. I have more in larger sizes under the counter that I don't dare display." That settled it in Kakashi's mind. This shop was getting a recommendation to the Hokage, not only serving them in the first place, but inviting them back for subsequent visits. When Naruto and Kakashi walked back into Sarutobi's office, the Sandame had for a split second thought that the sun had walked through the office doors. When his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he realized it was Naruto in an extremely bright jumpsuit. Realizing that they had gone and completed their shopping trip and that it was now time for Naruto to return to the orphanage, Kakashi informed the Hokage about Keiichi's shop and then proceeded to drop Naruto at the orphanage. After dropping Naruto off to a smiling matron, Kakashi left, the smile from the matron's face disappearing immediately. She hit Naruto across the head before ordering him inside, or else no scraps for him to eat tonight. He scuttled in as fast as he could, not that it would have changed anything. Her mind was already made up and Naruto was getting nothing to eat that night. With nothing to do, he started meditating the way Kakashi-sensei had taught him. He was focusing on brining his chakra out. Before long he was slipping into what had to be a dream mindscape. He was walking along a dilapidated corridor that could only be truly described as a sewer. When he came to the end of the passage, he found a giant iron cage, with some funny symbols on a piece of paper attached to the door. Inside he could see an animal thrashing about, a fox he realized. He tried calling out to it, but it appeared not to hear to him. He tried again, calling louder this time, still achieving no response. In the animal's wild thrashing, it turned to look him, and stared straight through him, as though it wasn't seeing anything all. Puzzled, he didn't pay too much attention as his surroundings slowly started fading into black around him. Then he knew nothing as sleep finally enveloped him. The next morning he had no recollection of any of the strange happening that occurred last night. He simply waited for Kakashi to show so that he could continue his training. He had enjoyed spending time with Kakashi, he paid attention to him long enough, and not the usual kind of attention the villagers paid either. The day's training was spent further practicing what he had learned yesterday, introducing arms to his swimming, something that he didn't quite get as he was having trouble remembering to blow bubbles and move his arms and legs, or he would forget to breath. Kakashi had told him what he had achieved was good anyway as the stroke looked good, he just had to remember he wasn't a fish, the inference causing Naruto to giggle. It was then that Kakashi realized that this was the first time he had heard Naruto laugh, not that devious laugh that let him knew that a prank was coming, but a genuine laugh from joy. It was something that warmed his heart, something that he vowed to make happen more often. The hand seals and jutsus were also reviewed, though Kakashi intentionally left of the bunshin. Over the weeks Naruto was introduced to the Academy Taijutsu style, a very basic style, used only to give beginners a foundation on which to build their own techniques if they didn't come from a clan with clan-taught techniques. He was also given a crash course in physical exercise in order to help him move faster and give him a higher stamina, not only in battle, but to outrun the villagers. It was best if he did not attack, though it was fact that he would only be doing so in self-defense. The civilian council took precedence over the shinobi in purely non-shinobi matters. This included punishment of criminals when necessary. It also included adoption when the few who sympathized with Naruto's plight tried to adopt him, they found their every motion blocked. Finally, he was given the stealth training he so desperately needed. He learned about moving in the shadows, he learned about successfully hiding himself. Most importantly, he learned that it was possible to be quiet once in a while, something that appeared to be a gift from the heavens. The most memorable day was quite possibly when Kakashi introduced him to tree climbing. The twist was that Naruto couldn't use his hands. Kakashi had demonstrated as usual, and it had Naruto so excited he tried to charge up the nearest tree. It was amazing that he managed to get 4 paces up the tree considering that he did not realize that he had to apply chakra to the soles of his feet in order to glue himself to the tree bark. It was some weeks after Naruto had started training with his sensei when Kakashi turned up at the orphanage to pick him up for the day's regimen. When he got there and eagerly awaiting Naruto was nowhere to be found. Upon asking the matron she stated, "I kicked him out last night. He's sitting with his eyes closed and had some blue energy flying around him. I couldn't risk the other children's safety in case he was preparing an attack. So I kicked him out." Kakashi was livid. There was a protocol to be followed if there was ever a situation with Naruto, and she had just blown right past it. Right now he couldn't really detain her, it was more important that he found him immediately before anyone tried to harm him. He quickly made 6 Kage Bunshins, similar to the regular Bunshin, but they could interact with their environment while the regulars could not, and when dispelled any info gained would be passed to the user. They went off in pairs, one to look after Naruto should a pair find him, the other to dispel to pass the location to the real Kakashi. It was not long before the real Kakashi had found Naruto huddled in a dumpster, in a nearby alleyway. The Bunshins were dispelled as Kakashi took Naruto to his house to get cleaned up before taking him to the civilian council. This was the last straw. He was only a boy only just past his 4th birthday, living out on the streets. There was no way he could live on his own, he was simply too young, and how in hell would he manage to maintain the place, much less find the money to eat and live. He walked into the appropriate sector of the office. The person working on the desk looked up, saw who Kakashi was with and looked back down just as fast. Kakashi coughed to gain her attention before calmly saying, "I'm here to have Naruto Uzumaki put under my legal guardianship." The woman didn't even bother looking up, "You will have to join the queue." Kakashi couldn't tell if she was trying to be funny, because the room was completely empty, frankly he didn't care. He was fed up and he was here to put an end to it. He shot a quick look at Naruto and realized that he was distracted by something outside the door. Kakashi pulled up his Hitai-8 and said rather forcefully, "Will you at least look at me when you take to me?" When she looked up she was immediately caught in a genjutsu given off by the Sharingan eye in his left socket. "You will get me the forms to fill that will put Naruto under my legal guardianship." She walked off in a zombie-like state, retrieving the forms from a nearby filing cabinet, waiting for Kakashi to finish filling out the forms. After an hour and many miles of red tape, Kakashi and Naruto walked out of the guardianship office, with papers in hand stating that Kakashi was now Naruto's legal guardian. He idly thought that he would have to go and inform the Hokage of the change in both his and Naruto's living arrangements. Naruto, well, he couldn't get over the fact that he had been adopted, and by Kakashi-sensei no less. He was so close to crying tears of joy, you could see the tears well in his eyes. Kakashi finally felt he was on the road to repaying the man he considered a second father. Training Naruto just didn't feel right, it didn't feel enough, but now, he felt being closer to being complete and repaying the debt he felt H had incurred to Minato Namikaze. 2 years later, Naruto was still living with Kakashi and loving every minute of it. In the past Naruto didn't really have many happy times, all he could remember were moments when did not have to fear for his life as a result of the villagers' persecution. These days he had times that he could look back upon in many years to come and say that they were actually joyous moments. That didn't mean to say that the villagers that he had no bad memories while being under Kakashi's direct care. Though there was the odd attempt, there were far fewer attempts at Naruto's life. In the 2 years that Kakashi had spent looking after Naruto many things had changed. Their relationship had been taken from that of a teacher and student to that of a mentoring older brother. Kakashi had left the ANBU and also put his reading of Ika in hold. Kakashi, for his part, had no idea how he had lived before Naruto. It was just so much fun now that he couldn't conceivably imagine living without him. He still remembered the conversation that he had with the Hokage that day and the chaos that ensued shortly after. Flashback. Kakashi had just walked into the Hokage's office. Sarutobi greeted them somewhat surprised at seeing them. Normally they would train and then return to report on the progress Naruto was making at the end of the week. Being only Wednesday he wasn't expecting to see either of them for a full 2 days, short of a mission that required Kakashi's skills specifically, seeing as he was being paid to tutor Naruto. "What can I do for you two today?" the Hokage asked. Kakashi wasted no time in his reply. "There is nothing that you can do for us. I just came to inform you that I have adopted Naruto before you hear something strange from another source." If there was anything Sarutobi was expecting it was not that. His mouth fell open and his pipe dropped to the ground. He was at a loss for words. "How?" was all he managed to grunt out, not trusting himself to speak further. Kakashi wasn't even given time to answer as the door to the Hokage's office burst open. It was Asuka Haruno. Sarutobi looked past her to see his secretary giving him an apologetic look. He sent her a look back that seemed to say that he knew that she could have done nothing to prevent it. "Hokage-sama, it has been brought to our attention that someone has adopted the demo." She caught herself just in time. It was almost a force of habit to call Naruto by such hate-filled names. Once she had calmed herself and was thinking slightly clearer she restarted. "It has been brought to our attention that someone has adopted Naruto Uzumaki." The Hokage was about to answer her when someone beat him to the punch. Kakashi entered the conversation. "Brought to your attention? I adopted Naruto not half an hour ago. How could you possibly know so quickly?" Kakashi of course knew how they knew. There was some sort of plot to never have Naruto adopted, ensuring that he always had a miserable life. It was that it was impossible to prove. Now that the civilian council had found out so soon after the papers had been processed and well before any formal complaint could follow the proper official channels. The person that had served him at the desk must have realized the paperwork that she held in her hands must have contacted Asuka Haruno, a recent addition to the civilian council. Though she had only just joined the council, she was fast on her way to becoming its head, due to her unrivaled and thinly veiled hatred of Naruto. Nobody could work out where the hatred came from. She had not lost anyone particularly close in the Kyuubi attack, yet the hatred was there and burning stronger than any Uchiha Katan Jutsu. Yes, there are special circumstances that surround that boy, as I'm sure you are well aware. For this reason we have called a council meeting of both the civilian and ninja sectors. It was now Sarutobi's eyes that narrowed in suspicion. How did you arrange the ninja council to convene? The only 4 people that have such power in the village are myself, and any one of the 3 village elders. He had his suspicions, though he knew she would never confirm them. That is not the issue right now. Both of the councils are gathered and are waiting in the council chambers. It is best that we do not delay them any further. She had dodged the question and attempted to redirect his attention. He was aware of this, but as it stood he would rather just get the meeting out of the way. In the council chambers there was a large ruckus. Asuka drew their attention, announcing the reason that we are gathered. We are here to discuss the implications of the adoption of one Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto for his part couldn't understand why his adoption was such a big deal for everyone else. This should be special to only him and Kakashi-sensei, with a select few others to be allowed to celebrate with them. Before we begin, I would like to ask why the Ninja Council was also gathered. Sarutobi demanded. Simple, to decide upon what punishment should be suitable for Kakashi Hatake should we deem disciplinary action be necessary. Was Asuka's smug response. The Ninja Council is only concerned with dealing punishment for professional misconduct. As such there is no need for them to be here. Any member of the Ninja Council that does not wish to witness this has my permission to leave. No sooner than the words had left Sarutobi's mouth, Hayashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha had shined out of the chambers. After having part of her plan demolished by the Hokage, Asuka settled for trying to remove Naruto from Kakashi's guardianship. Well, it still remains to be seen whether it is a good idea for Hatake-san should be allowed to adopt Naruto. Maintaining his usual air of casual indifference, Kakashi asked, "On what grounds do you deem me unfit to look after Naruto? We are all aware of Naruto's unique circumstances," she said, skirting around, stating that he had a demon sealed within him for fear of her life. "We are simply unsure how stable he is or whether he will attack. We simply have the adopting family or individual's best interests at heart." Kakashi was smiling. She had made it too easy. Are you telling me that an aged matron with no battle skills is better equipped than me to handle Naruto if such an unlikely event occurred? Me, a highly experienced jounin of considerable standing in this village? Sarutobi cast his eyes about the room. Shikaka Nara, while appearing to be asleep, was paying close attention to the proceedings and had a knowing grin about his face if you cared to look closely enough. Sum Inazuka, head of the Inazuka clan, Chuza Akimichi, head of the Akimichi clan, and Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan, were not even bothering to hide their glee. For many years each had made attempts to adopt Naruto into the family, each failing every time. Shibi Aburame's facial expression could not be seen through the high-collared jacket and dark sunglasses he wore, but there had to have been at least a smirk on his face from the proceedings. While he had not made an active effort to adopt Naruto, he or his clansmen had time and time again rendered assistance, using their Kikai bugs to mercilessly drain an assailant's chakra till they died. Attacking a mere child, more defenseless than one of their bugs, deserved no mercy. Kakashi continued while Asuka was still mulling over his words. Also, if he really is as dangerous as you insist, then is it wise to leave him in a place filled with so many other vulnerable children? Asuka was quick on the rebuttal. As you said, it is very unlikely that he will ever attack, so there is no risk. Ha! Got you there. Take that, you stupid one-eyed cyclops, raged the inner persona that all Haruno women possess, not stopping to consider that one-eyed cyclops was not much of an insult. Kakashi smiled once again. Just as you say, it is very unlikely that he would ever attack. So there is no risk, and I shouldn't need fear and no reason for you to worry about my well-being now that I have adopted him. She was beat and he knew it. She had nothing to say. She simply opened and closed her mouth like a fish gulping air. Not wanting to waste any more time here, Sarutobi called the meeting to an end before any other member of the civilian council grew a brain and tried to find some way to remove Naruto from Kakashi's custody. Flashback end. Kakashi still thought back to that day when he felt like he needed a lift in his day. After all, it was not often that you got to silence the civilian council's power broker without the rest of them even getting a word in, almost making it pointless having gathered them in the first place. Right now Naruto and Kakashi were playing a game of hide and seek. This was to practice stealth techniques. It wasn't quite as simple as the civilian version. The hiding and seeking was still the same, but the person needed to learn to hide so much better if they wanted to avoid being caught. Another difference was that the person was allowed to move around while they were hiding. This was a double-edged sword, to move to remain concealed, or to remain still and avoid giving your position away. It was a very fine balance as any movement had to be precise and not alert the enemy. This was often a game he had played with his genin team, though there were a few extra rules. Like using a genjutsu to disorient the searcher, though it had to be placed very subtly otherwise you were classed as being found. As he continued his search pattern he heard a rustling in the bushes nearby. A normal person would have passed it off as the breeze, but Kakashi was not a normal person. He had found Naruto. He walked over to the bushes and placed his hand on Naruto's head. He had done quite well not to be spotted considering he was still into wearing those hideous orange jumpsuits that they managed to obtain from Keiichi. Kakashi had many other games that he used to teach Naruto strategy. It always worked best with games. He was still a firm believer that children learned best when they were having fun with what they were doing, something that Naruto seemed to prove over and over again. Kakashi taught him strategy. The ideal game to play would have been Shugi, but seeing as Naruto was too young he settled for snakes and ladders. The first thing he had taught Naruto to do was how to cheat at throwing the dice and always get the number that you wanted. Of course once Naruto had learnt this he always went for 6, only to end up back on the beginning square after the 5th roll very time. He had quickly learnt that it was not always the highest number that got him the furthest, but sometimes that a lower number could be better, especially if you landed on a ladder. With that in mind, Kakashi then made the objective to reach the goal square in as few turns as possible. It took Naruto many weeks of experimenting before he got the optimal route that Kakashi had planned in his head almost immediately. When he had done that he got out a different board, harder this time to nut out the correct route. Surprisingly, it took him less time than the original. He was learning to consider all his options faster and make correct choices. Their training had continued over the years. He could now effectively do the henge and the kawarimi. Bunshin was still impossible for him to perform. Kakashi had kept to his word to Sarutobi and not taught him any of the higher-level jutsu from his vast repertoire. His chakra control, while much better, was still not as good as Kakashi would have liked, particularly with all the tree-walking training he was doing. Then again Kakashi was using himself as a yardstick, a person that was already a genin by his Naruto's age. He knew that using genjutsu was out of the question for Naruto. The best he could hope for was to teach him how to get himself out of them. This was easier said than done as it involved putting Naruto into a genjutsu, and the ones he knew were far too extreme to subject a child of barely 6 years old to. To help he sought out Kurenai Yuhi, a promising young chunin. She was far better than he was at genjutsu and was able to cast minor ones of her own creation on the spot, often used for punishing perverts. When he had asked her to cast a genjutsu over Naruto showing a picture of Guy Mato chucking Ichiraku's ramen down the drain she gave him a quizzical look. He gave her a sheepish grin and asked her not to question. The genjutsu was cast. Genjutsu vision. Wosh. Someone's flames of youth have started to dwindle. To consume ramen, such an unyouthful act. I will make my own flames of youth burn even brighter by tipping this horrid ramen down the drain. Guy proceed to tip the ramen down a drain that had just magically appeared. Vision end. That was all poor Naruto could take. The speech was enough to tolerate. Green spandex was bad, the bowl haircut was worse, the fuzzy eyebrows, well they were horrendous. But compared to the evil of tipping perfectly good ramen down the drain, the rest was nothing. Naruto was panting hard, with a horrified look on his sweat-covered face. Never had he seen such an evil thing in his life. He had to get out and did the only thing he could remember Kakashi telling him to do, emit a large pulse of chakra to end the jutsu. Kakashi for his part was grinning. He had just taught Naruto to escape genjutsu all the while getting one up on his eternal rival, with him being none the wiser. Kurenai decided something were best left unasked and decided to stay and help Naruto train in order to reduce the amount of chakra he used to dispel the jutsu. Naruto agreed to be subjected to more genjutsu on the condition that he was ever to see ramen being wasted again. It was now a new year and the day of the first day at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Aniki, are you going to take me to the academy today? Kakashi smiled and Naruto addressed him as his older brother. Rather fitting actually, Kakashi thought, the son of the man I consider a surrogate father referring to me as his older brother. Yes Naruto Otudo, don't worry, I'll see you off. This is an important day for you, I wouldn't is it for the world. Kakashi reassured, his one visible eye crinkling with kindness. After a short breakfast, we find the pair roof hoping towards the Ninja Academy. Silently Kakashi thanked himself for all the physical training that he had done with Naruto over the past 2 years. It had consisted of swimming practice and daily jogging to improve his stamina and speed, as well as a few exercises to build some strength into his muscles, though not too much as to affect his growth. While they weren't traveling anywhere near the speeds that Kakashi was used to, it would have driven him nuts to have traveled at ground level at civilian pace. In 15 minutes they had reached the academy. Kakashi turned to Naruto with a few last messages. Alright, every time you come here from now on, I want you to time yourself. Each time you should aim to beat your best time in arriving here. You don't have to beat it every time, that would be ridiculous, just focus on getting here as fast as you can, and remember, don't claim you beat the time if you end up taking a shorter route. Kakashi watched as the devious smile on Naruto's face fell. He could read that smile any time now and often had a fairly good idea as to what Naruto was thinking when he used it. After all, there was something to be said for Naruto's unpredictability. Secondly, ask questions. Even if they make you feel stupid, ask them anyway. You will learn more if you are asking questions. This will help you later on in ninja life. Kakashi didn't need to go much further than that, the explanation would be lost, but it was a vital part of being a ninja. Questioning everything, from information given to the reality of one's surroundings, was vital. Even if the question was asked only in one's head, it was better to answer yourself, rather than have a question unasked and thus unanswered, particularly in the field. Naruto gave Kakashi a hug, no longer flinching at human contact like he had done only 2 short years ago. Kakashi watched his retreating back for a while, before sunshining home. He had put off reading the Ika book series for 2 whole years now, he'd be damned if he didn't catch up while he had the chance. Naruto was looking through each class list attached to each of the doors. He finally came to a door which had his name posted on the class list. He cracked a wide grin as he recognized some of the names on the list. Kiba Inuzuka, Shikamaru Nara, Chuji Akimichi and Shino Aburame were all on his class list as well. Over the 2-year period the 5 of them had grown quite close, well, the 4 of them had. They were about as friendly as anyone had ever been with an Aburame, not for want of trying, but due to Shino being so withdrawn like the rest of his clan. 2 other names also stuck out, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. He recognized the names, though didn't get the same thrill of excitement that went through him when he saw the other 4 boys' names. Ino was polite to him when they were with their parents, but when their parents weren't watching she avoided all 4 boys like the plague. It wasn't due to her parents' attitudes towards Naruto, simply that she thought that boys were icky and tried to spend as little time with them as possible. Sakura was a different kettle of fish altogether. Naruto and Sakura had something of a history together, as was to be expected. It was hardly surprising that Asuka's highly negative view of Naruto had rubbed off on her daughter, indeed going as far to actively warn her daughter and tell her to keep away from the boy. Sakura for her part could not see what was so bad about the boy, but her mother had told her to keep away and not become friends. When she went to the park she found a group of children no older than the age of 5 teasing Naruto about everything, from his orange clothes to his whisker-like marks on his face. Sakura, glad that they were for once not teasing her, joined in. Ino could be seen somewhere in the background not participating, but not saying anything in Naruto's defense, like the boys were. This continued on for weeks until Ino finally approached Sakura. Flashback. Sakura, why do you make fun of Naruto? Because everyone else does. The answer was straightforward, to the point, and yet it still confused the young Yamanaka. Ino pressed on, determined for more answers. But I see you get teased and called names and you don't like it. So if you don't like it, why make fun of Naruto? Because when I tease him everyone forgets to make fun of me. I think that they even like me a little when I say mean things to Naruto. I just want to have friends. They make fun of me for my big forehead and pink hair. I just want to have a friend. Sakura explained, almost on the verge of tears as she finished. Ino came to her own conclusions slowly. So if I be your friend, you'll stop picking on Naruto like the rest, right? Ino surmised. Sakura was in shock, someone as popular as Ino was offering to be her friend. Not really having anything to say, she simply nodded. True, since that point neither Ino nor Sakura could have been happier. While the boys were kind to her, she never really liked laying with them, so she was glad to have a girl to play with. Sakura was glad to finally have a friend and someone that would stick up for her when the bullies came back. After this, not once did she feel the need to pick on Naruto again. After all, she had a friend of her very own. Flashback end. Naruto walked into the class and noticed that 3 of his 4 friends were already seated, only Kiba was missing. He sat on Shikamaru's left while Chuji was seated on his right. This left space for Kiba to sit on Naruto's own left, and the group could sit together though school. Kiba sidled into the class only a few minutes after Naruto. Naruto failed to notice as he was now taking note of the rest of his classmates. There was a boy in the corner with obsidian black hair. He was wearing a blue t-shirt and ninja sandals with a white pair of shorts. He also had bandaging going around his shins as well as his forehead. He didn't seem to be talking to anyone, but there did seem to be an unusually large number of girls sitting around him. The next person he took notice of was a girl with indigo hair that seemed as though she was trying to mimic a turtle by disappearing into her massively oversized jacket. The jacket was beige in color, and was complemented by a pair of blue 3/4-length shinobi pants. The thing that held Naruto's attention though was her eyes. From what he could see, they had no pupils and reminded him of the full moon, something he loved starting at with either his friends or his Aniki when they all had the time. He was snapped out of his thoughts by the rough opening of the door to the room. A man with silver hair walked in first, closely followed by a man with brown hair pulled back into a ponytail and a scar across the bridge of his nose. The man with the ponytail spoke first. "Good morning class, my name is Irika Yumino and this is my colleague Mizuki Bakemono, though you may refer to us as Irika-sensei and Mizuki-sensei. Together we will be your Chunin instructors through your academy life, providing tuition in the ninja arts as well as areas such as battle tactics, survival skills, mathematics, language and Konoha's history." Many a snigger had broken out during Irika's introduction of Mizuki, not that he could really blame them. The day started out with the typical self-introductions, and, "Sorry, but I'm not going to run through these, I have a feeling that this chapter is going to end up rather long as it is." This was followed up by a history lesson, something that the students would deem the second most unwanted thing to hear in their entire academy life. The coveted first place went to Irika's patented, big head, jutsu, which was discovered a short while later when nearly everyone was asleep. The lecture was followed up by the highly anticipated lecture in chakra, which was a complete let-on. They only really discussed what chakra was and its uses. There was no practical, which thoroughly disappointed many of the students, mostly those who had not accessed their chakra yet. Elsewhere Kakashi was wandering around, not really sure of what he should do with he regained freedom. The decision was soon taken out of his hands when an ANBU officer shunshined right in front of him. "Hataki-san, the Hokage has requested your presence." Fully expecting the ANBU to shunshin away again, Kakashi started to make his way down the street once again. Kakashi turned and said to the man, "You can leave now. Your message has been passed on. Actually, I have orders to irritate you until you actually arrive at the Hokage's office." "Well, I'd love to see you try. I live with Naruto, so I've built up a pretty high resistance to irritating things." Kakashi had a smug look about his face. "The Hokage did warn me of such, so he gave me the ultimate battle plan." Henge. Looking skeptical, Kakashi waited for the smoke to clear with a skeptical look replacing the smug one he was currently wearing. His skepticism soon turned to absolute horror. The ANBU had henged into Mato Guy, his eternal rival. No, he wouldn't. Kakashi though wildly, his stomach nodding with apprehension. "Well sh. Let the power of youth explode." He did, and Kakashi wasn't having any of it. If all it took was a visit to the Hokage, then so be it. Anything was better than that, well, nearly anything. At the Hokage Tower an old man waited patiently for the visit he was surely about to receive. 2 minutes after having sent the ANBU agent, Kakashi Hataki was standing before him. It had to be some kind of record. That was below the belt, Hokage-sama. Kakashi pointed an accusing finger at the aging Hokage. He simply smiled at Kakashi, finally having something against the eternally tardy ninja. "Come now Kakashi, we are ninja, there are no real rules and certainly no line below which we cannot hit. The grin never leaving his face. The grin suddenly disappeared, showing that he was going to be completely serious now. Kakashi, noticing the change in demeanor, responded accordingly by withdrawing his hand and standing to attention, showing that he was listening. I have an offer for you. I want you to listen to the whole thing before you decline. I want you to rejoin ANBU. Detecting that Kakashi was about to interrupt as he thought that was the whole offer, he quickly spoke again, raising his voice as he continued. I want you to be assigned to my personal guard here in the village. There are many benefits to this. The risk is far lower than that of any other ANBU missions. This way you stay in the village when you are on duty and you don't have to leave Naruto unattended for days. Finally, financially you will be better off. You have been surviving for the past couple of years on the monthly stipend that I allow you out of the budget. This will give you the chance to earn money far above that monthly allowance. Kakashi mulled it over in his head. The two things that had Kakashi most concerned about rejoining the ANBU were the mission risk and leaving Naruto alone while he was away on missions. If Kakashi were to die while he was out on a mission, then Naruto would be left alone again. If Naruto were to die while Kakashi left him to go on a mission, Kakashi may very well committing seppuku. This offer removed those two factors. What are the hours? Kakashi asked, hoping that he would say that it was from 9 a.m. till 3 p.m., the hours that Naruto was in the academy, 6 a.m. till 2:30 p.m. 8-hour shifts with a 30 minutes on-call paid break. In other words, if I call you through those 30 minutes you drop what you are doing and come. In fact, if I call you at any time between those hours, you drop what you are doing and come. Sarutobi finished with a rather sternly. Kakashi have realized that the Hokage was referring to his tardy ways. There wasn't much need for further consideration. The hours were not perfect, but better than he could have received. I accept. Thank you for the kind offer, Hokage-sama. Good, you start next week in Kakashi, be on time every time. This appointment is one that many would give their left hand for. Just as easily as I have given it, I can just as easily take you of the duty. Dismissed. With a sharp nod, Kakashi shunshined home, realizing that he would not have the time to read starting next week, so he was going to get through all he could in the week he had left, blood supply permitting of course. The weeks to come were hardly anything of note. Kakashi had started his job as one of the Hokage's personal guards. At the end of the month he was pleasantly surprised with the paycheck he received, more than enough to cover both his Ika addiction as well as Naruto's ramen addiction, and then leave some left over for the other more essentials in life. Naruto was thoroughly enjoying school, well, anything practical anyway. The only real subject that Naruto found interesting was history, and only when it specifically included the Yondaime Hokage. While the other Kages were cool and powerful and stuff, nothing beats beating the strongest demon of them all, the Kyubi no Yuko. He found the practical side of anything rally easy, mostly because he had been trained in it in the last 2 years. There were other exceptional children in his year. Ino, Kiba and Chuji and Sakura all shone in given fields, Kiba and Chuji in taijutsu, the girls more so in the use of jutsu, or in Sakura's case bookwork and academics. There were 2 standout students. The first was Shino, and the second and current top of the class was Sasuke, the boy that Naruto had observed from afar on the very first day. In fact, if it weren't for his bookwork, Naruto would have been right up there with them as one of the top-ranked students in the class. Consequently, he was only ranked average, due to his abysmal academic ability. There were 2 students that baffled the teachers. Both of them were clan heirs, so it was expected that they would do better than they currently were. Hinata Hyuga, while not being a genius, was still fairly apt at bookwork, though not enough to earn her the top place amongst the potential kunoichi. Her ability was brilliant, almost top of the class. In fact, there were only 3 people that could beat her: Naruto, Shino and Sasuke. The thing that baffled the teachers was that her taijutsu was terrible. She came from a clan that was known to use what is regarded as the strongest taijutsu style in Konoha, the gentle fist. Yet every time she entered a match she was defeated. It was clear to the Chunin instructors that every time she had a clear shot she hesitated, not wanting to injure her opponent, ultimately leading to her defeat. The second person that mystified the instructors was Shikamaru Nara. He was poorly ranked in taijutsu, often forfeiting his matches. His ability to use the jutsu was relatively competent, but it was his test scores that confused them. Every time he would answer only so many of the questions in the exam, getting all the ones he did answer correct. Though he seemed to have the potential to actually ace all of his tests, he only scored enough to score exactly 50%, leaving him with the lowest passing score of the class. Before long, half of the year had passed. Sasuke still maintained the overall top position in the class, while Shino was still hot on his heels. It was only very occasionally that Sasuke lost to anyone, if he did it was always to Naruto in a taijutsu match, simply for the blonde's unwillingness to give up and his freakish endurance. The Uchiha clan council could not have him, would not have him losing to anyone in any regard. After all, they were the Uchiha, the strongest in the village. To give him the best advantage that he could have, they enlisted the help of none other than his older brother to train his. After all, he was a jounin already and only at the age of 11. At first he was reluctant to train him, though when he realized that their training time was not to be interfered with, he quickly changed his mind. It had always bothered Itachi that the Uchiha had rested on their laurels and claimed to be the greatest in the village, due to the sheer power of the Sharingan. It always annoyed Itachi that he was referred to as the Uchiha prodigy, as though saying that he only had power due to his clan of birth, not his own hard work. It made Itachi angry, not simply annoyed, irritated or any of those other more mild emotions, but outright furious that the clan of Sharingan wielders believed only in the betterment of the clan and not the village as a whole. With his younger brother under his tutelage, he was determined to have at least one other Uchiha that saw his views, even if he had to beat it into his younger brother, and that is exactly what he did. Flashback. So Sasuke, this will be our first time, not as brothers, but as sensei and pupil. As such you will regard me as sensei through this time. Itachi informed Sasuke, who all the while just remained silent, giving small nods that he had understood. Now we will spar with me, asking questions throughout. I will fight at your level, though should you get a question wrong, I will not check my hand and you will feel the full force of the blow. We begin now. Sasuke, when you fight, for whom are you fighting? FO. Before the question had been completed, it was already being answered. The Uchiha clan. Sasuke answered, as though it were almost a conditioned response. Before he knew Itachi had moved, Sasuke was sent sprawling on the ground. Itachi's eyes showed no emotion. Incorrect, try again. Who do you fight for? Father, to make him proud. Sasuke was recoiled as a fist planted itself deep within his gut. Wrong, you fight for your village. The village hands you the assignment, an assignment designed to benefit the village in some way, from the lowest of D ranks to the highest of S rank missions. We will try again, this time with a different question. Sasuke nodded, not being able to speak properly after being winded by the punch. Itachi had said he was not going to check his hand, yet Sasuke had the distinct feeling he was anyway. The sparring had resumed and was in full throttle when Itachi quizzed him again. Why is it that you are the top of your class? Why am I so powerful at such a young age? Sasuke listened to the full question before choosing to respond. Once Itachi had finished, only then did he speak up, feeling he had found the correct answer and avoided another painful blow. It is because we are Uchiha. He was sent flying this time. It had made Itachi lose his temper. To have the arrogance of our clan so firmly embedded into one so young, such a pity. Try again. Why do we prevail over others, even above our own clansmen? Sasuke was panicking. Why did he and his brother succeed and do better than others, even those inside their clan? If he and the rest of his clan were same in being Uchihas, then he should not be able to prevail over them based on that merit alone. He knew what the answer was not, but couldn't figure out what the answer was. What did he and his brother have in common that they did not have in common with the rest of the clan? Well, there was only one thing that they did in common, and that was that they enjoyed training. That was it. Because we work hard. Sasuke closed his eyes, expecting a devastating blow for saying something so un-Uchiha-like, but nothing came. Then he looked up to see a smiling older brother. Correct. We try hard and work for what we have, it was not simply given to us. Remember that the path of a ninja is not an easy one, but with some determination you can truly accomplish great things. Work hard and go beyond what this clan believes to be its best. Finally, there is one last question I would ask of you. Why do you fight? Sasuke was troubled by this question. An idiot would have answered immediately what he had been taught by his father and the clan council. Fight for power and fight for the pride of the Uchiha. Sasuke was far from an idiot and realized this is the last answer Itachi would want to hear. Then he realized, if he did not fight for this purpose then he had no reason to fight, none of his own at least anyway. Sasuke, this does not need to be answered right away. If you do not have one now, then develop one. All I ask is that you might tell me when you do, as a request from an older brother, not a task from your sensei. Flashback end. Itachi's training and questioning of some of his firmest belief continued throughout the rest of the school year. It was through this time that they actually became brothers by more than just title or by blood relation, but by their ties to each other. Slowly Sasuke changed, changing those around him in the process. His rivalry with Naruto had not ended and had forced the young blonde to work even harder if he ever wanted to be considered on the same level as Sasuke in at least taijutsu. This in turn forced Kiba and Chuji to up their efforts not to get left behind by their friend. Shikamaru still had the mentality that it was all still far too troublesome. Ino and Sakura, just as determined not to get left behind by the boys and prove their own worth, started training harder to catch up the gap that seemed to have opened out over the few weeks. Hinata was not to feel the effects of such a thing as well. Her clan had deemed that Hanabi would make a far better heir to the Hyuga than Hinata. As a direct result, Hinata stopped receiving private training from her father, who had opted to train Hanabi. Hayashi had his own secret agenda. He had declared Hanabi the heir to save her from receiving the caged bird seal on her 3rd birthday. While it pained him to sever connections with his first child, he still had to protect his second-born. Hinata was completely unaware of the politics that surrounded both her and her younger sister, though due to the clan disowning her in all regards except name, she was free to do as she pleased, and do as she pleased she did. She was not going to be seen as weak by the rest of her classmates. They had already changed themselves for the better. She was now determined to look to the rest of her class as a source of inspiration and improve herself along with them. Where she once struggled to prove herself to her clan, she now thrived, proving herself to her classmates and sensei, all the while a genjutsu mistress watching from afar as the student she privately tutored excelled and improved in leaps and bounds. To Mizuki and Irika it was inconceivable that one class could change so drastically due to the change in attitude of one student, yet it had happened. Even many of the so-called die-hard fangirls had changed their ways. Sakura had often wondered if she would have been like that, liking Sasuke only to fit in with the crowd if she had not met and befriended Ino. It seemed that there were going to be quite a few genin teams passing this year, and not just the exam, but the Jounin-administered test as well. 1 year later, it was raining. It seemed as though heaven itself had opened up to share in the grief and mourning that was passing through the town like a ripple. It was a sad day for many, and whispers were about. Snippets of conversation could be heard everywhere, all on the same topic of conversation. Did you hear? Yes, did you? That's right, all wiped out. Poor Sasuke is the only one that was left. How horrible, no one with the Sharingan survived. Only Sasuke, the last Uchiha. Sasuke was not sure what to feel. On one hand there was the immeasurable grief and sorrow over losing one's family to one person in one night. On the other hand it was the villagers' conversations that made as though all of the clan had been wiped out. It was not the case. Sasuke was the only one who had any potential of bearing the Sharingan, that much was true. Yet those who still bore the Uchiha name yet not the bloodline still lived, the prized Sharingan. Sadly no one acknowledged their pain. His brother Itachi had gone on a rampage the previous night, killing all who could wield the Sharingan. In his rampage he had killed many who had married into the Uchiha family for power and prestige. The only members of this group allowed to live was Sasuke, the youngest with the potential to awaken the Sharingan, and the many merchants or the like who had married into the clan who had genuinely fallen in love with an Uchiha, more often than not, a person that was an adult and was discarded as trash after they failed to awake the Sharingan. Sasuke, while not there to watch the full extent of the massacre, was there to see his beloved elder brother kill his father in cold blood. Flashback. Sasuke walked into the compound doors only to hear moans and wailings of pain as many people clung to loved ones. Died in red, these people clung to the lifeless bodies of their treasured people. It seemed there was no pattern to it. Men, women, children of all ages, the youngest being only a little older than Sasuke, were all lying dead around him. He tried to ask them who had committed the crime, but he would get no response. He simply rushed in the direction of his father's office. He opened the door only to receive a splatter of blood across his eyes, tainting his vision red. What he could see was his mother crying over his father's body as he slowly bled to death. "Itachi, please kill me too. Send me to be with the man I love." Even now Mikoto Uchiha was a devout wife. "I'm truly sorry, Oka-san, but I cannot grant you release. You must still look after Sasuke." Upon mention of her other son, her frantic thoughts seemed to clear. She still had one more son to raise. It seems that it would be a while before she could join her beloved on the other side. Itachi turned to Sasuke. "Sasuke, I have left the only two people worthy to wield the Sharingan, you and me. This clan has been purged of its stupid ideals. Please remember all that I have taught you." Itachi silently prayed that he would remember not only the lessons on the ninja arts, but also why he should work hard and not fall into the trap that of many Uchiha before him had fallen into. "Why?" was all Sasuke could manage to voice. "Sasuke, sometimes even the mightiest of trees gets a limb that becomes infected and parasitic. To prevent the spread of infection and the corruption of the tree, it is best to sacrifice that limb, even if it once had a great purpose to the tree." Before Sasuke could ask anything further, Itachi had left to avoid the ANBU officers he knew would be coming to his location while he waited here. Without further commotion, he turned his back and would not be seen by anyone that would recognize him for many years to come. Flashback end. There was a public memorial for the clan. Many turned up. Since that day many had started fawning over Sasuke. It wasn't just the fangirls anymore either, the village adults as well. Frankly, it made him sick to see them put him on a pedestal while there were so many in his clan members that had lost loved ones, yet no assistance was not offered to them. Why? The connection was simple, because he was the one remaining person that could attain the Sharingan as well as produce an heir that was capable of receiving it as well. Sasuke separated him from those that fawned over him and focused on his training, surrounding himself with those that he knew would not give him an inch through their training time. There was a surprisingly large number of them, all of them from his class in the Ninja Academy. Over time many of these people had supported him while he got over his grief. Naruto and Kiba had taken to playing pranks over the years. The ultimate was when Naruto used a variation of the henge to transform into a female version of himself with smoke covering the most intimate parts, knocking both Mizuki and Iruka out from a giant nosebleed each. Of course he had to run from both Ino and Sakura for degrading women everywhere. Later, when questioned about how he developed the jutsu, he retold about finding one of his brother's books and how he modeled the body after the one seen in that, then adding some feminine grace to his face before completing the jutsu. Others simply helped him train instead of trying to find idiotic ways to make him laugh, as Sasuke seemed most peace when training, perhaps because it was one of the good memories that he had with this brother. This group that had formed, this number of 12 children, would be remembered as the greatest graduating class ever. Greater than the class that held any Kage, greater than the class that saw the entry of the Sannin into the ninja world. No other class, before or after them, could lay claim to having 12 students of such high caliber when they graduated. 5 years later, it was the night of the graduation exam. Everyone was at home resting for the exam, well, nearly everyone. Naruto Uzumaki was at home panicking because he still could not do the Bunshin Jutsu. He was 12 now, and his father had explained to him that he simply had too much chakra to release such a small amount without there being any wastage. This didn't stop him. It was the thing that so many of his friends admired about him. He never gave up and he never stopped trying. Kakashi watched his little brother struggle for the umpteenth time. It was time he took pity on the boy. He had kept his promise to the Hokage from all those years ago, but it was time that he broke that promise in order to help a little by teaching a high-level jutsu. "Naruto, come here. I have something that will help you with the Bunshin." Naruto, wanting any advantage he could get, quickly moved from his place in the training area of their backyard to where Kakashi was standing. This, strictly speaking, is not help with the Bunshin, but a replacement technique, seeing as you can't use it. Naruto grinned. Kakashi, seeing the imminent explosion of joy, quickly cut through his thoughts. "There is a condition to me teaching you this. It is that you must never teach this to any of your friends. The jutsu is classified as a kinjutsu for a reason. The chakra it takes for you to use the jutsu is enormous. If your friends tried, they could potentially end up dead. This is only safe for you to use because of your high reserves. Naruto's eyes widened considerably, the gravity of what his older brother was saying sinking in. The jutsu is the Kage Bunshin. Kakashi demonstrated the hand signs, though unlike all those years ago he could do it with some speed and still trust that Naruto would see them. Naruto resumed his place in the field and performed the jutsu. Immediately 5 clones popped up. It was unheard of, a boy not even a genin getting a jounin technique on the first try. Out of interest, how much chakra did you try to use? Kakashi asked, trying to get a feel for Naruto's chakra level. Oh, only about the same amount that I use for 2 bunshin. It was Kakashi's turn to go wide-eyed. He has that much chakra. If he couldn't do the water walking and tree walking exercise, Kakashi would have said Naruto had the worst chakra control in history. I think I get it now. He opens the gate to his chakra and then closes it to the level he needs it, which is why he can do the water walking and tree climbing. But when he opens it for the bunshin, the bit that escapes is already too much for that jutsu. It just means we are going to have to get him to control how rapidly he opens the gate to his chakra. Kakashi had gained an understanding on his little brother's chakra control, level and usage, just by teaching him one jutsu. Naruto, feeling content that he could now pass, went to bed and waited for tomorrow to come. The following day found Naruto and his classmates in the ninja academy, each waiting for their chance to prove themselves worthy a genin of Konoha. Iruka and Mizuki walked in the door. Iruka was the one to address for the last time as a class. All of you listen. The road has been long and many of us have had to put up with our share of trials before getting to this point. In just a few moments you will all be administered your genin tests. If you do pass, you will be awarded your Hitaiate. This caused a stir amongst all the students. If Shino Aburame would come forward with me and Ami would go with Mizuki, then we will get the testing underway. At this, Naruto's head along with Sasuke and Ino's head all slammed on the desk multiple times. What in the hell do you 3 think you're doing? Sakura asked, puzzled by the behavior. The 3 looked at each other before Sasuke spoke for them all. The test is in alphabetical order. After an hour or so there were only 2 people left in the room, Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke had let Ino go before him with Mizuki. Iruka came out not long after, so no words could be exchanged between the two. Naruto was left on his own until Mizuki came out to test him. Upon seeing the only examinee left, a very vindictive smile came across Mizuki's face. How he was going to enjoy making the demon brat fail. Right, the Naruto, the rules are simple. You need an average of 70% to pass. Failure in any one area will automatically disqualify you from the exam. Please demonstrate throwing accuracy with these 10 kunai. A bullseye is worth 10 marks, the perfect score is 100. Naruto looked around and saw marks from misthrown kunai to the left, right, above and on the roof around the target. Hell, there were even some behind the throw line. Scoring a perfect 100, Naruto didn't even worry about that part of the test. The next part consisted of a taijutsu battle where Naruto and Mizuki would battle. Rules: you may not hide for the duration of the match, you must either be present to attack or defend, any taijutsu style is allowed. The match duration is 2 minutes, or if you can land a blow on me. Full marks will be awarded to those that can either last the 2 minutes or land a hit. Naruto had started out with grand ideas of ending the match by landing a hit, but soon found that Mizuki was far too good an opponent, so he settled for seeing the timer out. Finally, we test your capability of doing the 3 academy jutsu. They can be performed in any order. A simple demonstrated or not demonstrated is all that is awarded in this section. Naruto used the kawarimi on a nearby book, getting ticked off as demonstrated. Next was Henge. He transformed into a replica of his older brother, complete with his book and everything. The next one was the kicker, he was sure of it. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto cried out, shocking Mizuki that he knew such a high-level jutsu. Mizuki still grinned. Naruto, I asked you to perform the Bunshin, not the Kage Bunshin. Please demonstrate the correct jutsu. But I can't do the jutsu. Why should it matter anyway? I performed a higher level jutsu. He argued his point knowing full well that perfect scores in other rounds would not make up for a 0 in the final one. Well, then you fail. The word seemed like a slap across the face to Naruto. He left the room almost in tears. Sitting on the swing, Naruto stared into space until a shadow blocked his light. Listen, I know I was hard, but that is only because I must officially say whether or not you can do the required jutsu. Naruto simply nodded mutely in understanding. That being said, there is an unofficial test that you may take in order to pass the exam, almost like a supplementary. Naruto looked up, hardly daring to believe his luck. This last test is a test of stealth. You must obtain the giant scroll kept in the Hokage's office. Success is deemed as getting to the forest undetected, failure is getting caught any time before I see you with the scroll. It was too good to be true. A stealth mission. He had been trained in this for the last 8 years, this was something he could do. He went home to prepare, putting on the set of dark clothes that he rarely ever wore. Orange may have been his favorite color, but there was a time and a place for everything, and a jumpsuit that screamed, "Here I am," was not well suited for a stealth mission. Hours later, the entire shinobi population remaining in Konoha was looking for Naruto Uzumaki. He had played many pranks in the past, but this was unspeakable. He had stolen the scroll containing the techniques of the past Hokages as well as many other village secrets. Naruto could be found reading through this scroll while he waited for Mizuki-sensei. The forest around him looked like it has been torn asunder by many explosions. Apparently he had been practicing one of the jutsu. When he first started reading, he was ecstatic at all the high-level jutsu that he had found in the scroll. His brain was only half working at the time. Wow, look at all the jutsu. This scroll must be seriously valuable. Wait, Aniki said, to ask questions, they may even be able to save your life. So then why would Mizuki-sensei want me to steal a highly valuable scroll for the sake of a test? Isn't it more likely that they would use a dummy scroll instead? This must be a setup of some sort. Correct you are, Naruto. Mizuki exclaimed from the trees. Do you know how badly I've wanted to watch you fail? Yet every time, you would just scrape through a mark on your academic tests that kept you in the academy. Now, I finally have a chance at true power, and in the process I'm going to kill you, the bane of Konoha. Before you die, would you like to know why it is that you were hated, beaten when you were younger? Stop right there, Mizuki, that is forbidden information. At the moment your charges rest at manipulating a pre-genin into crime. Mention that secret and it will be over, I will kill you where you stand. Ha, like you ever could, Irika. Before Mizuki could even react, Irika had a fist in his gut. Putting some distance between the two, Irika jumped back to his original position some 20 meters right of Naruto. Based on the speed that Irika had, Mizuki had decided he was outmatched. His only hope was to create a distraction and escape. He still was intent on harming Naruto as much as humanly possible. It started with the giant shuriken that he threw. Irika looked on in horror as the shuriken sped towards Naruto, who was dumbstruck by the night's events. It had too much power and weight to be stopped in a catch, the only other option was to block it with his body. Naruto came to his senses when he saw Irika flash in front of him, only to cough blood into his face. Mizuki started talking. Well, as I was saying, would you like to know why the villagers hate you? Not even giving him time to respond, Mizuki continued his torture. Do you remember the lesson that we had on the Yondaime Hokage? Well, it was a lie what we told you that day. The fox could never be defeated, it was too powerful. He opted to seal it instead, into a human baby. That baby I was you. You bear the scorn of the village because you are the thing that killed so many people all those years ago. Something that had been long forgotten rushed to the front of Naruto's mind, a dream or nightmare, where a giant fox was rampaging inside a cage, looking right through him as though he wasn't there. Was that not a dream? Was that somehow real? Naruto! Don't listen. You are not the fox. You are Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm telling you to take that scroll back to the Hokage. I can't fight with you here, there is too much worry that you'll get hurt in the process. Naruto fled the scene, trails of hot tears escaping his eyes. While running away he had the strongest urge to return, it was something he couldn't describe. Then in a moment of clarity something rang through his head, it was Kakashi's voice. Those who abandon the mission are scum, those who abandon their comrades are lower than that. His voice rang through his head over and over like it was his conscience. In an instant his mind was made up. He had returned to the clearing to see Irika not faring so well. After he had taken the shuriken to the back he had slowed down considerably to a level Mizuki could handle. Mizuki sneered as he saw Naruto approach again. Drawn to a battle Naruto, perhaps that is bloodlust of the fox within you. Say what you will about me, but you will die here for targeting me, then nearly killing my sensei. Mizuki was laughing. What could the boy do? He didn't even know how to do the bunshin. Kage bunshin no jutsu. In his early celebrations and mocking of the pre-genin he had completely forgotten about that technique. He was now surrounded by a clearing filled with what had to be at least 1,000 Naruto clones. The clones made short work of Mizuki. As Naruto was turning to go to Irika, Mizuki's body started to emit a vile chakra, while a black flame pattern crept up the side of his neck and across the rest of his body. He raised himself off the ground and launched himself not at Naruto, but at Irika. Irika was sent crashing through the undergrowth from a particularly vicious knock to the head. Something inside Naruto just snapped. He couldn't tell what was happening, but he could feel power flowing through his body. His nails seemed longer, almost like claws. His teeth had lengthened and the whisker marks on the side of his face were now more pronounced than ever. Naruto launched at Mizuki, a clawed hand extended, catching him across the throat. Blood sprayed out of both the carotid and the jugular and across the field. There was no chance of recovery. Dully Naruto thought to himself, I killed him. The full impact of what he had just done had not hit him yet. Then his body felt drained, he collapsed to his knees noting of the real world after that. Mindscape. Naruto now remembered this passageway from his last visit here. It looked different now. Last time it was more like a sewer, this time it was more like a grimy castle wall. There was less water and everything looked to be in a better state of repair. He followed the corridor around again to find the same cage with the piece of paper presenting the kanji 4 seal on it. The fox was still in there, though this time it was not on a rampage. I simply looked exhausted. It spoke in a voice that while loud had a distinctly female ring to it. Greetings, Naruto. My name is Rei Kajirinai, don't you mean Kyubi no Yuko? Naruto interrupted. That is my title, not my name. As much as I would like to do this now, I am truly exhausted, I would just like to sleep. I will bring you back here when I am fully rested. Naruto wasn't given a choice as Rei laid her head down onto her paws to sleep. 3 days later, Naruto was at Ichiraku's with both Kakashi and Irika. They were talking over a bowl of ramen each. Naruto, I didn't get the chance to give you this the other day. Congratulations on passing your genin exam. Irika proudly stated as he placed the Hitai-8 over Naruto's forehead. Irika left the pair to have some alone time, which was spent mostly in a comfortable silence until Naruto felt as though he had something to tell his elder brother. Aniki, do you remember when you asked me all those years ago what my dream for the future was? This had Kakashi interested, so he stopped eating and turned to face his little brother. Well, I've decided that my goal is gonna be to get everyone to see me as Naruto Uzumaki, not the nine-tailed demon fox. He uttered the last part in a very lower voice so that no one would hear. I want them to view me as a human and more than anything for them to trust me and respect me as a shinobi. The job with the ultimate amount of trust and respect around here is Kage. So I'm gonna aim to be Hokage someday. Kakashi smiled at hearing the dram, a very worthy one indeed. Naruto, someday you may just achieve it. Kakashi thought to himself. Later that night, Mindscape. He was drawn into his mindscape for the third time in his life. He wasted no time in getting to Rei's sealed area. It's nice to finally meet you at least. Now that I'm full of energy I feel like actually having a conversation. The first time didn't count, I was too tired to talk. The first time? Rei, that was the second time I've seen you. Naruto corrected. When else have you seen me? She asked, wondering why she didn't remember the first encounter. It was when I was little. You looked like you were being driven insane. You stared at the spot I was standing in, only you looked like you were looking right through me. I'm sorry you had to see me in such a state. Forgive me for doing this, but was there a reason you attacked Konoha? You don't seem like you have the temperament to do that sort of thing. Well, thank you for saying so, and I didn't choose to attack Konoha, I was forced. Forced? How? What could possibly be powerful enough to control a bijou? The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, only one man possess it, Madara Uchiha. He locked me into a state of nearly perpetual bloodlust. You outburst using some of my power must have finally freed me from whatever technique he used in the first place. Okay, that explains why you attacked, but not why you showed up. From what I've read, demons stay in another realm. What made you come here in the first place? This was a question that Ray really would rather not have answered. I was net here by Kami to be your companion over the ages. She responded carefully. My companion, over the ages. What are you talking about? Naruto asked dumbfounded. There was no easy way to put this. She'd have to say it outright. Naruto, you are immortal. I was sent as an immortal being, so you would have at least one friend to always be there with you, when all your mortal friends have died. Mindscape. She had dropped the bomb. Ray had told Naruto why she came to his world in the first place. She was to be his companion for the eternity that he lived. Naruto was not sure what to feel. He had just been told that he was immortal. What should he feel? Joy. Joy at being able to never die. Fear. The fear of being alone after all his friends had gone. How? Was all he could weakly ask. I don't know. All I know is that you are immortal. You're lying. The statement aroused Ray's curiosity. How did you come to that conclusion? Confused as to what possible logic he could have used to make such a statement. You said that you were to be my companion as I was immortal. If that were true, you would have only appeared on the exact day of my birth, but you were around for weeks before I was even born. Therefore, if I was not alive, there would be no way for you to tell whether I was immortal. That is incorrect. I appeared on the day of your hastening, she said as though it explained everything. Hastening? What do you mean? What is that? He asked, not understanding her explanation in the least. The time of hastening is when the soul of the baby enters the body. This happens on the last day of the 26th week of gestation. It is for this reason that it is considered a crime to kill an unborn baby beyond this point. You are effectively committing murder, and nothing can be more innocent than an unborn child. From this point on, the baby is considered truly alive as it houses a soul, and this is how we were able to tell that you were immortal. I see. I apologize. Well, what happens now? Nothing. You simply live your life however way you want to. You can take risks that most would never consider, though using caution is always advised. Ray counseled. Caution? What for? I'm invincible. Naruto asked. You are not invincible, only immortal. As such, you can still be defeated, or have you so swiftly forgotten what the Yondaime did to me? Ray responded in a very sharp manner. I understand. Naruto replied, somewhat sobered by the reality check that he was given. Naruto, we have discussed everything that I needed to discuss with you. Even if you have further questions, I don't feel as though I would have answers for you. Besides, it's almost time for you wake up. We can talk later. Real world. Naruto woke up and looked around his bedroom rather groggily. Was that all a dream? He asked himself. It was no dream, Naruto. Every bit of it was as real as the bed you are sitting on. Ray, how is it I'm able to hear you? I'm not by the seal anymore. Naruto asked, a little shocked. We have always shared a mental connection, though I was never in any state to use it. At the moment it is rather weak. I'm actually shouting at you and your voice is rather faint. With time the connection will grow stronger and we will be able to hear each other quite clearly, and you won't have to actually talk for me to hear, only think of what you are saying. All this will happen in time. She explained. Should I tell Aniki? He asked. I wouldn't, not until you, at least there is a need to tell him. There isn't any good that could come by informing him, she advised. Kakashi was already out. Naruto had assumed that he had gone to his day job as a Hokage's guard. It was something that always made Naruto laugh, the most powerful ninja in the village hiring guards. More like he used the ANBU that guarded him as a personal messenger service. Not bothering to check the time, Naruto left the house to head for the academy. He still tried to beat his best time every time he went there as Kakashi had suggested all those years ago. He had started out at 15 minutes to get there on his first day. It was now his goal to break the 5-minute mark, something that Kakashi could do without even thinking. He went to his regular classroom to find that nearly the whole class had passed the exam. He cast a look around the room. There had to be at least 30 people in the room. He walked over to his gang. All 11 other members were already present. Sasuke, Shikamaru, Chuji and Kiba were all discussing the potential team compositions. Shino and Sai, another boy who had joined their group over the years, were not contributing to the discussion, opting to listen instead. Hinata, Ino, and Sakura were discussing potential Jounin sensei appointments. Ami and Misao, another two that joined the gang after the Sasuke changed his attitude and became more amenable to approach, opted to only listen as they didn't have anything to contribute. Both came from civilian families. Sakura did as well, but there was something to be said for having your mother as head of the civilian council. Naruto greeted them all with simple, "Good morning." Before choosing to listen to snippets of both conversations, not really feeling like joining in this morning, he had a lot to think about. He wasn't given long to contemplate anything as his friends broke into his thoughts. It was Hinata that had spoken first. "Naruto-kun, is it true, you stole the forbidden scroll a few days ago? Father came home and mentioned that you were not far from being executed for such a crime." "Well, it is true, but I only did it because Mizuki failed me on the exam." One thought went simultaneously through all of his friends' heads. "Bunshin no Jutsu. He told me that it was an extra exam and that it was a stealth test. Well, I took it. Kakashi Onaikan trained me in stealth from a very young age. It should have been a piece of cake. Well, it was actually. I got the scroll really easily. When I was supposed to meet Mizuki, he tried to kill me and take the scroll. Irika-sensei took the hit from the Fuma Shuriken. He was in no condition to fight, and when I saw him injured I snapped. I knocked the stuffing out of him." Naruto purposefully left out the part where he ran away. Mentioning that would bring questions about why he ran away. He didn't feel like telling his friends about the Kyuubi being sealed within him. "How did you beat Mizuki? He is a Chunin." This was Shino now adding his thoughts. "Simple, a new jutsu." Naruto answered, "Here, watch. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Naruto exclaimed while forming a cross-shaped seal with his hands. Immediately 5 Narutos popped up in a cloud of smoke. His friends were amazed when they each picked up an item in the classroom just to emphasize that they could interact with their environment. Their amazement was short-lived as the clones were dispelled when Irika walked in. "Right, I don't have much to say, simply good luck in embarking on your ninja pathway. Now for the team announcements." This was the part that everyone was waiting for. Finding out who their teammates were and who was going to be their Jounin sensei. Team 1 will be Sai Komatsu, Ino Yamanaka and Ami Tanaka. Jounin sensei will be Anko Mitarashi. Team 2 will be. The group decided to let their attention wander until they heard another name that they actually cared about. A short while later they had their interest piqued as the heard. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno will comprise Team 7 with Kakashi Hatake as Jounin sensei. Team 8 will be Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. Jounin sensei is Kurenai Yuhi. Team 9 is still in circulation from last year, so Team 10 will be Shikamaru Nara, Misao Makamachi and Chuji Akimichi. Jounin sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. As the Jounin sensei's names were announced, they entered the room either by Sunshin, or by the conventional methods, like through the window or dropping from the roof. There was only one oddball that decided to use the door. They counted only 8 Jounin sensei, one was missing. Naruto automatically knew what to expect when his brother was announced as his sensei. The others got up and went off with their senseis, presumably to get to know not only their senseis but their teammates as well. "Well, we've got a bit of time to kill before our sensei shows up. What are we going to do?" Naruto asked, so they wouldn't be bored stiff for 2 hours. "How do you know that we have any time at all?" Sakura asked, confused that he could be so sure of a person before he had met them. "I live with Kakashi. If it's not an A-ranked mission or higher or a meeting with the Hokage, he shows up 2 hours late. So what are we going to do while we kill time?" "May as well train, nothing too hard." Perhaps chakra control exercises, or maybe light sparring. It was Sasuke to suggest the pastime. Light sparring sounds good to me. I hate chakra control exercise. Naruto cast his vote. I'm fine with whatever, so long as we pass the time in a way better than sitting around. Sakura put in her 2 cents worth. They took to the academy schoolyard and held something of a round robin where each person fought the other two at least once and tried to fight the two others in a tag team as well. They continued for quite a while until Kakashi shined into the arena and called them to sit by the swing in the yard. Kakashi sat on the swing while his 3 students lazed around on the floor around him, tired from their sparring. It's good you can use your time productively even when not being instructed to do so, but why don't I get straight to the point? My name is Kakashi Hitaki, I am to be your Jounin sensei. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Kakashi greeted them. It is only polite that we know something about you before we go spilling anything about ourselves, especially when you asked. It was Sakura that made the point. She wasn't sure how she was supposed to introduce herself, but found a better way of saying, I don't get what you want to know. Alright then, as you know, my name is Kakashi Hitaki. My likes include, reading, he said with a slight pause in his sentence. I don't really have any dislikes, no real hobbies to mention, only training and my dream for the future. Well, that's rather personal. By the end of the introduction, Sasuke and Sakura hadn't really learned that much, only Naruto had some inkling about their sensei, and even that wasn't a great deal. Sakura volunteered to go next. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like reading, training and getting stronger. I dislike people who underestimate me. Hobbies include training and reading. I don't really have a dream for the future. Sakura faltered slightly at the end. Don't worry, with time you may develop one. If you share with us in the future, we will try to help you along your path. Kakashi counseled. For a laid-back guy, he really did come out with some pearls of wisdom once in a while. Sasuke went next to fill in the silence that followed Kakashi's minor speech. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like training, learning new jutsu and tomatoes. Nobody was expecting that from one of the most stoic people that they knew and proceeded to face fault. My dislikes include arse kissers and fangirls. My dream for the future, well, I have two. The first is to resurrect the Uchiha clan. The second is to work hard, so that when I meet my brother, I can look him the eye as an equal, not the one desperately trying to catch up. Kakashi nodded. Admirable aspirations, Kakashi thought to himself. He had expected Sasuke to start talking about avenging the Uchiha clan, but instead he wants to live up to his brother's name. With the attitude that he currently has, anything is possible. Next came Naruto, the one Kakashi knew the most about, yet he let him do the introduction anyway. This was as much for the teammates as it was for the Jounin sensei. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes include ramen, training, and my older brother. Kakashi smiled at this. My dislikes include the time it takes for ramen to cook, people who judge before they even give you a chance, and my older brother's tardy ways. My dream for the future is to be Hokage. Right, so I have a potentially powerful kunoichi that is yet undirected, a boy that wants to resurrect his lost clan and be seen equal to the greatest of his clan, and one who wants to be recognized as the strongest in the village. This team has massive potential. Kakashi made his assessment in his head, unknowingly smiling at the team makeup. Well, now the introductions are over, I have a few notices. The first is that I want us all to meet at Training Ground 7 for a survival test. Before you ask, you don't need to bring any supplies other than a basic ninja side pouch. After all, it is me you are going to survive from. And by the way, I wouldn't eat if I were you. Kakashi watched with a sick grin as all of his students' faces twisted in horror, particularly Naruto, as he knew just how powerful Kakashi was. Well, if you don't have any questions, then I'm going to make myself scarce. He promptly shined out of there before another word was said. Sasuke and Sakura were about to leave when Naruto called out to them. Hold on, you two. I just want to tell you that you should eat something tomorrow. Naruto advised. He said not to eat anything. Sakura deadpanned. Think of that more like advice. Besides, I know how powerful he is. Fighting against him is asking for trouble, doing so on an empty stomach is suicide. With his message passed on, Naruto left the academy, Sasuke and Sakura following suit shortly after. When arriving home, Naruto found Kakashi making dinner, ramen for a change. This always put Naruto in a good mood. Naruto approached his older brother and carefully asked his question. Aniki, today's introductions reminded me of something you told me many years ago. You said that when I knew my dream for the future you would tell me yours. Will you still tell me? Kakashi looked at his little brother and realized that he had indeed said that all those years ago. My dream? There isn't much to it, though you will understand it a lot better later on. My dream is to convince several people to return to the village. Kakashi confided. You're right, I don't get it. Maybe someday I will. Maybe when I meet these people. Naruto replied. He didn't want to think about it for too long. After all, he had to get ready for tomorrow. Surviving his older brother will be no easy task. The next morning Kakashi was awoken by a very loud shout. Whoa sh. Kakashi, wake up. Naruto tells me you are planning on being late for your first true team meeting. This is most unyouthful. There beside Guy Mato was his young protege and carbon copy, Rock Lee. In an equally loud voice he screamed, Jai-sensei is right. You are being most unyouthful. It is very unyouthful to act in an unyouthful way. That made no sense whatsoever, Kakashi thought groggily. Oh, who cares, it's only Naruto anyway. Through the directions of a certain aging Hokage, Naruto had discovered that to get Kakashi to be on time, all you had to do was henge into Mato Guy or his student and Kakashi would be where you want him in a flash. Kai! Kakashi exclaimed. The image of Guy and Lee did not disappear. Kai, he tried again only for the same result. Whoa sh. Kakashi, stop with this unyouthful behavior. You must get to your team immediately. Guy boomed at top volume. The cogs were turning in Kakashi's head rather slowly. If the release technique doesn't work, then it must either be a really powerful henge or genjutsu, that or double exclamation mark, double exclamation mark, double exclamation mark, double exclamation mark, double exclamation mark. Kakashi let out a scream of pure terror that could be heard all over Konoha. In a certain training ground, a blonde laughed at the sound of the scream, while his two teammates just gave him a funny look, not getting the joke. The real Guy and Lee in my house, in my room, while I was asleep, defiling my humble abode with speeches of youthfulness. Kakashi thought quite wildly to himself. He bolted, got dressed as fast as he could and shined to training grounds. Guy had not seen his eternal rival move so fast in all his time knowing him. At the training grounds, Kakashi suddenly appeared in a swirl of leaves. He gained his bearings and found Naruto. Pointing an accusing finger at the blonde, he practically screamed, You're evil. How could you do such a thing, to your beloved Aniki of all people? I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Well, maybe you'll learn to be on time from now on. Naruto replied with a very large grin about his face. You will get yours, don't you worry, Naruto. Kakashi threatened almost maniacally. Well, now that we are all here, I have a test. This is to see if you will remain genin, or whether you will attend the academy for an entire year more before becoming genin. The test is simple to pass. All you have to do is obtain one of the bells from my waist. To make them realize exactly what bells he was talking about, he jingled them to draw their attention to the tiny bells attached to a sting. You have until lunchtime to acquire them. Begin. Upon his command, they all disappeared into the dense woodland nearby. Well, they can all hide quite well. Naruto should have no problem, but the other two surprised me. Kakashi thought out aloud. Elsewhere, Naruto was sitting with Sasuke and Sakura. We have to take him as a trio, it's the only way we are going to get those bells of his waist. He surmised. What about the one who will go back when we get the bells? Sakura asked, worried about having to go through the academy again. Sasuke spoke up this time. Think about what he said. Never once did he address us individually. He only said that to pass we had to obtain one of the bells on his waist. It's like a guarding mission, just in reverse. 3 people working together to protect a client. One person might take on any assailants while the other 2 are hanging back to take any that get through the initial blockade. Which one is the one completing the mission objective? All of them, even though they have different roles. Well, at least that's how I hope that he is seeing it. Naruto nodded in understanding. Well, I have a plan. It was hours later. Only 30 minutes before the end of the test and the trio had yet to make a move, all of a sudden Kakashi sensed some movement and saw Naruto clones en masse. Well, this is my chance to get even. Kakashi thought to himself as he watched the mass of orange approach. He tore into the mass, dispelling clones left, right and front. As he was fighting, the real Naruto snuck up behind him and latched on, holding Kakashi in place. Like you always said, Sensei, never let your opponent get behind you. Naruto advised, thinking about all the advice Kakashi had ever given him. You know what? You're absolutely right, Naruto, but you would do well to listen to your own advice, Kakashi replied before poofing out of existence. The real Kakashi was behind Naruto, blurring through a set of hand seals ending in the Tora. Instead of announcing a Katan Jutsu as Sasuke and Sakura expected, he proceeded to jam his fingers up Naruto's backside, sending him flying. While wincing in pain for their blonde teammate's misfortune, a genjutsu was laid by Sakura. It simply showed Sasuke attempting to engage Kakashi in a taijutsu match. They figured it would be only moments before Kakashi worked out that it was a genjutsu. It was in this time that Sasuke would rush out as well, in attempt to steal the bells while his sensei was still caught in the jutsu. A rather simple plan, then again some of the simplest plans often worked the best. The only hitch was the timing necessary on both Sakura and Sasuke's part. If Sakura laid the genjutsu too early, it would be noticed and swiftly dispelled. Too late and Sasuke would run out and gain the full attention of their sensei, thus wasting Naruto's noble sacrifice. Should Sasuke run out before the genjutsu was placed, then he would have to deal with a very powerful ninja with his full concentration on him. Too late and he would miss the narrow window of opportunity that Sakura had given him. Both parts were timed perfectly. The only problem was that his bells were so small that there was nothing to grab onto while he was fighting a genjutsu. Sasuke made his decision. He grabbed not only the bells but a handful of Kakashi's ANBU-style pants and indiscriminately ripping the both of them away. Without part of his waistband holding up his pants, the rest of his kit fell to the ground, revealing floral design boxers. Sakura turned red. Sasuke was dumbstruck, though nobody could work out if it was because of his sensei's choice in underwear or simply because he was faced with a pants-off Kakashi. Naruto for his part was trying to laugh. Well, that's what you get for sticking your fingers up my arse. He taunted his older brother. A second later the time went off, signaling midday had arrived and that the test was officially over. Kakashi gathered his students for some feedback. Very good all of you, you all pass. And Sasuke, very good reasoning on why I should let you pass. All three looked utterly perplexed. Nobody had spoken yet. What? You think that I didn't know where you were from the start? You guys may be talented for genin, but there is a reason I am a jounin. Sakura was the first to catch on. Wait, if you knew what we were going to do you could have stopped it and we would have never got the bells. It was never about the bells, Sakura. Kakashi informed. That was merely a test to see if you could work as a team. Your teammates are your friends and your allies, you are their lifeline, as they are yours. To quote a friend, those who abandon the mission are scum. Those who abandon their comrades are lower than that. This is something that I take very seriously. No matter what, I won't ever abandon you. Now that we have done our exam we have to report into the Hokage. He has an announcement regarding all teams. Just as they were walking away Naruto stopped to ponder something. Kakashi-sensei, you remember how you promised to teach me the super awesome, ultra flashy jutsu? Well, there is no such thing, is there? Kakashi looked at Naruto wondering what the hell he was on about before realizing. He means that bogus jutsu name I made up to calm him down. Kakashi's face blew up trying to contain his laughter. He failed spectacularly. He was on all fours banging the ground in laughter. After a short explanation to Sasuke and Sakura they too were rolling around on the floor, holding their sides. Shut up! Naruto yelled at them. I was like 4 years old. How was I to know? Seeing that he wasn't going to get through to them he walked off in a huff. A short while later we find not only Team 7 but Teams 1, 8 and 10 at the Hokage's office waiting for the announcement about their teams. Seeing that the last of the teams had arrived Sarutobi began. First of all, congratulations on passing your Jounin instructor's exams and becoming official genin of Konoha. Now the announcement that will affect you all is as follows. The teams of 1, 7, 8, and 10 are hereby disbanded until further notice. There was an outcry from all in the room. They were comfortable with their teams and wanted nothing changed. Sarutobi held up a wizened hand to stem the complaints. Despite the situation, all noise stopped. He was the Kage for a reason. In a manner of speaking, this matter was taken out of my hands. The civilian council as well as the village elders requested, or more precisely, demanded special training be given to a member of your number. Me. Sasuke voiced. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. He knew how so many worshipped him and how he hated it. It was one of the things that Itachi had hated the most. Worship for belonging to the Uchiha clan, as if there was no greater honor. As such, instead of giving only one of your members special training, I have removed the teams to provide all of you with special training. Some will receive instruction in areas where others will not. Naruto raised his voice this time. In other words, you're not gonna waste time teaching us pointless things if we will never use it, or simply can't. Like me with Genjutsu. That aside, there are many reasons for doing this. The first is to satisfy the demands of the council. If it were only the civilian council, I could have ignored the request, but seeing as the recommendation comes from all three of the village's elders, I don't have that luxury. The second reason for doing this is that you all maintain the bond that you have developed since your academy days. The teams I put you on may not necessarily be your permanent ones. You were just placed with people that I thought you would have the hardest time working with. Sarutobi eyed everyone before realizing that they were silent and waiting for him to continue. Well then, on to what you will be learning and from whom. You will all learn to develop the 3 academy basics of ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu. Only Naruto will be exempt from genjutsu because it is, as he already said, he will never be able to use it. Ninjutsu will be taken by Kakashi Hatake, genjutsu will be taken by Kurenai Yuhi, and taijutsu will be run in conjunction with Madogai's Genin Cell. This prevents over-specialization and you will be able to deal with any kind of situation out in the field in the future. Someone decided to interrupt the Hokage, wondering about the team placements, an interruption that he was glad for as he was quickly growing tired of talking for so long. Hokage-sama, will there be any changes to the teams? Anko asked, wondering about the placement of Ino on her team instead of the traditional Ino Shikacho team. Actually yes, Ino and Miseo will be swapping teams. There were reasons that I had them on those teams in the first place, but they blew away any doubts I had by passing their Genin exam. A simple nod from Anko told her leader that she understood and accepted the change in her team composition, when teams were actually active. This is only the basic training everybody will receive. Hinata, Shino and Kiba will receive training from Konoha's tracking unit. Miseo Makamachi, Ami Tanaka and Sai Komatsu seem to all have an attraction towards weapons usage, so they will receive extra training in this area from Anko Mitarashi. The Ino Shikacho team will receive training from their fathers in team tactics and in information gathering. Everyone looked excited by the prospect of learning such interesting thing from the given senseis. Sakura and Naruto looked a little disheartened at not having a specialty area in which to train in. Sarutobi noticed the look and would address it privately. He turned to look at Sasuke and gave him a choice. You are supposed to take all the areas with your classmates, but I'm going to let you pick what you will and will not do. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I will take all fields, except for the training with the Ino Shikacho team, that training is specifically set up for them. My brother was never 1 week in one area. If I truly want to compare to him, then I must have a strong basis in all areas. Very well then. Now that you all understand what you will be doing, this is how I will work. The first 3 days of each week will be dedicated to one of the 3 base disciplines, taijutsu, genjutsu or ninjutsu. The next day will be training for the Ino Shikacho team and weapons training with Anko Mitarashi. The day after will be the tracking training for Team 8. If you feel you want to look into another area of expertise, simply to build your knowledge, then all you have to do is meet at the training ground in the morning with the specialty team. Sarutobi paused to collect his thoughts. The 5th day will comprise of missions where you will randomly be assigned into groups to foster teamwork amongst all of you. The 6th day will be Churka exercises. This will build control as well as your reserves. I should mention that all through the week you will be doing the most grueling work imaginable to build up your physical stamina. While Mato Guy cannot be instructing the whole time as he has his own genin team to tend to, he has been kind enough to provide us with a list of exercises that he has suggested to train your bodies to their peak. Lastly, the 7th day is a day of rest. There will be no training as it is important to allow your bodies time to adjust and grow with your training regimen. If there are no questions, everybody except for Naruto and Sakura are dismissed. Everybody milled out of the office except for 3, Naruto, Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi opted to stay back as both of his students were being spoken to. The Hokage first turned to Sakura. Sakura, I was wondering if you would be interested in becoming a medical ninja. You certainly seem to have the chakra control and a head that could easily get around the inner workings of the human body. Well, I don't have a specialized area yet, and if you think that it would be a good idea, then I'm more than happy to give it a try, Hokage-sama. Very well, then report to the hospital tomorrow. By then I will have arranged for a sensei for you to learn from. Sensing the finality in his tone, Sakura left, leaving only Naruto, Kakashi and the Hokage in the room. Well, Naruto, it seems without genjutsu and a speciality you have some areas to cover. That is why I have arranged for you to learn a sword style with Gekko Heiate. He is a recently retired ANBU that I have arranged to teach you sword skills. And the final area to cover requires a test. Reaching into his desk, he drew out a small piece of paper. Naruto, this is chakra paper. It responds to your chakra element. Seeing the confused look on Naruto's face, he realized that a better explanation was in order. Chakra has an elemental affinity, sometimes multiple affinities. These elements are water, fire, wind, lightning and earth. When you channel chakra into this paper, it will respond accordingly. Water and it will dampen, fire and it will burn, wind will cause it to split, it will crumple if it is lightning, and it will crumble to dust if earth. Curious, Naruto instantly grabbed the paper and channeled some chakra into it. The paper split very evenly before starting to burn. The split happened so forcefully it was ridiculous, but that paled in comparison to the burning. It started out as a smolder before the paper burst into a white flame, causing Sarutobi and Kakashi to go wide-eyed. Well, it seems that you have a very high affinity for both wind and fire jutsu. It just so happens that Asuma is a wind user and I am a fire element. We will teach you jutsu from the corresponding areas. Now Naruto had his 2 areas to occupy himself while everybody did their own thing. He was more than happy. In fact, he was ecstatic about learning from the Hokage himself. As Kakashi and Naruto left using the door, Sarutobi looked at Naruto's retreating back and thought to himself, I know your letter told me that Naruto needed his letter by the time he was a genin, but I honestly don't think that he is ready for that. At least I'm providing him some decent training instead of your clan's techniques. Minato, Kushina, please forgive me. Naruto, I hope you will understand and not hate me for too long. And so it was that the group trained and trained. True to his word, the genin nearly collapsed every day after their workouts. The work from Guy was ridiculous. Added to that, anyone that trained with Enko nearly lost a limb from her training methods, which were more easily likened to torture methods. If anyone thought that Kakashi was going to be lazy in training them in ninjutsu, they were in for a rude awakening. Those that thought Kurenai Yuhi would take it easy on them due to her gentle and kind nature were also shocked at how much of a slave driver she could be. From either area of specialty, many nearly ended up on the verge of chakra exhaustion. Naruto was the only one who could move after Kakashi's sessions. Nobody survived Guy's taijutsu training methods. Even Naruto with his legendary stamina collapsed after such an intense workout. To their defense, there was only one person on Guy's team that could handle that as well, Rock Lee. Sakura applied herself very heavily to her studies in medical ninjutsu. It was staggering just how much she could remember after one session with her sensei in the area, Megumi Takani. In less than a week she had memorized what situation called for which jutsu and had learned the 2 most basic jutsu from Megumi. The first was Shosen Jutsu, used for healing cuts, bruises and most forms of injury. The second was Dokamiki no Jutsu, used for extracting poisons. As Sarutobi had said, she had excellent chakra control which aided in learning the jutsu. Naruto was worked to the bone by Gekko Heiate, Asuma and his father, the Hokage. Gekko did not teach Naruto anything specific, only the correct way to swing a sword. It was one thing to swing a sword, but if the body parts were moved in the correct order then the seeing could be all the more devastating. 1. Asuma and the Hokage left him near chakra depletion after every training session, which said quite a lot considering his near-infinite supply of chakra. So far he had learned Enden, Hozenka no Jutsu and was on his way to learning Ryuka no Jutsu. He had mastered the Daitapa, though was struggling with actually forming a blade of wind for the Kaze no Yaiba. The two most enjoyable times that the group had together were performing missions to build their teamwork and the chakra exercises. When the group first attempted the tree walking, it drove Naruto nuts that Hinata and Sakura could walk 3/4 of the tree on the first try and by the second managed to do the whole thing. Shino and Sai had the best luck out of the boys, though only getting halfway up. Kiba and Sasuke practically destroyed their trees by applying too much chakra, while Misao landed straight on her backside after using too little. The missions were for the most part enjoyable. The mission enjoyed the most was walking the Inazuka dogs, while the most hated was catching Tora, a cat belonging to the fire daimyo's wife. It was Kiba's dearest wish to present that cat on a stick to Sasuke, who would then proceed to torch it with any one of his katan jutsu. He would then have loved to have fed the delicacy to the dogs in the Inazuka kennel. It was early morning and the rookie 12 was in the Hokage's office collecting mission assignments. Well, I have a pleasant surprise for you all. You all have enough D-rank missions under your belt to participate in AC rank. The missions are as follows. Team 1 will be heading to a small village to protect livestock from some bandits, Team 8 will be carrying a document from Konoha to Taki no Kuni and Team 10 will be guiding a merchant from Kusa no Kuni to Konoha for so he can sell his wares. Each team's sensei picked up the mission scroll before telling their team to meet at a gate in a short while prepared for the mission. Team 7 remained in the office as they were yet to receive their mission. Thank you for waiting patiently while the other teams got their assignments. His words came not a moment too soon as Naruto had been about to angrily ask about their C-rank mission. Your mission requires an introduction. He stated to the team before yelling to someone out of the room, send Tsunade-san in. A short man with gray hair walked in. Even from the distance they were at it was still possible to smell the stench of alcohol about his as he entered the room. What's the idea? Giving me a girl to guard me back to my home? Before he had even blinked all three genin were around him with a kunai pointed at a different vital point. Sasuke spoke first. We work as one. An insult to our teammate is the same as insulting us. We will not tolerate such a thing. He stated with a smirk. Besides, you've just seen our skills firsthand. Sakura piped up, rest assured that Kakashi-sensei is a jounin and can handle anything we cannot. She finished, lowering her weapon, her teammates following suit. Kakashi was proud, though you couldn't see it through the face mask. Alright, meet at the village's main gates in an hour. Pack only the essentials for our mission. In other words, some food, any weapons and some camping supplies. 3 hours later. After Kakashi had managed to avoid Naruto for the 2 hours that he was late, the group had finally set off for Nami no Kuni. The trip was interspersed by little bits of chit-chat, some of which focusing on Tsunade's home village. So Tsunade, what is Nami no Kuni like? Sakura was the one who had asked. It's a peaceful little village. We're mainly based on fishing and there isn't any real threat of shinobi as we aren't a ninja village. A couple of hours through the mission 4 people noticed a genjutsu in the form of a puddle on the ground. Well, 3 people noticed. Naruto, still not quite adept at actually detecting minor fluctuations of chakra, had his own process. It hasn't rained in days, it's been pretty bright and the land is flat so that water isn't run off from somewhere. This is a trap. Thank Kami Aniki taught me to always question my surroundings. No sooner than Naruto had come to his conclusion, 2 figures emerged from the puddles and started attacking. They both had Kirigakure Hitayatesh on, though they were slashed, indicating that they were Nuke-nin. They were dressed in black cloaks with a clawed gauntlet on opposing hands and a chain linking their other 2 hands. Their first move was to remove Kakashi. They did so almost effortlessly, wrapping him up in the chain before shredding him to pieces with a sharp tug at each end of the chain. Not even stopping after killing Kakashi, they turned their attention to Tsunade. The 3 genins didn't even get time to contemplate their sensei's death, they waited for their foes to come to them. Sakura stayed put and guarded Tsunade while Sasuke and Naruto were the ones to meet the enemy head-on. Sasuke simply got inside the wild slashes and strikes that one of the pair was dishing out, simply choosing to thrust the butt of his kunai into his throat, preventing him from breathing and stopping him in his tracks. In these vital few seconds Sasuke knocked him out. Naruto parried the gauntlet of his opponent into a tree. With the chain now at full stretch and the mostly free opponent unconscious while his counterpart was struggling to free himself from the tree, the danger had now passed. Kakashi reappeared looking as calm as ever. "You're alive." Tsunade was shocked. He had seen him get torn to shreds with his own eyes. "Of course he is," Sakura admonished. "If we genin could notice such an obvious trap, what do you think the odds on a jounin not noticing are?" "Slim to none is my guess." "Great work everybody." "Naruto, you got careless, you have a cut in your hand. Their weapons have poison on them, I can deal with that. Megumi-sensei taught me the Dokamiki no Jutsu already." Sakura offered. "Then please do so. I first have to question these two chunin, then depending on what they say I may have a few questions for you Tsunade-san, that unless you want to save me the trouble and tell me why they were after you in the first place." Fine." Tsunade reluctantly agreed. "I'm a bridge builder. I'm currently in the middle of a project that will link Nami no Kuni to the mainland. Well, there is a businessman that doesn't like the idea. His name is Gato, the shipping magnate?" Kakashi asked, slightly intrigued. "The same. Well, he controls the waters around Nami, he who controls the water controls everything. So I'm trying to build this bridge so we will be free of his terror. You do realize that you have knowingly broken our contract. Encountering a shinobi automatically bumps this up to AB rank mission. Should we encounter a jounin, then the mission status goes up to a rank. We are well within our rights to refuse the mission and turn back." Tsunade paled at the news. "But if you do, we will never be free of Gato's reign. Please reconsider. I'll leave the decision to my students." Kakashi replied. The three genin all looked at each other. Naruto then spoke for them. "I don't know about legalities all that much, but Kakashi-sensei did say, those who abandon the mission are scum, those who abandon those in need are lower than that. If we turn back we are both abandoning the mission and someone in need. I say we continue the mission." "Agreed," was all that was necessary from both Sasuke and Sakura. "While those weren't my exact words, you summed it up pretty well. It looks like we are continuing." Kakashi summed up his group interaction and decided on the course of action to be taken. Tsunade let out a rather audible sigh of relief. For hours the troop walked, not really saying much. That was until Naruto decided to throw a kunai into a thicket of bushes. They went over to check what had tripped his senses. Upon seeing a small white rabbit, Sakura scolded him. "Naruto, what are you trying to do? Scare me to death? Everyone is already on edge from the attack and now you've hurt the poor thing." Using Shosen Jutsu she healed the nick in the rabbit's ear before setting it free. Kakashi was thinking on a far different wavelength. "That's a snow rabbit. They only have white fur in the winter when there is low sun. It's now summer, so its fur should be brown. This rabbit was raised indoors, possibly for a kawarimi jutsu." Then he heard something as though it was flying through the air coming towards them. "Get down," was all he had time to roar at the other four. The three genin quickly ducked while Kakashi pulled Tsunade out of harm's way. Not a moment later a Zanbato flew overhead. Anyone that had been too late in ducking would have been decapitated. The giant sword embedded itself into a nearby tree and a man appeared on the handle. He was wearing shinobi pants and sandals, but no upper body coverings. Like Kakashi he also had a face mask on, his consisting of thin strips of material. "Momochi Zabuza, demon of the hidden mist." Kakashi said aloud, though to no one in particular. "I'm honored you know me, copy nin Kakashi," Zabuza coolly replied. The three genin tensed ready for a fight. "No, you three, guard Tsunade. This one is in league far above the others," he instructed his genin. "I'm going to need this," he continued, lifting up his headband and revealing his Sharingan. The Sharingan? How did he get that? No Uchiha I can ever remember would ever willingly part with it. It was a matter of pride for them that the Sharingan stay within the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was genuinely shocked. He had never expected his sensei's covered eye socket to contain a Sharingan eye. Kakashi, I've been hired to kill that man. Care to step aside? Zabuza tested his luck, knowing that Kakashi was hired to protect Tsunade. Sorry, no deal. Kakashi firmly answered, before entering a defensive stance. Didn't think so, though I thought I would at least show some courtesy to another professional. The words were barely out of his mouth before he appeared in the middle of the defense formation Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura had set up. Before he could do any damage, he was quickly taken out by Kakashi with a kunai to his side. Where blood was leaking out they only saw water. Mizu Bunshin, Kakashi mused out loud. A moment later Kakashi was cut cleanly in two, only to burst into water as Zabuza had done. Zabuza then found himself with a kunai to his neck. I win Zabuza. Not quite Kakashi. Zabuza said as he swung his Zanbatsu, Kobikiri Hocho, to Kakashi's neck. Realizing the trouble he was in, Kakashi changed his position, ensuring that he slashed the Mizu Bunshin's neck to kill it while he brought his kunai into a position to block the slash. The swing had too much power in it and Kakashi was knocked out off balance. It was all the opening that Zabuza needed to kick him onto the surface of a nearby body of water. Zabuza smirked. Just where I want you. He thought to himself. Before Kakashi had regained his senses he had appeared next to him. Suiro no Jutsu, Zabuza announced his jutsu and almost immediately Kakashi was trapped in a sphere of water. That sphere is stronger than steel Kakashi, there is no chance of escape, as your last sight, I will kill off your genin along with the old man in front of you before I kill you. A Mizu Bunshin formed from one of the previously destroyed ones. Naruto created a mass of Kage Bunshins and sent them all to attack the Mizu Bunshin. They dog-piled the Zabuza Bunshin before all being sent flying. The clone dispersed a second later. It appeared that at least one of the clones had managed to stab Zabuza with a kunai before being sent flying. What are you doing? You can't beat him. Just run. Get out of here. Kakashi tried to save his students from the fate he was to have in only a short while. Kakashi-sensei, we lost that option when you got captured. Sasuke replied. After all, it was you that said those who abandon their teammates are lower than trash. Sakura finished for him, using Kakashi's own words against him. Sasuke threw a Fuma shuriken at Zabuza. He caught it in his hand, only to jump over the second shuriken hidden in the shadows. The second shuriken poofed into a Naruto Bunshin and threw a kunai at Zabuza. Zabuza used the shuriken in his hand to deflect the incoming kunai. Damn it. Sasuke growled in frustration. I was sure that would work. The teamwork displayed by Naruto and Sasuke was unreal, but in the face of such a powerful ninja it was pointless. Naruto came up with an idea. Our attacks have been too focused. Sasuke gave him sidelong glance to tell him that he was listening. Our attacks were direct. If we create an attack that is too wide a range for him to dodge, then he has no choice but to let Kakashi-sensei free. I'm gonna need you to create the most powerful fireball you can. He explained, still addressing Sasuke. Sasuke didn't question, but did as he was asked. Katan, Enden. A fireball 8 feet in diameter blossomed from Sasuke's mouth. While in mid-flight there was a sudden cry from Naruto. Futon, de Tapa. The fireball went from 8 feet to 20. Zabuza paled. He had one hand tied up so he could not perform the Suijin Hiki and it was far too large to somehow dodge from his stationary position. The other hand was providing a protective layer of water around Kakashi. It was a lose-lose situation. He released the jutsu and both ninja leaped in different directions at the last second to escape the rapidly approaching blaze. Both men settled on the water and started to go through a long set of hand seals. The amazing thing was that they were doing the exact same hand seals at the exact same time. Stop copying me. Zabuza started. You irritating monkey. Kakashi finished for him. They hollered the jutsu name at the same time. Suitun, Suryuden no Jutsu, the gigantic dragons that appeared as a result of the jutsu fought for dominance, neither winning, sending water in all directions when they collapsed. Seeing that neither jutsu had succeeded, both began doing hand seals once more, both doing the exact same hand seals. How are you copying my every move? Can you see into the future? Yes, I can. Zabuza, your future is death. Kakashi finished the jutsu a fraction of a second before Zabuza. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. A giant vortex appeared and slammed Zabuza against the tree that his sword had originally lodged in. When the water had receded, Kakashi walked over calmly and attempted to finish the job. A senbon flashed through the air and hit Zabuza in the neck, stilling all movement. Kakashi looked over for the source and saw a young Oinin. Walking over to the body, he checked for vital signs. With none found, he walked away and the Oinin approached the body. Thank you for stopping him. I have been tracking this one for quite some time. Understanding that the role of an Oinin was to eliminate Nuke-nin, the three genin remained silent through the exchange. By the end, the Oinin had shunshined away with the body, presumably in order to dispose of the body. Kakashi turned to the group and suggested that they move towards Tsunade's house. Mid-sentence he collapsed due to chakra exhaustion. He had used his Sharingan for quite a while in conjunction with two jutsu that require a considerable amount of chakra. The duty of carrying Kakashi home was rotated between all three genin as they made their way back to Tsunade's home in Nami. Team 7 and Tsunade had arrived at Tsunade's house only a few short hours ago. There they had met his daughter Tsunami and her son Inari. They had arrived late at night, so they were all tired. Skipping an evening meal, all five went to bed only to. The following morning everybody was awake. Kakashi was now moving around with the aid of crutches that Tsunade had somehow procured. There was a very tense silence between the ninja. Sakura was the first to breach the silence. Kakashi-sensei, the other day, with the Oinin, something seemed off. Kakashi gave her a very serious look. It said that he had his own suspicions, but he wanted to hear hers first. In training with both Megumi-sensei and Enko-sensei, they both said that it was really hard to kill with a senbon, though I do know we use them in some medical treatments. Kakashi looked at them all. You have all been taught the role of an Oinin. Can any of you remember anything about the disposal method? All three looked completely out at sea, so Kakashi gave them some extra information. Not how they do it, but where. Realization first dawned on Sasuke. They dispose of the body wherever it lands, circumstances permitting. That Oinin took the body away. We don't know what became of it. Correct, it is possible to place a person in a near-death state with senbon needles, but only if the aim is good enough. Also, the Oinin is supposed to take only the head back to the village and destroy the rest. The one we saw did not. It is possible that it was in league with Zabuza. Naruto connected the rest of the dots and simply said it out loud what everyone had alluded to. So, Zabuza is still alive. Tsunade had only walked in on the back half of the conversation, and Naruto's summation made him pale in fear. There was still a man out there who wanted his head and was powerful enough to take down his guards. So what are we going to do? Naruto asked. We train. We will most likely be surrounded by water when we face him again. I'm going to teach you a few water techniques to take advantage of it. Mizu Bunshin and Suijin Hiki would be most useful. This is more about getting you to survive this long enough for me to get there, rather than actually take him on. If there is time, we can try to get to Teppadama. I doubt we will get time though. From what I understand, we have about a week before he will recover. I just hope I'm recovered by then as well. A short while later we find Team Even out by a lake. Kakashi had taken them there to learn the suggested jutsu. Right, these are the hand signs for making a Mizu Bunshin. It's very much like making a normal Bunshin, though you must focus on bringing a replica of yourself out of the surrounding water. Kakashi demonstrated the hand signs for the three. Naruto, you will not be learning this. With your Kage Bunshin, it's pointless to learn another jutsu so similar right now. You are going to focus on learning the Suijin Hiki. Like he did for Sasuke and Sakura, he demonstrated the hand seals before overseeing their progress. By the end of the day, all three had made some progress. Sasuke could only partly perform the jutsu. Most of her attempts failed before they could even take a hit, meaning that she was either putting in too much churka, resulting in the clone exploding, or too little, meaning it collapsed almost instantly. Sasuke was simply having problems getting his image to form out the surrounding water. Naruto was having the greatest difficulty out of the three, something that Kakashi attributed to his extreme fire affinity. He simply could not get the water to move in the way that was necessary in order to perform a protective shield against whatever attack was coming his way. Kakashi watched his student train till late in the afternoon when he decided that it was enough for one day. He called them in and told them it was time to go home to rest and relax and try to perfect the techniques the next day. At the dinner table there was hardly any conversation. The three genin were all too tired to talk, so they simply ate. Inari was eating with the group for once, and it was him that broke the silence. "Why do you all try so hard?" he asked the group. He had watched them through the day's training. "Because we have a mission to complete. Because if we die here we can't fulfill any of our dreams. If you will die here, all of you are going to die," he proclaimed. "You don't know what it's like living here, and yet you think that you're gonna change everything. You don't know how hard life is here." Naruto cut in on his rant. "We may not live here, but we know better than anyone else what a hard life can be. We are ninja, we are soldiers. We could die on a mission. We could die on this mission, trying to help people that don't even seem to want to help themselves. Tell me that when you are our age and you get a job, just how often it is that you could be facing death, then tell me how hard your life really is." His hands were clenched in fists of rage. He couldn't stand it anymore. He got up and left, leaving everyone at the table and his dinner unfinished. He went to the nearby forest to blow off steam. It wasn't that he wanted to train, he just wanted to lay into something. He went to a fairly densely wooded area and just started pummeling into the nearest tree. He was punching a divot into the tree's trunk. It wasn't good enough. He started to kick it, leaving large welts in the side. It still wasn't enough. He stepped back and screamed out, "Kaze no Yaiba." The tree was cleanly sliced in half. When he was finished he was left panting, not from the effort, but trying to rein in his raging emotions. "Are you all right?" a voice rang through the trees. When Naruto looked around he was greeted with the sight of what he would later describe as one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen. She was 5 feet 1 inch with long black hair and dark brown eyes. She was wearing a pink kimono with small purple designs all over it. While the kimono wasn't very form-fitting, you could still see that she took care of her body and at least stayed trim. The thing that most took his attention was her face. It was the perfect shape and nothing seemed out of proportion. She smiled at him and he quickly realized that he was staring at her. He quickly averted his gaze and suddenly found great interest in the ground between them. "Are you all right?" the girl repeated. "I'm fine, just blowing off some steam. My name is Haku. Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto responded, realizing that she was waiting for him to tell her his name. The girl smiled warmly at him. If Naruto had realized who he was talking to he may not have been so relaxed. She recognized him as one of Kakashi's students immediately. The blonde hair and whisker marks were a dead giveaway. "So, what are you doing all the way out here?" Naruto put the question back to her. "Collecting medicinal herbs. My friend is sick, would you like some help?" Naruto offered after a short pause. "Yes, that would be appreciated." Haku and Naruto collected the herbs she was looking for after she showed him a basket half full of what she was looking for. Midway through their searching Haku broke the silence once again. "Naruto, you're a ninja, right?" "Yes, how did you know?" "Your headband tells me so." "Well, I was wondering, why do you fight?" "Because if I don't then I will be killed." "It's kill or be killed. You misunderstand. Do you fight for power? Or is it money? Is it because the life of a ninja is fun? Or do you fight to protect friends and other loved ones?" Naruto was quiet for quite a while as he thought through his answer. For what reason did he fight? His dream was to become Hokage. The Hokage was the one responsible for looking after and protecting all of the people in his village. He had his answer. "I fight to protect. Protect my friends, my older brother and one day, maybe a family." He finally responded. "That is a good reason to fight. Those that have someone to protect will one day find true strength." She said no more. Naruto pondered her message in his head. She had finished picking herbs. "Thank you for your help. I will be leaving now." "Wait. Would you like to meet here tomorrow? Just to talk. Same place same time." Haku looked at him for a second, into his eyes. It was the first time that she actually noticed how beautifully blue they were. They seemed almost as if they were pleading her to say yes. She hesitated before answering, "Yes. I will see you here tomorrow," she replied before turning and disappearing into the night. Naruto also turned and went back to the house, ready for another day of training. On her way back to the base, Haku was thinking to herself about what kind of a mess she had gotten herself into. She had met a member of the enemy and could have easily taken him out, yet she didn't. If Zabuza had found out about that, then she would have to deal with the fallout involved from that. Worse still, she had arranged to meet the boy again. She knew it was dangerous and perhaps stupid, getting friendly with someone that she may end up fighting, but she couldn't bring herself to harm him. That night Gato and two of his personal guards, Zori and Waraji, paid Zabuza and Haku a visit. "Zabuza, I'm paying you to kill an old man. It should not be that difficult. He is being guarded by Kakashi Hatake, one of Konoha's elite ninja. I don't care. Get rid of him or—" Gato made to reach for Zabuza to emphasize the point he was about to make when Haku grabbed his hand. "You are unworthy of even touching Zabuza-sama," Haku said with an icy voice while crushing the bones in Gato's hand. Gato's guards went to draw their swords, but before they had them halfway unsheathed, Haku was already by their sides with a senbon poised to strike, both aimed at the kidney. Getting the message, the three men left. "You didn't have to do that, you know. I could have handled that myself." "True, but you need to rest, particularly after being put in a near-death state," Haku replied. Zabuza left it at that and tried to get some sleep. The next day seemed like a blur to Naruto. He, Sakura and Sasuke went and practiced the techniques shown to them by Kakashi. They practiced on their own as Kakashi was given time to rest from his battle with Zabuza. While they were training, Sasuke and Sakura had filled in Naruto about the Inari and his history with a man named Kaiza. It turned out that the man had saved Inari from drowning, and ever since Inari had worshipped Kaiza as his hero, eventually the pair becoming as close as father and son. Kaiza was hailed as a hero all over Wave when he saved the village from being flooded by braving terrible currents in order to close a dam gate that had burst open. When Gato appeared, Kaiza confronted about his business dealings. For his boldness and public display of opposing Gato, he cut Kaiza's arms off in a public execution. Since then Inari had never been the same. They finished at the same time they had the day before, going back to the house for dinner. Naruto once again walked out in the middle of the meal, this time in a far better mood. He waited in a clearing for Haku, near where he had met her yesterday. When he saw her he smiled, then his eyes were drawn to a small rabbit in her arms and he immediately tensed. She noticed the subtle changes in his demeanor and asked him about it. "Naruto-san, what's wrong? Are you not happy to see me?" "That rabbit." He started. "I've seen that rabbit before. It was right before Zabuza attacked us," he told her. "Now that I think about it, I never saw the Oinin's face that came for him. They had a mask on." She tensed as well. Not everything was given away, all he had alluded to was that she was the Oinin from the other day, which she was. He still had said that he believed that she was working with Zabuza. "She may not have to kill him yet. My team and I, we think that the Oinin from the other day was working with Zabuza. After all, they are supposed to destroy the body where it falls and take the head back to the village as proof of the kill." He had gone and said what she did not want to hear. If he had gone on believing that she had actually disposed of the body, then she could have let him live, but now, the choice was taken out of her hands. Haku settled into a fighting stance. Naruto remained still. "Why? Why did you not kill me when I was unaware yesterday? Why did you agree to come and talk with me again today?" "Because I couldn't bring myself to do it. I had no real reason to kill you, but now you know, you can report back to your sensei." "That makes no sense. We would have ended up fighting at some point anyway, surely you must have realized that and still you let me live." "Why?" "It's because it's not in your nature to kill, isn't it?" Haku remained silent. He took her silence as a signal to continue. "Why do you still stand by him if all he requires you to do is kill, something that you seem to detest?" She looked at him with burning eyes. "Because killing for Zabuza-sama gives me a purpose. He saved me from a path of nothingness. He gave me a use, to be his tool, to kill when he requires me to be discarded when the tool outlived its usefulness. All I needed to do remain his tool was not become useless and always have a function." Naruto's gaze softened as he heard her reasons. Would you tell me about it? About your life? Haku looked at him as though she was having some sort of great internal debate. She finally steeled herself to tell him her story. I used to live in Kurigakure with my mother and father as villagers. It was a simple life, but we were happy for a time. All around us was the blood wars and mist. Anybody with a Kekii Genkai was killed, they were feared. One day I was playing with water, when I managed to levitate it. She paused to draw a breath, checking if Naruto was still listening. To her surprise he still was. I was so excited, so I showed my mother. She looked at me like I was doing something horrible and slapped me for it. My concentration broke and the water dropped to the floor, but it was too late, my father had already seen. Neither one of us realized that he was there. The next time we saw him was with a group of men. They killed my mother before turning to me. I had no choice, I killed them all. I still have no recollection to this day about how, but all I remember was everything being painted in red. Her throat was starting to get dry from talking so much, but still she pressed on. After that I wandered, eating out of the trash, doing whatever I could to survive. I lived like this for some time before Zabuza-sama found me. He took me in and trained me, taught me everything he knew. I was to be his personal weapon. For the first time in a long time I was happy. I had a purpose. You were persecuted for something out of your control. Naruto said solemnly. If you detest killing as you do, why do you do it? Why should you have to kill? Why fight us when you don't want to? Can you understand? Not having a dream, not being needed by anyone, the pain of merely being alive, even if the purpose seems incorrect. As though you were using the tool for a purpose it was not designed for. What about your dreams now? I want to protect the person important to me. I want to work for that person, I want to fight for that person. I want to make that person's dream come true. That is my dream. Naruto remained silent. He had no retort to that, no reasonable counterargument. We have been out here for quite some time. I think it is best we get back to our camps. Meet me here again tomorrow. Why? There is nothing that you can say that will change my mind. I can still enjoy your company before we have to fight. A small smile crossed Haku's face. She truly did enjoy the boy's company, even if there was nothing said. She felt as though she could relax and even let her guard down a little. Very well then. I will meet you here tomorrow. With that both left the clearing and went their different ways. The next day saw all three perfecting the jutsu they were working on. Sakura and Sasuke had managed to make a few bunshin and were now practicing the Suijin Hiki like Naruto was. Naruto now had the proper form of the wall around him, but it was taking him far too long to make the wall around him. By the time he actually did so it would be pointless as the attack would have already hit. By the end of the day Naruto was now able to raise the wall of water at a reasonable speed. He would move on to the Teppadama tomorrow. Sasuke and Sakura had managed to raise the wall of water. The problem was that if it was thick enough to protect against the attack, it didn't cover their whole body. If it covered their whole body it wasn't strong enough to protect against the attack. Again they stopped late in the afternoon and went back for dinner. For once Naruto ate all the food on his plate, though he did eat at top speed, so when he excused himself from the table the others were still eating anyway. He left the house and made his way to the clearing that he met Haku in yesterday. Haku was already waiting there for him, her rabbit with her again. There was no point in trying to hide it now that he knew. I'm glad you came, he said to her. Likewise, was all the response that he received. Listen. You told me your life story yesterday. To someone that was practically a stranger. I want to return the favor. This gained Haku's interest. She sat down on the damp grass and waited for him to continue. Where to begin? You remember how I said that you were persecuted for things out of your control? He saw her give small nod and continued. Well, I am the same. 13 years ago the Kyubi no Yuko attacked Konoha. It was far too powerful for our shinobi forces to kill. They ended up getting slaughtered left and right. Haku was confused. It made for a good story, but how did his home village's destruction tie in with his own life story? Well, everyone waited for the strongest in our village, the Hokage. When he appeared he defeated the beast. Everyone believed that he had killed it. It was impossible for a mere mortal to kill the beast, after all, the thing was immortal. Her mind was trying to think of a way that he could have defeated the being without killing it. She could come up with nothing. By this account Konoha should have been razed to the ground. He sealed the thing. It was his only option. He sealed it into the only thing that would be able to hold it, a human baby. Her eye widened in realization. He has the fox sealed inside him. That baby, it was you, wasn't it? She asked gently. He nodded. Since that day, I was treated worse than trash. The villagers beat me, they tried to kill me in every way possible. The only people that seemed to care were the Hokage and a few of his ANBU. I found that there was a law preventing my knowledge of all this. I found out from my sensei as he tried to kill me. Seeing the deadened look in his eyes, she walked over and did the thing that came most naturally. She gave him a hug. There was nothing in it, just a hug to show that she understood his plight and was there for him right at that moment. It was a shock to feel her arms around him. He felt comfortable, eventually returning the hug. You're not afraid? You don't think I'm some demon? He was in shock. The only response was a warm smile. He didn't think that anyone would ever accept him. He realized that he had not told Haku about Kakashi. Just as Zabuza had taken her in and trained her, Kakashi had taken him in and trained him, though not to the same extent. It's not all tragedy, though. In the end Kakashi-sensei adopted me. He's more like a big brother. The two remained silent for some time, before Naruto spoke again. When we meet next, it may be as enemies. What will you do? Will you kill me and my friends? Or will you let us live, even if it goes against Zabuza's dream? I would prefer to let you live, but only time will tell. She answered the question carefully, cautious not to commit herself to one side or the other. Naruto-san, it was good getting to know you. If we had met under different circumstances, I'm sure we would have been good friends. It's naive to say, but I wish this would all just work out somehow. Goodbye for now, Haku-san. With one last glance at the other, both left the clearing and headed back to their temporary homes. The next day Kakashi told all of his genin to rest. While he did estimate that it would be 7 days before Zabuza was operational, it could be less given that he was more or less in peak physical condition. Kakashi himself was almost completely recovered from his bout with Zabuza. He had been guarding his Tsunade while his genin learned the new jutsu. Fortunately no one attacked within this time, making his recovery all the smoother. Naruto and his two teammates just talked in the house for the day. Naruto only intermittently contributed to the conversation. He still had quite a bit on his mind, mostly what he would do if he had to fight Haku. The following day saw Sasuke and Sakura go with Kakashi to the bridge to guard Tsunade. Naruto was left at home to guard Inari and Tsunade. The more Kakashi learned of Gato, the more he understood the underhanded methods that he employed. Naruto was in the house, rechecking his weaponry, when he heard a loud crash downstairs followed by a scream from Tsunade. No, please, leave him alone. He's just a boy. Naruto cautiously went downstairs to investigate. When he had a clear view he could see Tsunade being held captive by a man, with a beanie on with grayish hair dangling from the bottom around his face. He wore a gray jacket and black pants. The man had a katana strapped to his waist. Inari was looking at his mother, feeling helpless. He finally understood why Naruto and his friends trained, to never feel as he did now. He was weak, he could do nothing, yet something had to be done, otherwise he would lose his mother. He had nothing he could do except rush in blindly and hope for the best. He did exactly that. He ignored his mother's calls to run and save his own life and continued charging towards his death. Naruto saw the distraction and wasted no time in using it. He quickly replaced Inari with a log before rescuing Tsunade from her rope bindings. Why, you little brat? Now the wench gets it. The man with gray hair said before aiming a slash to where Tsunade originally was, only to find loose rope bindings. Quickly he aimed a slash at Naruto's midsection. It was easily parried before a kunai was lodged in the assailant's skull. Naruto turned to Inari and Tsunade. I'm really sorry you had to see that, but I couldn't let him live. If he is here, then it's a fairly good bet that Zabuza is on the bridge going after your father. Naruto said, addressing Tsunade more so than Inari. I have to go and help my teammates. Before leaving he turned to Inari. Inari, I heard Kaisa's tale. I'm sure that for what you did, putting your mother ahead of yourself, he would be most proud. Without any further exchange Naruto left for the bridge. Inari looked at him till he could see him no longer and realized what he had to do. He went inside and grabbed the crossbow before leaving to gather as many townspeople as he could to help in the fight against Gato. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Sakura and Tazuna all arrived at the bridge to find bodies everywhere. They all seemed to be groaning in pain and trying to escape from whatever had left them in that condition. Team 7 sans Naruto was immediately alert and ready for battle. Their opponents appeared before them, Zabuza and the Oinin that had come for him the other day when they first encountered each other. Well, it seems we meet again, Zabuza. Kakashi greeted. I don't have time for pleasantries, Kakashi. Zabuza responded, forming 5 Mizu Bunshins and sending them to attack. Sasuke was shaking in his place, something that didn't go unnoticed by Zabuza. Look how poorly trained your student is, Kakashi. He's trembling in fear. Not fear, anticipation. Sasuke corrected. Go Sasuke, Sakura guard Tazuna. Kakashi gave his orders and before anyone else could move the 5 Bunshins were destroyed, leaving only water around Sasuke. Well, it looks like you have some competition in speed, Haku. Go take him, Kakashi is mine. Zabuza and Kakashi watched their students exchanging blows for a short while. Sasuke started the trade of blows with a sweep with a kunai at Haku's neck. His was easily parried by Haku using Senbon needles before a stabbing counter-attack was made, with Haku holding 4 Senbon in her right hand. The strike was dodged, though narrowly, and resulted in both making another attempt at the same time. Their weapons met mid-strike and the pair fought for domination, struggling to throw the other off balance and get a free shot in. They seemed fairly evenly matched. While their weapons were still locked, Haku spoke. It seems that you are at a severe disadvantage. How so? Sasuke asked back. First, we are surrounded by water, my element. Secondly, one of your hands is in use, preventing the use of hand seals. As I see it, the only advantage you have is that we are surrounded by water. Sasuke countered before Haku started making one-handed hand signs. Sensatsu Suisho. The hand signs ended and Haku stomped on the ground. The water from the Mizu Bunshins rose into the air, froze into needles, and then all shot at terrific speed towards Sasuke. He had 2 options, defend or dodge. There was more than enough water available for Sujin Hiki, but it would give Haku ample time to prepare another attack while he couldn't see out of the water shield properly. With only one real option left open to him, he focused chakra into his legs, before springing 4 meters into the air. Kakashi's eye grew visibly wider. I've never seen that before. What have I gotten Sasuke into, he thought to himself, now concerned for his student's safety. Zabuza words broke into his thoughts. Kakashi, let's get our rematch started. He disappeared in a flash. Kakashi barely managed to follow his movement and backpedaled quickly. Not a moment after he moved, Zabuza's blade crashed down where he was standing, breaking apart cement where the blade landed. Kakashi immediately raised his headband, once again revealing the Sharingan eye. Kakashi, the last time you won, you tricked me. You caught me in a genjutsu of some kind by using that eye. You're not going to get the same chance this time, Kirigakure no Jutsu. I'm the master of the silent kill. Zabuza announced to Kakashi. Tell me, how will you defeat me when you cannot hear me and you cannot see me? Which target will I strike? Lungs, liver, kidneys, subclavian artery, heart, brain, trachea or carotid artery? Zabuza's voice faded into the mist and Kakashi heard no more. He could see nothing, hear nothing, the only thing he had to go by was instinct alone. If I were Zabuza, where would I strike? What is the best target? Then the answer hit Kakashi like a thunderbolt. His mission is to kill Tazuna. He realized before getting to the bridge builder as soon as he could. He got there just in the nick of time, blocking the great sword with a kunai, struggling under the weight of the sword. The pressure suddenly released and Zabuza had disappeared into the mist once again. I'm going to have to deal with Kakashi before taking out the old man, thought an irate Zabuza. Zabuza once again went for a vertical strike for where Kakashi was standing. Kakashi quickly sidestepped the incoming blade only. Zabuza, realizing that he had missed, once again feathered his blade and making a wide swing in the direction that Kakashi dodged in. Kakashi jumped over the blade and ran in for a quick strike with his kunai, only to have to block the blade again. Zabuza had continued with the sweep full circle, gaining momentum with the blade as he swung. Kakashi was far too close to dodge and had to block to prevent himself from being sliced cleanly in two. The blade was swung with immense force. The weight of the blade and the power of the swing was enough to send Kakashi flying. Zabuza went herring after the body, going for another strike. Haku and Sasuke's fight had gone to a completely new level. Sasuke was now surrounded by innumerable mirrors composed of ice. It seemed this was Haku's signature jutsu, making full use of her Hyutan bloodline. Sasuke had also awakened his own bloodline. The dormant Sharingan had manifested in his eyes. Once obsidian black, they are now red with one tomo in each eye. Haku noticed the change in the eye and recognized it for what it was immediately. The Sharingan was one of the most well-known bloodlines in the world. Along with the Sharingan came an increase in Sasuke's fighting ability. Her signature jutsu, Makio Hyosho, grants her speed above anything else. It also allowed her to confuse her enemies as illusory images of herself appeared in every window, yet with the arrival of the Sharingan in his eyes he was getting better at following and predicting her movements. She realized that she had to end this quickly before it got too far out of hand. The original intention was to keep him occupied while Zabuza killed Tsunade, then she could let the boy live. Haku emerged from the mirror she was in and lashed out at Sasuke. She buried a fist deep into his gut, making him double over, holding his stomach. While he was bent over but still standing, she delivered a devastating elbow to the back of the head, causing his face to go crashing into the concrete. Quickly retreating to another mirror while he was face down and unable to see, she waited until he turned his back on her in a hopeless attempt to find her. The opportunity arose not long after. She threw a senbon at his spine in a non-lethal point, only to have it dodged and then a kunai thrown at her in retaliation. He couldn't have purposefully made that opening, could he? Surely it would take longer to get used to those eyes. Haku thought rapidly. She noticed him going through head seals and let him be for the time being. It would take far more power than a simple fire jutsu to destroy any of these mirrors. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke watched as the fireball hit the mirror and had no visible effect. A moment of distracted irritation was all Haku needed. She emerged from a mirror and landed another hit, this time to Sasuke's temple, causing his vision to blur. A high-aimed roundhouse kick soon followed, kicking him in the back of the head. He was starting to run out of options. Fire jutsu were ineffective against the mirror. She never came out of the mirror for very long, and when she did, her moves were devastating. If he used any jutsu she would see immediately, so using the water bunshin that he had leaned would be pointless, as it would be swiftly destroyed, simply meaning a waste of chakra. Kakashi and Zabuza were still in a deadlock of sorts. Neither had landed a solid hit on one another. Clothes were slashed and the only real damage dealt was when one or the other went flying due to a kick or a punch. Kakashi could hear Sasuke's screams through the mist and wanted to end this quickly, yet the opportunity to do so had not yet presented itself. Naruto arrived at the bridge. The sight that greeted him was beyond bizarre. All he could make out was a great mist covering the battlefield with Tsunade and Sakura guarding him at the very edge. On the other side of the mist was a mass of rectangular sheets of ice forming something of a dome. Inside he could just make out a figure with black hair being battered around by something moving at very high speed. Sasuke, he thought wildly, not even considering a battle plan before rushing out to help his teammate. Haku-san, stop this. Naruto called out through the thick mists. You know I cannot, Naruto-san. I live to serve Zabuza. He is ordering me to fight. If I do not, I am as good as useless. Is this the way it must be? Will you go against your own desires of not killing, just to help him? We all do what we must. It seemed to Naruto that Haku had formed her own resolve. He would have to steel his will into fighting someone that he had formed a friendship with over the past few days. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back. Naruto noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. It was the only warning he received before it was raining senbon all over the place. The two boys tried in vain to block as many as they could, their bodies being peppered in the needles, making it difficult to move. Naruto noticed the flash of movement again, but was faster on his reaction. Futon, de Tapa. He had intended on knocking Haku off course and out of the mirrors, but he was too slow. He did however manage to knock a great deal of the thrown Senbon out of the air. Haku saw the move used and realized that he could only knock the Senbon out of the air in one direction, but was not fast enough to track her movements. They were standing back to back, meaning that Sasuke could not see the jutsu and had failed to copy it. The solution was simple: attack Sasuke and get him out of the way, then once he was dealt with simply wait until Naruto was open and place him into a near-death state like she had done Zabuza. Simple enough, though she would have to start trying to do more than simply knock Sasuke out. Her attempts had thus far have been unsuccessful. She would have to resort to maiming him if necessary. The boys were carefully watching the mirrors when they saw all of them go through a short chain of hand seals as one. Mizu no Yaiba, Haku announced. Before Sasuke or Naruto could react, 4 of the mirrors had melted and were now forming blades of water all aimed at Sasuke. They all converged upon him, leaving lacerations on both his arms, across his body and on his left shoulder. This was all Sasuke's body could handle. He had withstood the brutal attacks Haku had inflicted, he had endured the countless Senbon that had pierced his body, but this was too much for one body to handle. He collapsed under the strain he was feeling and passed out. I thought you hated killing. Why have you done this? If you had stepped aside, all this could have been avoided. I could say the same to you, Naruto-san. If your friend had not chosen to fight, he would not be in this condition. As it is, he still lives, though he will die from his injuries if not treated soon. Naruto tensed at the information. Do you truly mean what you say? Do you truly wish to avoid his death? I do, but there was no other option. Let me take him to Sakura. She is a medic, she can help him. Haku gave him an appraising look before responding. Very well, but if you do not return immediately to finish this, then I will simply go after the bridge builder. Naruto gave a short nod in recognition, before taking Sasuke's battered and bleeding body to Sakura. Sakura saw a figure approaching out of the mist. When she saw that it was Naruto, she almost relaxed, almost. When she noticed that he was carrying Sasuke bleeding and unconscious, she feared the worst. Not giving her any time, Naruto immediately spoke. Sakura, he's still alive. You have to look after him while I take care of Haku. He set Sasuke down. Sakura started working on healing him in an instant, using Shosen Jutsu in an attempt to heal the wounds. Shosen Jutsu was not designed to heal such large wounds, but it was better than nothing, and so she tried. When Naruto arrived back at the scene of the domes, he noticed that they were all missing, only to find Haku standing in the middle of the bridge waiting for his return. I'm glad you decided to finish this. I didn't want to have to kill the bridge builder myself. Naruto wasted no words. He charged forwards, sending a left hook right at Haku's head. She bent backwards and planted her hands on the ground before pushing off the ground with her feet, connecting with Naruto's chin on the way up. Naruto stumbled back slightly from the blow. Before he had completely regained his senses, Haku was already on the offensive. She sent a knee right towards his stomach. Parrying her left knee with his left hand, Naruto used his free hand to punch Haku in the ribs as her momentum carried her past. Both stood firm, massaging different part of their body. There was a surprising amount of power behind each blow. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto was instantly surrounded by 4 bunshins, each drawing a kunai. One launched a kunai, closely followed by another. The remaining 2 and the real Naruto closed the distance between Haku and themselves, kunai at the ready. The first thrown kunai was evaded, the second was plucked out of the air with little effort. She held the kunai in a reverse grip and ducked under a slash from one of the Naruto replicas before stabbing it between the ribs and causing it to poof out of existence. The second bunshin was already on her, aiming to stab her in the chest with its kunai. She guided the kunai and the bunshin's fist away from her, causing the bunshin to run too far in the direction it was redirected. Before it could turn around, she had thrown the kunai she was wielding at it, making it disappear in a puff of smoke as well. There was only one left charging, the real Naruto, not that Haku knew, of course. She prepared herself for the attack. Deftly swatting the stab to the side, she proceeded to forcefully jab the pressure receptor in the carotid artery, causing the victim to fall to the ground. 1. She did not even wait for the bunshin to disperse. She continued on to the remaining two opponents before noticing that they had disappeared. She looked back to where the last bunshin was to see Naruto passed out on the floor. She looked to the mist and noticed that it was starting to clear. Either Zabuza was losing concentration, or the battle was going on for some time and Kakashi was outlasting him. The latter seemed more likely. Haku rushed into the battle in an attempt to aid Zabuza in any way that she could. Kakashi had unsealed his ninjato from his ANBU days. It was proving to be a very effective strategy. While Zabuza was more than used to using his sword, both he and Kakashi seemed to be of an equal level physically, so it was hardly surprising when Kakashi had landed a few hits with the weapon. While it was heavier than a kunai, it had a far greater reach and was still far lighter than Kobikiri Honcho. Kakashi appeared to have his fair share of bruises from being dent flying by Zabuza's heavier weapon, but Zabuza was sporting some rather deep cuts from Kakashi's blade. Currently they were dueling for supremacy with their blades locked, Kakashi supporting the blunt of his blade with his free hand. He quickly had to end the contest as he noticed Haku send a barrage of Senbon his way. Haku, stay out of this. This is my fight. Zabuza ordered. Zabuza, we need to finish this. I will help you, then you can finish the bridge builder and complete the mission. The trio started trading blows again, Zabuza keeping to his kenjutsu techniques while Haku was throwing Senbon from a distance. Zabuza had slowed sufficiently, a telltale sign that wielding the heavy sword was taking its toll. Every time Kakashi moved in for a clean blow he was forced to dodge by a volley of Senbon. When he went after Haku he was blocked by Zabuza. Eventually growing tired of getting nowhere, he formed his own plan in his head. Tsunade, forgive me for this. He said a silent apology before making a Kage Bunshin. The clone went chasing after Haku, which Zabuza immediately intercepted. It put up very little resistance when he tried to cut it in half. His was about to blade connect with the clone, Katsu. Kakashi intoned, just as the Bunshin was about to be destroyed. It exploded right in front of Zabuza, sending him flying. While dust from the destroyed bridge was still floating in the air, Kakashi quickly made his way towards Haku. She was unable to see clearly when the dust flew into the air. Sensing something move to her right, she threw the Senbon in her hands. She heard a poof indicating she must have been a shadow clone. By now she was on high alert. Something tripped her senses, again just out of her field of vision. Throwing the Senbon in the general direction, she heard the clang of objects metal hitting each other. So that's where you are, she thought triumphantly, throwing more Senbon in the area. While she was distracted she never noticed that the real Kakashi was coming behind her. The one she was aiming at was simply a Kage Bunshin used to distract her. She froze her actions immediately when she felt the cold steel of Kakashi's ninjato against her throat. Don't move, he ordered. The dust now settling from the explosion, Zabuza could now see the predicament that his apprentice had gotten herself into. Gato had organized an army of thugs, mercenaries and even a few rogue samurai. They were en route to the bridge now where the fight between Zabuza and Kakashi would take place. He looked behind himself and grinned. By the time he and his army arrived everybody would either be dead or too weak to fight. He could simply kill of all the ninja and forget about having to pay Zabuza. He would dearly love to have the head of that girl, Zabuza's apprentice, for breaking his hand. When he arrived at the bridge he saw the remnants of the battle. There were gouges and craters all across the bridge. H smiled maniacally when he saw that the girl was a hair's breadth away from losing her head just as he would have wanted. Had he waited a moment longer he may have had his wish, but he decided to speak. Ninja-san, how kind of you to take out our trash. Gato. What are you doing here? This is our fight, get lost and let me finish my job. Zabuza responded. Your job? You no longer have a job. The so-called demon of the mist defeated by one man and a group of kids. Pathetic. I'll have these do the job for me, he said, motioning to the army behind him. They charge far less, some even do it for free, providing I allow them certain pleasures afterwards. He grinned sickly. An arrow. Kakashi, it seems that we no longer have a quarrel. Kakashi nodded and released Haku while Zabuza nodded and released the Kirigakure jutsu. I will let them run wild in the town for a little while, he informed. His men cheered behind him anticipating the fun they were going to have. An arrow lodged itself in the ground right in front of Gato. It was Inari and the townspeople that he had managed to gather in hopes of defeating Gato. You aren't going to set one foot in the village. Your days are over. Inari yelled. Gato grunted in frustration, then he noticed a small pile of something not 10 meters in front of him. Realizing that it was the unconscious body of a boy dressed in orange, he motioned for a rogue samurai to pick it up. The man with brown hair growing in 3 large tufts on his head and a tattoo on his left arm complied and brought it back to his master. It seems you all didn't learn your lesson when I killed Kaiza. Maybe this time you will realize that I will kill anyone who defies me. Kakashi realized what was happening but couldn't get there fast enough. 2 of the samurai were holding Naruto's unconscious form, while a third, the one with tattoos, was lining his blade with Naruto's neck. It was over in an instant. Naruto's head parted company from his body. Kakashi slowed to a stop. His little brother was dead, he had failed his sensei. Sakura was in tears, her teammate was dead and she could do nothing about it. Inari fainted at the sight, his poor mind could not handle the sight of losing another person that had inspired him. Naruto along with his teammates and sensei had helped him fully understand Kaiza's words and now he was gone. Haku was in a state of shock. She started walking towards his remains, disregarding the fact that it was right in the middle of an enemy army. Naruto, she screamed in anguish. She had just met a person that had understood her pain and now he was gone. Hearing the scream, the samurai responsible for beheading Naruto smirked at Haku. What's wrong? Did I just kill your boyfriend? Well, he's still warm if you want a goodbye kiss. His comrades chuckled darkly at the words as he held up Naruto's head for all to see. It was true. Naruto's head was still warm after being killed, very warm in fact. Argh, the samurai screamed in pain, dropping Naruto's head as though it had burned him. This got strange looks from everyone. He watched the head as he nursed his hand, which was now blistering from the heat Naruto's severed head was now producing. As they watched the head, red flame stayed licking at his hair, spreading down his face until his entire head was consumed in a fiery blaze. Likewise, his body started to heat up, flames started erupting from his body until it too was completely ablaze. The flames went from a red, to a bright blue. Gato's army that was standing nearby could feel the heat coming of his body, they all just stood there rooted to the spot watching as his body continued to burn. Sakura was watching the whole thing, she watched as his body started to burn, she was so surprised that she was shocked out of her tears. Kakashi hoped against hope that this would somehow be a good thing and that everything would somehow work out. They continued watching as the flame changes color once again, moving from the intense blue to a blinding white. Gato's army was slowly being killed. The heat was so intense from Naruto's body that it was killing them where they stood, burning them alive. Even Kakashi from where he stood could feel the intense heat and realized just how hot it must be from where the army was standing. Those at the back of the army were finding it incredibly hard to breathe. Then it hit them. The fire from the boy's body was so intense that all the oxygen in the area was being consumed by it, they were slowly suffocating as their air around them was consumed by the inferno. Just as suddenly as it had started, the flames slowly died down, going back through the blue flame before receding to the red flame and finally disappearing to cool down. Once the flames were gone, it was possible to see Naruto's body, whole and complete, as though he was never beheaded. All around him stood piles of ash, the incinerated bodies of Gato and his army. Further back, countless bodies lay where they had suffocated from the severe lack of oxygen. Kakashi looked on, astounded at the sight before him. Naruto's head was severed, right before his very eyes. Then not a minute later his body and head erupted into flames. When the flames died out, his killers were all dead while his body was completely reformed. Sakura for her part dared not get her hopes up, she wouldn't rejoice until she felt his pulse. She got up and ran towards Naruto, only to be stopped by Kakashi grabbing her arm. You saw what happened. You saw the intensity of those flames. We can't be sure how hot it is in there. Understanding that she may have potentially rushed into her death, she waited by her sensei. Haku, unwilling to wait, decided to speed up the process by summoning copious amounts of water to the area. As soon as it hit the ground, it evaporated. Kakashi and Zabuza merely watched her. They could have easily helped her with a Suryudan, but on the off chance that they hit Naruto they did not want to risk it. Eventually the water stopped evaporating and just started to pool on the ground around Naruto, an indication that it was closer to being a temperature suitable for humans. Kakashi along with Haku and Sakura rushed in to check his vitals. Kakashi, being the fastest of the three, got there first and almost cried with joy at finding a strong and steady heartbeat. "He's alive," he informed the two girls. Sakura broke down into tears from all the strain. First Sasuke was brought to her nearly dead, then her other teammate dies shortly after, only to be reincarnated. Haku let go of a breath she didn't even know she was holding as the warm feeling of relief flooded through her body. "We should all go back to Tsunade's house so Naruto and Sasuke can rest," Kakashi suggested. Tsunade looked somewhat apprehensive. He wasn't sure if Kakashi was including Zabuza and Haku in that. Sensing his unease, Zabuza spoke to him. "Relax, without an employer I have no reason to kill you." With that they all moved out, Tsunade carrying an unconscious Inari, Sakura and Haku sharing the burden that was Naruto and Kakashi picking up Sasuke by himself. Mindscape. Naruto was in front of the seal that contained Rei. "What the hell happened? You died and were brought back to life. Remember, you are immortal. Your body is simply unused to the strain of reforming." Rei answered calmly, "Well, at least I have your chakra to help me recover." "What are you talking about? Every time I was beaten, your chakra helped recover." "My chakra can do nothing of the sort. It is toxic in any amount. Even though it grants you great power when you use it, your body has to purge itself clean of my chakra, getting rid of it from your coils. In short, my chakra has no healing capabilities whatsoever," she informed. If Naruto had looked closely enough he would have seen that Rei's eyes were wells of sorrow. "That leaves two questions then. First of all, how do I heal when my body is damaged? Secondly, how do you heal when your chakra has no healing capabilities?" Naruto voiced aloud, looking somewhat vexed. "I can answer both, though it is more pressing that I answer your first question. How I heal myself? Yes. I think I can say with some degree of certainty that you are not just a simple orphan, but you come from a clan." Looking very interested, Naruto gave Rei his undivided attention. "See if you can work it out from the clues I give you. First off, you have an extreme affinity for fire. Second, your body recovers from incredible damage in almost no time at all. Finally, when you die, you burst into flame, to be reborn whole again. What creature does that sound like to you?" "The first two aren't really all that specific, but the last clue, it reminds me of a phoenix," Naruto replied. "But that's ridiculous, there isn't a clan of phoenixes. There was at one time, before they all died. Apparently you are the last." Rei replied solemnly. "Died? I thought you said that I was immortal." "You are, phoenixes are not. Not completely, anyway. A phoenix has finite lifespan. When its natural life is over it simply turns to ash, it's just that they can't be killed in battle. The fact that you are immortal tells me that there is more to your heritage than meets the eye." Naruto pondered the point for a moment longer. He was about to leave when Rei stopped him. "Naruto, could you, if it isn't too much trouble, could you at all visit or at least talk to me more often?" She stumbled on her words, unsure of how to get her message across, finally being as blunt as possible. He looked at her for a second and realized, he had not been to the seal since he was last unconscious, he had barely made use of the mental connection they shared. "If you don't want anything to do with me, I can understand. I was sealed in you and made your life hell. I can't do anything for you, and if I try I end up poisoning you," she said in a rush, all the while her head sinking lower to the ground. He looked at her and felt regret. He had ignored her all this time, he wouldn't let that happen again. He walked through the bars that separated them and put a hand to her front left leg before hugging it. She couldn't believe it. After all the pain she had caused him here, he was hugging her leg like he had no issue with her at all. "Don't you hate me? I have caused you nothing but suffering at every step of your life. You explained to me that the attack was not your fault. Every time I see you here, you do nothing but dispel all of the beliefs that I once held about demons. You ask for a friend and some company, you are always polite and have even provided me with some information about my background." She looked at him appraisingly before making her decision. "Step back for a second." He looked at her in confusion but obeyed nonetheless. A strained look came across her face before she started to shrink, her fur receding into her body, her face shortened and became more rounded. Finally the only fur to lengthen was the fur on her head. When the transformation was complete he was faced with a woman that was 5 feet 6 inches and fiery red hair. She was wearing a black kimono with a silver obi around her waist and a design of a silver fox adorned her back. Her black Zoris sandals also had silver straps. While she was dressed modestly, her features were only accentuated by her kimono. Her kimono adequately covered everything, yet it was impossible not to notice that she had a somewhat sizable bust, particularly when Naruto found that he was only at her chest height, and that's where his eyes happened to be if he stared straight ahead. With how tightly the obi was tied around her waist it was possible to see that she only had a slight frame, as he surveyed her whole body. Her body tapered down from her slender shoulders to her waist before flaring out again for her hips, giving her a full-figured appearance. When he looked at her face he was captivated. Her alabaster skin looked so beautifully smooth and her features just seemed perfect. She had high cheekbones and a slender face. Her eyes were big and the most entrancing shade of blood red, captivating him as though he were her prey. He was snapped out of his mind's wanderings when he felt her arms snake around his body and envelop him in a hug. They stayed like that for a while before Naruto realized that his shoulder was wet and he could just barely make out Rei saying, "Thank you," over and over. He pulled himself from her grasp and looked at her. "Thank you. Thank you for what? For not hating me, for not leaving me here alone, for understanding." All he could do was smile. He didn't really have anything appropriate to say. Could you ever find it within you to forgive me? There isn't a need. There is nothing to forgive. Everything was out of your control. You were ordered here by a god, not something that you can really go against. Madara Uchiha sent you into the rage, you weren't in control of yourself. The Yondaime sealed you into me, something I'm sure you never asked for. And the villagers, well, they are just blind. They have been told the truth. Most have disregarded it and come to their own conclusions, albeit incorrect ones. She looked at him once more, fresh tears springing forth. She hugged him once more and cried while he simply returned the hug. Nothing more was said for quite some time. All good things had to come to an end. Both Naruto and Rei realized that they couldn't stay like this for too much longer. Before leaving, Rei reminded Naruto of her request. "You will still speak to me, won't you, even while you're not here? Or even visit me once in a while? Don't worry, I won't forget." Naruto promised her, he disappointed with himself for having abandoned her in this way, vowing never to do it again. He awoke with a start. He took a deep breath through his nose to find the pleasant aroma of cooking food wafting through the air. He could make out bacon and eggs. Walking downstairs he saw Tsunade at the stove tending to the food. Tazuna, Kakashi and Zabuza were all sitting around the table. Naruto froze. What the hell was Zabuza doing here? He observed the situation before being called out of his hiding place by Kakashi. "Naruto, relax, it's alright. You were unconscious and many things happened, so fill me in. Well, after Haku knocked you out she came and helped Zabuza to fight me. After a short exchange I managed to gain the upper hand and was in position to kill Haku." "They are not the same thing, Kakashi." Zabuza snarled. "Yes they are. If you didn't back off then Haku would have died." Naruto interjected. "Well, anyway, that was when Ga." Kakashi continued only to be interrupted mid-sentence. Realizing that this was going to be quite a heated exchange, Kakashi stopped his story to save it for later and prepared to step in if necessary. "She is merely a tool used for killing. If the tool can't kill or is broken then it is useless to me. She is human before that. She said that she has her own dreams. I really hate to question them, but when she says, to live and serve my precious person, I wonder who gave her that dream. If she hadn't referred to you as somebody precious I would have said you placed it there." Naruto countered angrily. "She had no life before me, so what does it matter if I use her life how I please? If a person gave you a hammer and told you it was to be used as a screwdriver, would you do it?" Naruto asked coldly. "What? No, that's just stupid." "My point exactly. You have given her a purpose in life, the wrong purpose." Naruto was now yelling. "She hates killing, yet she does it for you, because that is the purpose you gave her. Give her a reason to live, a different one. Naruto finished in a far softer tone. Zabuza was regarding Naruto carefully. Even if I wanted to, I can't. If I were to give her a different purpose she would die. I need someone that will kill. Otherwise they will get in my way and only slow me down. Being hunted does not give me that luxury, Zabuza stated, trying to Naruto to understand the life of a Nuke-nin. Then settle down in a different village. Naruto replied hopefully, boy, there isn't a village on earth that would take me in. I am a high-ranking criminal. Kakashi is putting a lot on the line by even letting me live this long. Naruto looked at his sensei and asked the question outright. What did he do that could be so bad? There are many reasons why not to accept me. The most pressing and the one that resulted in my branding as a Nuke-nin was that I tried to kill my Kage. Naruto's eyes widened. He tried to kill the leader of his own village. Kakashi broke into the conversation, trying to help Naruto grasp the situation easier. Naruto, if Leaf takes him in, then it is almost an open invitation to war. Realizing what he had suggested, Naruto looked considerably subdued. Kakashi realized that this was the time to finish his story after there was no more argument between the two. Okay, as I was saying, Gato appeared when I had my sword to Haku's neck and effectively fired Zabuza. You were killed, beheaded, by Gato's men. Only to burst into flame and be reincarnated whole again. Kakashi was incredibly interested in how that happened, but knew better than to ask in front of potential enemies. They may have reached a truce, but Zabuza was a loose cannon. He left to ponder the situation. Zabuza, himself had been given quite a lot to think about. Naruto found his teammates, Haku and Inari lazing around in the forest near the house. His teammates had been given time off to recuperate from the past few days. They all smiled at him when he arrived and Inari ran up and tackled him to the ground in a hug. Naruto Niken is awake, H practically yelled into Naruto's stomach. He prized himself free of Inari's grip and went to greet his two teammates. Sakura went and hugged him. When you died, it was still very hard for her to say that her teammate had died. When you died, I couldn't believe it. Don't ever make us worry like that again, otherwise I might make you regret coming back. Sakura-san, Sasuke-san, I'm sorry. Haku's reaction was perhaps the strongest, strangest and most unexpected. She slapped him across the cheek. Sakura and Sasuke's eyes bulged at the treatment. That was for dying and causing me so much pain, for leaving me when I had finally found someone that understood my pain and someone to share the burden with. She said with a steely look in her eyes. His gaze softened before continuing, and this is for coming back to me, us. She corrected herself before pecking him on the cheek that she had slapped. Naruto blushed from the roots of his hair to the line where his body disappeared into his shirt. Well, I never thought I'd see the day you turned into a walking tomato. Tomatoes. Sasuke mused. Shut it, you moron. Was the only response Naruto could think of in his flustered state. Haku just giggled at their antics. Tsunami-san is cooking, so we may as well go have something to eat. It should be ready by now. They all trekked back to the house and got something to eat. The rest of the day was spent talking and lazing about. It was decided that they would move out the next day, giving Naruto one more day of recovery. The next morning nearly the entire village sent them on their way back to Konoha. It was quite an emotional scene for Inari, who felt as though he was losing yet another person that he held dear. Don't worry, I'll visit every once in a while. Naruto assured the young boy on the verge of tears. You promise? I promise. A short while out of the village they ran into Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza was the first to speak and cut straight to business. Kakashi, I have a favor to ask. Want you to take Haku back to Konoha with you. The request shocked everyone present, including Haku. She looked at him like she had been mortally wounded. Am I no longer useful? She asked plainly. You are still useful, Haku. But sooner or later the weapon will be without a master and then you will be back to square one. While he talked as he always had, Kakashi and Haku noticed the changed look in his eyes, not the hard look he always bore, but a softer look. Haku looked at him and asked, What will you do without me? I am going to die. He said without hesitation. Haku gave him a shocked look and was about to protest when she saw him remove his headband and give them Kobikiri Honcho. A look of understanding swept across Kakashi's face and then he said, "Well, thank you for helping us in killing Zabuza." Kakashi left it open for him to fill in his new name. Before he could respond, Haku thought of one for him. Taro Momo. She said with a slight smile around her lips. Naruto sniggered. Zabuza thought about it and then surprisingly agreed. Fine, Taro Momo it is. If you ever want to find me again, look me up as Nami's new guardian. Why can't Haku-san stay with you and help guard Wave? Sakura asked. Zabuza cast a quick glance at Naruto before answering. To find a purpose other than killing. I can't provide her with that. He received a quick nod of acknowledgement from Naruto and a goodbye hug from Haku before the group turned around to head home. The trip back was completely uneventful save for the idle banter between the five on the way home. Naruto was dipping in and out of the conversations, only responding when he was addressed directly. He was actually talking to Ri on the way home. You mentioned some of the Phoenix's traits when I was at the seal last. Is there anything else I should know, about anything? There are quite a few things that you need to be made aware of now, it will all come in good time. But if you mean about any other traits of the Phoenixes, I'm afraid I don't know all of their abilities. After all, they are probably well-guarded secrets. I see. Actually, when I was last at the seal you also said that you could answer the reason why you don't need to heal yourself when you get damaged in battle. Yes, that's right, I did say that. Well, basically the reason being is that I can't be damaged. Can't be damaged? Not in the true sense of the word, no, you see you and I are fundamentally different. While we are both immortal, but you are alive, I am not. Wait, what? If you aren't alive then how do you exist, do anything that the rest of us do such as interact with our environment? Naruto, I am merely a mass of chakra condensed into a physical form. It takes a lot of chakra to make it physical. You saw how large I am in my fox form. Between you Kakashi and Zabuza at full power you still wouldn't have enough to form a complete leg. Naruto remained silent, understanding just how much chakra any of the demons possessed. I thought that the more tails you had in the demon world the more chakra and the higher your ranking. Correct. If takes that much chakra to make a leg, think about the amount it takes to make a tail. The truth is that when we have more than what is necessary to make a standard body they get turned into tails for convenience. Useful for battle and extra legs would look unsightly. Many of your species measure power by how much chakra they have. In this sense we are merely power with an attached soul, a living weapon if you will. It really was mind-numbing stuff. He remained silent from all conversations for the rest of the trip home, trying to get his head around what he had just heard. It also left a few questions. Rei described herself as power with a soul. Why would Kami send someone like that to be my companion for eternity? Why not send a person who was alive instead of what could essentially be classed as a weapon? Not that he would ever regard Rei in that way after berating Taro about it. No matter how much he pondered these 2 points he couldn't come up with an answer. If you are chakra, then how come you appear as a fox? That is simple enough. I appear that way because I have a sort of connection to foxes. It's not really anything solid, I just find myself drawn to the image of a fox, in the same way that I envisage my human appearance. That is why I appear as I do. They all arrived at village after a few days of traveling. Their first stop was the Hokage Tower after getting clearance to enter the village from the guards. Hokage-sama, reporting back after an A-rank mission to Wave. Kakashi announced as he entered the office with his team. The Hokage and Irika, who was in the office helping with paperwork, gave him a quizzical look. Care to repeat that? I fear I may have misheard you. He requested. Team 7 reporting back from their A-rank mission to Wave. Explain. It was more of an order than a request. Well, not long after leaving we were ambushed by the Demon Brothers, the Nuke from Kiri. It came to light that Tsunade had deceived us and that he was marked as dead by Gato, the shipping magnate. Well, as we traveled further we encountered Zabuza, the demon of the mist. He and I did battle, resulting in my victory. Before I could kill him his apprentice, Haku, saved him by posing as an Oinin and putting him in a near-death trance using Senbon. She took his body away for disposal. A mere 5 days later he confronted us on the bridge Tsunade was working on and rematched against us. Before either master or apprentice could be killed, Gato appeared with an army, putting the fight to a premature end. Kakashi eyed the Hokage, waiting for the reaction when he broke the next piece of news. When he arrived, he saw Naruto unconscious on the ground and ordered one of his samurai to behead Naruto. It was over in an instant. Naruto's head was lopped clean of his body. From his vantage point, Iruka could not see Naruto. He spat out his coffee and yelled at Kakashi, "How can you act so calmly when one of your students is dead?" "Iruka-sensei, I'm right here," Naruto reassured. "But, you're dead." "Well, if I may continue," Naruto burst into a flame intense enough to kill all those around him. When the flames died down, Naruto was left at the center, his body reformed. By now Sarutobi was rubbing his temple, trying to filter through what he had just heard and avoid a massive headache. "So what happened to Zabuza in the end?" "I see his sword." "Did he die?" "Iruka, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave," Kakashi asked. Iruka gave him a patient look, almost as if asking for some sort of an explanation. "What I'm about to tell the Hokage is confidential, and the less people that I put in danger with this secret the better." Giving an understanding nod, Iruka walked out. "Please call me back when you are done." "We will." "ANBU, you have a 5-minute break," the Hokage assured before dismissing his ANBU. Once everyone had gone, Kakashi continued. He discarded his identity as the Demon of the Mist. He is now guarding Nami no Kuni. We took his sword and headband as evidence, seeing as we can't really take his head. Haku has decided to resettle in Konoha to pursue a different lifestyle. "I see. Call Iruka and the ANBU back in." Iruka walked in. The ANBU were nowhere to be seen. Sarutobi had long since given up on trying to ward off his headache, and it was about to intensify in a short while. "And this is Haku, I presume?" "Yes, sir," Haku responded. "Well, what do you seek in the Hidden Leaf?" "To become a member of our ninja ranks." "You could easily do so with Kakashi's recommendation. If at all possible, I'd like to study to be a hospital Irionin." "It can be arranged." "Perhaps you would like to work with Sakura. She is also training to be an Irionin, though with a field speciality." Not seeing any objections, he decided to arrange it for later. "Kat-san, please take Haku-san to the hotel nearest to Konoha General Hospital and check her in. Tell the attendant that I will sort out payment for the first 2 weeks." An ANBU in battle armor appeared and beckoned Haku towards the door. "Very well, everyone but Naruto is dismissed. That includes the ANBU and you, Iruka." Everybody trudged out of the office. Iruka could be heard grumbling something like, "Calling us in and then dismissing us 2 minutes later." Kakashi waited just outside the door while Naruto, I have something for you. This was entrusted to me to give to you. I had not planned on giving them to you this early, but after the events in Wave, perhaps you will find answers in these." Sarutobi handed Naruto 2 scrolls, both addressed to him. Naruto opened the scrolls and started reading. First to be opened was the one that had rougher writing, leaving the scroll that bore writing more similar to calligraphy for later. "Naruto, if you are reading this, then the first thing I should do is congratulate you on becoming a genin. This scroll is the only message that I can leave you, as by the time you do read it I will be long dead. My name is Minato Namikaze, better known as the Yondaime Hokage. Now that you know this, I must first apologize to you for the burden I left you with you. In case you are not aware, I did not kill the Kyuubi, I merely sealed it into a baby, you. I am sorry to have left with such a burden, but the only person I could ever truly trust was my own family, my own flesh and blood. Naruto, I am your father. Please know that your parents did not abandon you, we both died before you could even meet us. The seal I used to seal the Kyuubi into you calls forth Shinigami. As such, I am required to give my life in exchange for his services. Your mother's soul and my soul are tied together by a marriage pact. When my soul enters the belly of the Shinigami, so will hers. This marriage, the pact, is no ordinary pact. It is the pact of my clan and yours, the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is an ancient clan originating from the borders of Suna and Iwa. I will not include too much information in this letter, as everything you need to know will be in the clan scroll sealed in this scroll. Yours truly, Minato Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto's eyes were burning with tears. Not from sorrow, but from anger. Rage, he felt white-hot rage. This scroll. It was supposed to be given to me when I graduated and became a genin. He looked at Sarutobi with nothing short of pure rage. Sarutobi had thought he had seen all of Naruto's emotions, but this was different. Why did you keep this from me? He roared at Sarutobi. Kakashi entered the room in a flash. Naruto, are you okay? Naruto, read the other letter before you start anything. Perhaps it may explain his actions. It was Rei's voice that pierced through his clouded mind and caused him to calm down slightly. He cast his eyes back to the scroll, but not before telling Kakashi what was going on. Hokage-sama has withheld a letter from my parents that was supposed to have been passed to me on my graduation from the academy to a genin. Kakashi remained silent, unsure what to say. Naruto, I regret to tell you that by the time you read this scroll, I too will be long gone like your father. My name is Kushina Uzumaki. Please forgive the both of us with the curse we have left you. When your father suggested that we seal the fox into you, I refused, not wanting to damn you to such a torture. Please know that when your father mentioned it to me, he looked most sorrowful. He had no other choice. The fox was just far too powerful for us to kill. Like your father, I too belong to a clan, the Phoenix clan. The many things that you must know are detailed in the clan scroll that I left for you. The one that I must mention now is that when phoenixes die, we burst into flame. This flame is so intense that it consumes nearly all the oxygen in the area and renders nearly anything to ash. Please be aware of that. As a final message from the both of us, know that we loved you deeply and that your parents never abandoned you. Yours sincerely, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. He took several deep breaths to try to calm himself down. It failed completely. Rei-san, there is nothing there that excuses him. I know, Naruto-san. I won't interfere. He gave both of the scrolls to Kakashi to read while he spoke to the Hokage. I'll ask again. Why did you keep those from me? Naruto, you have to understand my line of thinking. Your father was a hero here, but considered a villain in IWA. I feared that you would want to take on his name as soon as you found out. Then every assassination squad from IWA, and even their allies Kumo, would be after your life. I couldn't put you in such danger. The Naruto, Sarutobi's defense was as feeble a newborn baby. You could have told me and gone hardline that I couldn't take the name until I had earned it, or until I was truly ready to take on his enemies. Do you have any idea how many times I have wondered who my parents were? Whether they died in Rei's attack. Whether they abandoned me because of the ceiling. I still stand by what I said. It could have been dangerous. I'm not sure which one insults me more. The Hokage looked at him wondering what he was talking about. He was not left in doubt for very long as Naruto explained himself. I'm not sure whether you thinking so little of me is my main point of frustration or whether it's the fact that you ignored my father's last wish. A man who was entrusted with the well-being of this village, a man that you handpicked over your own student to become Hokage. Did you really have such little faith in him? Sarutobi's jaw slackened at the different point of view. He had noticed Kakashi had finished reading the letter and looked to him for some support. When he saw the cold look that was being returned, he realized that he would receive none. The one thing that I cannot truly forgive you for is putting my teammates at risk. I never put anyone at risk. Sarutobi answered hotly. It was one thing to have your faults pointed out by a genin, it was another to be accused of something he had never done. No. You heard the report. Think about what would have happened if I had died standing next to my teammates. They would have been reduced to ashes along with the surrounding area. It was strange to see the Hokage, a man one referred to as the professor of shinobi, squirm under the furious gaze of one of his subordinates. I wasn't to know that would happen. You can't hold me responsible for everything. No, you weren't to know, but my mother did. That is why both my mother and father stated that the scrolls were to be given when I became a genin. They knew the risk of dying would increase as I started my shinobi career. Sarutobi looked as though he had a sudden epiphany. He had realized what he had done, but feared that this may have put a very heavy dent on his relationship with Naruto. Can you ever forgive me for this? Sarutobi asked Naruto, almost pleading with him. Eventually, I may forgive you, but it will never be forgotten. He said as he walked out. Kakashi followed soon after, leaving the old man to his thoughts. Once out of the Hokage tower, Kakashi turned to Naruto. What are you going to do now? I think that I'll take the clan scrolls out and read through them. Then I might blow off a little steam in a training session. Naruto looked at the seals on the scrolls in front of him. How do I get these things out exactly? They are probably blood seals, designed so that only you could get the contents inside. All you have to do is swipe some of your blood over the seal and it should release. Grabbing out a kunai, Naruto sliced his thumb and swiped his blood across the seal on each scroll. With a poof of smoke he was now holding 2 more scrolls in his hands. Here, take these back home and store them very safely. It wouldn't be good if someone found these, he said to Kakashi, handing the letters from his parents to him. I'll see you later. Naruto bid Kakashi farewell, not even bothering to look up from the unopened scrolls before he went in the direction of the training grounds. He had arrived at the most secluded training grounds that he could think of, Training Ground 44. Kakashi said that it was the place that he went to train when he did not want to be disturbed. He said that only a select few people train here and they generally leave you alone. Are you going to get straight into training? Or will you look at those scrolls first? Ray asked. I think I'll look into the scrolls first, just to see what my clans were able to do. You're welcome to look in if you feel like. You have access to my thoughts, right? Only the ones you give me access to. Well, feel free to join in. Thank you. He walked up to one of the large trees growing all through the training ground and perched himself on one of the thicker branches. He opened the clan scrolls, the red one first. Naruto, the first thing that you need to understand is that this is not the original clan scroll. This is only what I know of our techniques and abilities. Before I write about our techniques and abilities, I feel it is necessary to give you some insight to how we acquired them in the first place. This may be very difficult for you to believe, but as far as I am aware, it is the truth. The abilities of the Phoenix clan were granted by the gods themselves. I do not know what it was our clan did to garner favor with the gods, but nonetheless they have seen fit to bestow this power upon us. Both your father and I have tried to research into the matter as his clan is very similar. Sadly, all our research did not yield a definitive answer. In any case, the main point of this document is for me to inform you of the clan abilities and techniques. The defining feature of our clan is to burst into flame upon our death. When this flame dies out, the phoenix will be reborn. The only thing that you need to note about this is that everything within a certain distance will be rendered to ashes. The next ability is that the water of our body is blessed to have amazing healing qualities. Many, though it was simply our tears that had the healing capabilities. In truth, tears were the most acceptable for of healing an ally. Spitting is disgusting, many find drinking blood repugnant, and I will not even discuss the problems with using urine. For some reason this ability heals other far faster than it heals ourselves, though our own healing rate is nothing to be sneezed at. Finally, these fluids cannot be stored for any substantial period of time, perhaps a day or so at best. Arguably the most powerful ability is our gift of using Galdra. A Galdra is a song laced with our chakra that can have many amazing effects. Galdra are different from techniques in that you cannot simply practice the song, you will only learn them if there is ever a need. As such, it is possible to learn all of them, or learn none if you have no need. Galdra can be extremely exhausting to perform, depending on what is being sung. Finally, the phoenixes have a summoning contact. This summons is for phoenixes. Okay, what in the hell? That is just plain screwed up. Hey Ray, what do you make of that? No offense, but it seems stupid to summon one of your clan when you have the same abilities. None taken, and I agree with you. Naruto replied, forgiving the minor insult to his clan. This summoning contract is far different from every other contract you may be familiar with. Phoenixes die of old age, a point where we will not be reincarnated. Once we die, our spirits join the summoning scroll and we attain our phoenix form. To summon the phoenixes, simply sign the contract in blood and perform the hand signs dog, boar, monkey, bird, ram, then slam your hand on the ground and greet the summon. I should mention that the boss is Tobufushicho, one of our ancestors and a phoenix of epic proportions. Well, that explains a fair bit. Naruto thought to Ray. Indeed it does. Very unusual though. Souls that have died are destined to spend eternity in either hell or heaven, depending on their actions here on earth. What intrigues me is how your clan could have avoided this. There is more than a lot that concerns me that is unusual. Why couldn't I have just been a normal teenage boy working at the local food store? Because that would be boring. You'd get bored so easily and cause mischief for your employer, I suppose. Finally, the Phoenixes have a taijutsu style that we practice. This style can be practiced by anyone and it does not utilize any of our other capabilities. This style is called Rikoku Kenryu. The style's underpinning is to use the power of rotation to add force to the blows dealt to the opponent, all the while using the same rotation to be able to evade or reduce the force any strikes against you. The basic stance is for the, not reading any further. Ray asked. I have more than enough to think through, though a new taijutsu style would be better than the current one. Perhaps I can combine it with the academy style. Besides, there is a jutsu that I want to work on and I haven't got it yet after Kami knows how many months of practicing. You're talking about the Bunshin Bakuhatsu, yeah. When I saw it in the Forbidden Scroll all those months ago I loved the idea, but I still can't get it. Did the scroll say what to do? Sure. All it said I had to do was make the Kage Bunshin with a little extra chakra, then make the ram seal and order it to detonate. Once I'm good enough I'm supposed to be able to do it without the hand sign, just the command. So far I can only make the clone, but it detonates as soon as it appears. Show me. Ray commanded. He created the clone, it appeared right next to him only for a short moment before. Boom. Naruto went flying and a good 15 meters of the forest was now leveled into a small crater. Ugh. That hurt like hell. Naruto voiced his pain out aloud. So, you're putting in the extra chakra and it's exploding as soon as it is performed? Then try making an ordinary clone. Naruto complied, awaiting further instructions. Now command it to explode. Naruto didn't even give it a second thought. He put his hands together in the ram and commanded his clone to explode. Unfortunately he had forgotten to move away. Katsu. The clone exploded, sending him flying once more, crashing into the trunk of a tree while leaving another crater in the ground. Should have thought to move before I tried that. He groaned through his pain. Hey, how did that work? I'm gonna go off of an assumption and say that when you form clones you form them with enough chakra to make them exploding clones anyway. When you command the clone to explode it uses the chakra that returns to your body to destabilize the rest of the chakra in the clone and make it explode violently instead of gently returning to nature. Wait, chakra returns to my body? Destabilized chakra? What are you going on about? Haven't you ever noticed that when you create a clone you gain some of the clone's memories? Naruto remained silent, indicating that he was waiting for Ray to continue. I suppose it's because you always use them to help you with a task and your concentration is always on the same thing. In any case, how you suppose that is possible? Think about what I am. What are you? He asked rhetorically. You are a soul with chakra attached. You described yourself as a weapon. The Kage Bunshin in its most basic sense is also a weapon. Does that mean that all my clones have a soul attached? Nearly. They all have a fragment of your soul, so when they disperse some of the chakra and the fragment of your soul returns to you, giving you the experiences of that soul. I'm guessing the reason that all your clones don't explode is because you're not using the chakra that returns to you to destabilize the rest of the clone and get it to explode. Ray explained. Wait, by using exploding clones does that mean that I'm losing pieces of my soul? Perhaps I didn't explain that too well. As mentioned, the clone is nothing more than chakra with a soul attached. All you are doing is completely removing all of the attached chakra and causing the clone to explode. The soul fragment comes back to you regardless, it's just that you don't regain any chakra from the technique either. Oh, I see. Naruto sighed, considerably relieved that he wasn't losing his soul. Now, I've just thought of a brilliant game that you can play to work on both you exploding clones and that new taijutsu in your mother's scroll. Naruto picked up the scroll and began reading from where he left off. The basic stance for Rikoku Kenryu changes depending on which direction you wish to rotate. The direction of rotation is determined by two things, the preference of the user and the fighting of the opponent. An opponent that fight primarily using left-sided strike will be more evaded and countered by a right-to-left spin. The inverse is also true, and a person attacking with their right is better countered with a left-to-right spin. I see. So you're supposed to use pivots to simply evade the opponent and then strike by using the power of the pivot to strengthen the blow. Ray surmised to Naruto. I get that much, but how is the Bunshin Bakuhatsu going to help with learning this style? Simple. You create one and have it come at you. I assume the clones can either be innervated by you to explode or can do so on their own choosing, as they do have a part of your soul attached to make decisions for themselves. You will be trying to avoid its attacks, because if you don't, then you know the result. Naruto's eyes widened and realized what she was talking about, then that same uncanny grin came across his face and he set to work. Boom. Arg. God damn it. That's the 7th or 8th explosion in the last 20 minutes. Can't I ever get any peace and quiet around here? A woman screamed after hearing yet another explosion in the otherwise peaceful forest. Boom. Another explosion was heard not 5 minutes later. That does it. When I find the shit that is responsible for this, I'm gonna feed him to my snakes. The woman donned her tan-colored trench coat that was resting on a nearby tree branch before setting out. She silently leapt through the trees, hearing another 2 explosions in the 10 minutes that she was searching for her prey. When she came to an area that seemed almost leveled, she knew she had found her destination. She watched silently as boy with blonde hair wearing an orange jumpsuit fought, or rather tried to evade a clone. He was spinning out of all of the attacks that the clone was sending his way. What the hell is he doing? I've been watching him for 6 minutes and he has completely ignored all of the openings. Then the clone made contact and, boom. The boy was sent flying through the forest to crash into the tree that the woman was perched on. I get it now, he's training in evasion. Now that is just my style, training with a risk of death. The woman thought, all anger with him forgotten. She leaped down from her perch and approached the kid who was about to create another exploding clone. Hey kid. Naruto looked around and spotted a purple-haired woman with a tan trench coat, miniskirt, and not much else on. How about a training partner? Why would you do that? Naruto asked cautiously. It wasn't often that people he didn't know offered to help him unless they had their own agenda. 2 reasons: A, the explosions are annoying, B, I feel like beating up on something. Well, she had said it, she didn't hide the fact that she wanted to ground him to a pulp. Naruto, take to opportunity. Because she can't explode, she can give chase after she hits you. It will give you the chance to practice on countering after being knocked down. Naruto grinned at Rei's logic before addressing the woman. Before we start, what's your name? Anko Mitarashi. And you? Naruto Uzumaki. A look of recognition passed over Anko's face before she settled into a fighting stance. Now that the pleasantries are over, let's begin. And begin they did. Before Naruto even had a chance to begin his rotation, she was already upon him. She delivered an earth-shattering punch to his jaw, tilting his head back, putting it in the prime position for a punch to the throat. Naruto saw the fist coming and did the first this that came to his head, pivot. He spun around the right cross and attempted to use a back fist when she ducked out of the line of attack. While she was down low, she went for a strike to the ribs. He didn't stop pivoting all the while and brought his left knee to her head, making full contact. She dropped to the ground in a daze and he planted 2 knees between her shin blades, keeping her pinned. Well, I win the first round, he said to her with some glee in her voice. Anko wore a maniacal grin and simply replied, I guess I underestimated you. Before disappearing and then reappearing right next to Naruto. Screams of pain could be heard all across the forest, along with raucous cackling from another reveling in the first person's pain. Some hours later we find Anko dropping an unconscious and heavily battered Naruto at the Konoha General Hospital. He was taken to his own personal room and seen to by Megumi. Megumi looked over Naruto with a simple scanning jutsu before turning to Anko. What in the hell happened? He has more broken ribs than I'd care to count and some severe bruising on his stomach and arms. Well, that's what happens when a genin tries to fight a jounin. Anko replied casually. You what? Megumi screeched, apoplectic with rage. Relax, I offered to help him to train. I underestimated him a little and he landed blow to the head, damn good one too. Well, I couldn't have him getting cocky, so I started going pretty hard. Trust Naruto to bite off more than he can chew. I wouldn't say more than he could chew. Anko corrected. He was landing a few hits after a while. It's almost as if he was improving with what he was doing there and then. Shaking her head, she stopped talking to Anko and started healing the boy of his injuries. Anko took this as her cue to leave and did exactly that. Naruto awoke to the look of a white roof. The hospital. He thought dully. That woman was incredibly powerful. You're telling me. I thought she was gonna kill me. At least she didn't leave me there. He mentally replied to his tenant. Ah, you're up. Well, that's unexpected. You were only out for little over a day. It was Megumi that had just entered the room, this time with her 2 students. Don't worry, I've told Kakashi-sensei. He knows that you're here. Sakura assured her teammate. Cheers. I got knocked silly by Enko-san. Well, how do you feel? Sakura asked. Better after a night's recovery. Not physically. How do you feel letting a chick beat you? Damage your pride any? She smirked. She was only teasing. Well, it wouldn't be the first time that it's happened. Besides, the same girl that beat me also beat Sasuke. He replied, white, giving a pointed look in Haku's direction. Haku looked slightly sheepish. To be fair, Enko-san is a jounin. It was to be expected. The group remained silent. Naruto, I'm going to let Haku perform the scanning jutsu on you while Sakura can practice her Shosen jutsu to heal any minor wounds that might be left. You're pretty much healed anyway. Megumi informed, giving her apprentices the chance to practice as the remaining damage to Naruto was minimal. Haku went through a few hand seals before her hands started glowing green. She started at his head and moved her way lower until she had scanned his entire body. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, she said to her sensei. Megumi repeated the same process just in case she had missed something. Good work, Haku-san, correct. Naruto, you are free to leave, but try to stay out of trouble. Thank you, Megumi-san. Haku, I know you're busy here like Sakura, but maybe you could come out to our team practices and meet the rest of the gang. Thank you, Naruto-san. It would be nice to make more friends in a new village. With that, Naruto left the hospital to return to his secluded training spot. Thinking of reading through the other scroll today? No secrets from you, are there, Rei-san? Well, there is that, but there is also something else that I want to try. Why so full of mysteries? You're not allowing me access to what you have planned. Though I must say that I am intrigued about your father's scroll and what it contains. A short while later, Naruto has once again made his way back to the section of Training Ground 44 that he had destroyed the previous day. Well, time to see what this one has to say. Indeed. This should be interesting. Rei replied. Naruto, this scroll lists all of our clan techniques as best I can. This is written in my handwriting because it is seen as a point of pride to be able to pass down the clan history by word of mouth to one's own children. Being unable to do that, I had to write everything out that I could think of. The first thing that you need to be aware of is that dragons do not die of old age. We only die through a mortal wound, and we do not age beyond a certain point. Well, that explains my immortality. Resurrection from any mortal wound along with healing bodily fluids from the phoenixes, and eternal life and youth from the dragons. Well, let's see what else I can do. The next and most important thing to consider is your form shift ability. All members of the dragon clan are able to shift their form into that of a dragon. In this form your body is far more powerful than it was in your human form. It is also far more resistant to physical battering and elemental jutsu, with one exception. When we shift into our dragon forms, the metal ions in our bodies rearrange themselves to form a solid metal lattice. Only the most intense of flame can burn, or more accurately melt you. Earth, water and wind jutsu are also near useless unless they have the ability to put your body under extreme pressure. I'm talking center of the earth pressure. The major drawback is lighting jutsu. Because your body is now made of mostly metal with a sensory system, it is easy to understand how lightning jutsu could pose such a threat. In this form, even the most basic of lightning jutsu will feel like a bolt of lightning. This leaves little doubt that a mid-high level Rasen jutsu could kill you. To actually transform, you need to focus on the call to actually transform. It will be present after battling for a time. You will feel a pull to become more primal, for want of a better word. You are a special case. I just hope that you do not confuse this calling with the Kyuubi's bloodlust and unleash something truly terrifying. Something that you will never have to worry about, Naruto-san. Rei assured Naruto. Your mother may have mentioned this in her letter, but this is all possible by the graces of the gods. When we were searching for answers we came across some information that led us to want to investigate a place called the Hall of 8 Fathoms. If you truly seek answers as we do, then this is the place that you must search. There is one other place that you must go to. It is the home place of the dragons located in the mountain range between Kaze no Kuni and Iwa no Kuni. There you can meet with the first leaders of the dragon clan, and from then you may learn the sword style passed down through the dragon clan, Hiten Mitsurujiryo. There is one other reason to meet with them. To be considered the clan head you must be tested and deemed worthy by one of the past clan heads on your 16th birthday. This is the only way to be considered the true clan head. My final testament to you is the summoning of the dragon clan. This summoning is something that I hope that you ever have to use, for it summons the Shinigami. The price for summoning the Shinigami is high. Depending on what you require of it and what is done, it may take your very soul from your body. This is only to be used as a last resort. The hand signs for this Justu are different to the usual summoning. They are snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, and snake. As I said, use this only as a last resort, and good luck in mastering your dragon form. Well, even more to think about. Do you have any idea what is in this Hall of the 8 Fathom place? I know exactly what it is, but it will require some backstory for me to explain. I don't mind listening. You may or may not know the creation story of our world. It was long disregarded as just a tale and nothing more. Nothing could be further from the truth. The story says that before there was anything there was simply chaos, without form and without any real definition. From the chaos the plane emerged that we now know as heaven. In time 3 deities were born: Aim no Manaka Nushi no Mikoto, the deity of the august center of heaven, Takami Musubi no Mikoto, the high august producing wondrous deity, and Kami Musubi no Mikoto, the divine producing wondrous deity. These 3 deities are collectively known as the creation deities. They gave rise to the 2 beings called Izanagi and Izanami, who were then gifted with Amano Naboko, a spear that was used to create the elemental countries as you know them today. Okay, I've never heard the story, but how does it fit into the place my parents wanted to go and find? I'm getting to that. After their work was done and the world was formed, they erected a pillar that was in honor of the creation deities, the heavenly august pillar. Wishing to become married, they wound themselves around the pillar and performed a marriage ritual, only it was performed incorrectly, and all the children that Izanami gave birth to were disgusting and vile travesties of nature, left to die. How was the marriage ceremony performed incorrectly? Ray smiled at the insightful question as it was about to be answered by the next part of the tale. Upon conferring with the gods as to what went wrong, they were told that at the start of the ceremony Izanami was the first to speak, and as the woman she should have waited for Izanagi to speak first. This impropriety caused their malformed children. They repeated the ceremony, and then Izanami gave birth to all of the different kamas. All the different ones? I thought that there was only one. There is one and there are many. They are the different kamas that are parts of the one whole kami. In any case, after they had finished giving birth to the kamas, Izanagi and Izanami built the Hall of 8 Fathoms around the heavenly august pillar. So the Hall of 8 Fathoms is the place that houses the heavenly august pillar. Yes. It is said to be the only place that a mortal can actually converse with the gods directly. Man, this is a serious head fuck. I need some time to think that over. In the meantime, I'm going to try that thing that I wanted to try. Ray remained silent, knowing that he would tell her if he had gone to the trouble of blocking her access to these thoughts. Naruto put his hands into the cross-shaped seal that he used for his Kage Bunshin Jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he announced. As soon as the smoke cleared, there was Ray standing in all her glory in the forest with Naruto. What did you do? What did you do? Ray thought to Naruto. Naruto just stood there not answering, then it hit her. I'm no longer inside Naruto, so we no longer share the link. Voicing her question out loud so that he could hear, she asked again. How am I outside of the seal? Her voice held utter disbelief. Naruto gave her a foxy grin that was so characteristic of him before answering. You gave me hints about what I needed to do. It was actually because of my conversations with you that this is possible. Really? How so? She was genuinely intrigued. She couldn't distinctly remember a conversation that would have helped circumvent a seal placed by a god. Well, the first was that you said that you were chakra with a soul attached. The second thing was when you helped me understand the nature of a Kage Bunshin. In all essence you and it are fundamentally the same. Rei was nodding, telling Naruto that she was listening and understanding what he was talking about. The final part was to realize what it was exactly that the seal actually sealed. Rei looked thoughtful before realizing what he was talking about. My chakra and my soul. Exactly. If the seal could allow either one of us to force your chakra through it, then there also had to be the possibility that I could also let out your soul. So then you created a bunshin with your chakra and my soul. It took on my form because that is what my soul most strongly identifies with. Naruto only nodded in agreement as a response. Naruto looked thoughtful before voicing his question. What would happen if we tried to use both your chakra and your soul? They looked at each other before Rei offered her opinion. It isn't something worth considering. Remember, my chakra poisons you. Even if it can't actually kill you, there is no need to put yourself through anything unnecessary. She paused slightly before walking over. And besides, I'm more than grateful that you could get this far. She said, pecking him on the cheek as a reward before taking the time to look around and experience everything around her. Naruto simply turned into a walking tomato after the kiss and was glad that Rei's attention was elsewhere. So what now? Rei asked, unsure of what to do with her newfound freedom. Naruto looked thoughtful before piping up. How about taking a walk around the village? That way you can experience everything for yourself instead of through me. I would like that. Maybe we should put you into a henge. If anyone asks I can just say that you're a friend. Why can't I be your friend in my adult form? Because Aniki knows all the ninja, meaning that you won't be able to say that you are one if we stumble across him and all the adult civilians hate me. He stopped for a second before correcting himself. Well, everyone other than Tuchi and Keiichi. Without further argument Rei was placed into a henge and they set about the village with no particular destination. As they were doing circuits in the village they ran into various people that Naruto knew, each time introducing them to Rei as a civilian friend from childhood. Naruto was currently introducing her to Konohamaru, the Sandame's grandson, and his friends Udon and Moegi. Naruto had met Konohamaru through his many dealings with the Sandame, a thought that made him wince due to the past few days of revelations. Naruto Naiken. Naruto Naiken, is that your girlfriend? Naruto just turned red faster than a traffic light. No. I mean, no, she's just a friend that has been with me longer than anyone else. Rei just beamed at his words. Well whatever, just don't complain when she gets tack. An ANBU had just shunshined into the area and started speaking over Konohamaru. Naruto-san, your presence is requested in the Hokage's office. Having delivered his message the ANBU shunshined away. A frown crossed Naruto's face before heading there with Rei not wanting to leave her there on her own. Once Naruto had arrived in the office Sarutobi wasted no time in asking Rei to leave the room as the things he wanted to discuss were of a very personal nature. Naruto, I'm calling you here about our conversation yesterday. Naruto frowned, not wanting to discuss the issue that was still a sore point. Sarutobi not giving him a chance to object continued immediately. Yesterday in our conversation you said that you weren't sure if your parents died in Rei's attack. While that wasn't the main part of the conversation, I need to ask, is Rei really who I think she is? Naruto looked aghast, realizing the slip-up that he had made in his rage. No doubt Kakashi would have noticed it as well. I need to ask, are you in contact with the Kyuubi? Why should I answer? You kept secrets from me all of my life. Was Naruto's retort. Naruto, I do what I do because I have the best intentions village and its occupants. Obviously there have been times when my judgment was incorrect but this is something that I must know about. The Kyuubi is malicious and will try just about anything to get out of its seal. First off stop calling her Kyuubi, it's a title, not her name. Secondly, she isn't malicious. Sarutobi would have grinned if he wasn't a ninja. Naruto completely forgot to deny that he was in contact with the Kyuubi, but also gave very strong evidence that he was indeed talking with it. You can honestly say that after the attack that nearly razed Konoha to the ground, that was not her fault. She was tricked by someone. She said his name was Madara Uchiha. Naruto, that person is dead. He died in a fight with the Shodame Hokage many years ago. I'm simply reporting what I have discussed with her. If you really want to you can discuss it with Rei. Sarutobi couldn't school his features for this. If anything he was not expecting to be offered to speak with the demon. And how would you suggest that I do that? You sent her out a moment ago. Sarutobi's eyes went wide with realization. Seeing as all of the ANBU had been sent out of the room, he ordered Naruto to fetch the girl. As she was ushered in, Sarutobi leveled a very calculating look at Rei. While his face looked calm, it was clear that he was on guard. Kyubi no Yuko, how did you escape from the seal? It's Rei and she is only a Kage Bunshin. My chakra containing her soul, how is that possible? There is a seal that contains her. Well, if it was possible for chakra to slip through the seal, then I figured it was also possible to have her soul get through as well. Sarutobi nodded at the explanation, understanding the mechanism behind the Kage Bunshin. Naruto tells me that you did not attack by your own will, but you were forced by a man named Madara Uchiha. Explain to me how this is so when he died many years ago in a fight with one of my own senseis. I don't know how that is possible. Perhaps he had some sort of gift longevity. All I know is that he tried to persuade me to join his cause. When I refused, he tried to use force, but I did not react in the way anyone would expect to his genjutsu. I was sent into a rage and attacked Konoha. Quite a tale. You see, for me to believe you, it means that I must admit that Madara had a hand in this. While I find this difficult, I will simply choose to find more information to come to a conclusion. Another question is why you came to Earth in the first place. Why come out of Makai or the plane of the heavens, wherever it was that you resided? Rei did not answer immediately. She merely looked at Naruto, something that did not go unnoticed by Sarutobi. Naruto chose to speak up at this point. If I tell you this, I'm going to want Kakashi Niken to hear this as well. It is only fair to him. The Hokage gave a sharp nod before resummoning one of his ANBU and sending them to get the copy nin. 15 minutes later, Kakashi was in the office. He was told that anything less than an immediate attendance for this situation would incur serious penalties. The ANBU in question, wearing a cat mask, had mentioned something about fire and a certain orange book if his presence was not made to the Hokage immediately. Kakashi had just been briefed about the discussion that Naruto, Rei, and the Hokage had just had. That is quite a lot to take in all at once. Kakashi stated rather pensively. Well, now that you are up to date with everything, I believe that Naruto was about to explain the purpose behind the Rei-san's appearance. Sarutobi quickly corrected himself as he caught Naruto's darkening features. Well, it starts with my parentage. I belong to two clans, my mother of the Phoenixes and my father of the Dragons. The Phoenix clan is known for their regenerative ability, able to heal most wounds and is reborn from any fatal wounds. It turns out that the Dragon clan experience eternal youth and eternal life, barring a mortal death. Given I have the blood of both clans, I am actually immortal. Sarutobi's pipe dropped out of his mouth and Kakashi's visible eye widened considerably. Well, Rei-san was sent down by Kami to be a companion throughout my life. Eventually all of you will die and I would have been left all alone. Rei-san is here to prevent that. Sarutobi had a very somber look on his face, as if coming to grip with the enormity of what he was just told. For the first time in his life, Kakashi looked as though he was absolutely stupefied. That is, I don't even know how to respond to that. Sarutobi had tried to say something relevant to the situation but was at a complete loss for words. It was at this point that Rei decided to remind Naruto of his father's letter. Naruto-san, remember your father's directive in his letter? Naruto looked thoughtful before realizing what she meant. Hokage-sama, is there any way that I would be able to travel to the mountains separating Tsunade and Iwa? Why would you need to travel there of all places? In my father's letter he said it was the ancestral home of the dragons and said that it was vital that I visited there. Sarutobi contemplated the issue before coming to a conclusion. I will allow it, but you will have to wait for a few days for your traveling partner to arrive. You will be going with one of my ex-students, Jiraiya. I was kinda hoping you'd let me go with Niken. Sorry Naruto, but that isn't an option. I have responsibilities to Sasuke and Sakura as well as you, and seeing as they probably shouldn't come along, I can't come with you. Kakashi responded, telling Naruto just how impossible it was for him to come. Sarutobi picked up where Kakashi left off. You will need to have the best protection available when going anywhere near Iwa at this point. Why, nobody knows I'm the son of the Yondaime. Iwa's hatred for the Yondaime is so powerful that you wearing a Konoha headband along with the resemblance between the two of you would be more than enough to make you a target. Naruto nodded and simply asked, when will he get here? I'm not too sure. It could take a while depending on where he has to travel from. Well, if you have no further bombs to drop, then you are dismissed. Outside of the office, Kakashi suggested to Naruto and Rei that they should head home after all the excitement of the day. As they were nearing home, Rei popped out of existence. Apparently the Bunshin had run out of chakra. Naruto awoke mid-morning the next day, the sun filtering through the gaps in his curtain and onto his face. Sunday, no training. He thought idly, perhaps I should gather the gang together and introduce Haku to everyone. Rei-san, are you there? As always, Naruto-san. I was wondering, would you like to meet my friends as well? You would allow me that, shouldn't I? I'll only call you out later when we are nearer to meeting them. It wouldn't be too good if I said you were a civilian to them and then you dispersed as a Kage Bunshin. It'd mean that you either knew the jutsu or that something fishy was going on, and I'd rather not have to explain. Yes, that would be problematic. After conferring with Rei, Naruto knew what he had to do. First, he had to gather his friends and set up with them to meet up with him at some food place. Ichiraku's, while his favorite place to eat only served ramen. He'd have to think about a different place to eat for once. That barbecue place that Chuji and Shikamaru eat at would be a better pick. Aniki has taken me there, so I know they will serve me as well. Naruto thought to himself, thinking of a decent restaurant to go to that would still serve him. With that sorted, he decided that the quickest course of action would be to send out Kage Bunshin to look for everyone. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Once 11 Bunshins appeared, he started giving commands. Right, I want each of you to find one of my other classmates and tell them to meet me at the Ayabuki cave. With that done, Naruto set off to the Kunoichi-only residence to collect Haku. It was a short trek across town via the rooftops, and before long he was waiting outside of Haku's apartment door. While he was there, he received snippets of information from his dispelled clones, each one telling him that the others would be there waiting for him at the allotted time. Haku answered the door and was pleasantly surprised. Naruto-san, to what do I owe the pleasure? Well, with you being new in town, I thought you might like to meet some of my friends. That would be pleasant. She smiled warmly and stepped out of her apartment wearing a baby blue t-shirt that cut off shortly after the shoulders, a black skirt that went down to her shins, and pair of sandals that had strapping going up to her shins where her skirt finished. Now that Naruto had organized everything, he and Haku decided to make their way to the restaurant at ground level. It was about 12:30, and if they had traveled by the rooftops they would have been waiting for ages before anyone showed up. As they walked they talked, but Haku couldn't help but notice some of the looks that were being sent at Naruto. While a great many just chose to look straight through him, there was an equal amount that seemed to mutter dark things under their breath and sent vicious looks his way. How do you tolerate such treatment from your own village? Naruto looked at her and then had a brainwave. I can answer that, but not right here. Immediately he took to the rooftops and waited for Haku to follow suit. From here he made his way to the training grounds with Haku in hot pursuit. Once they had reached one that was on the outskirts of the main part of village, he stopped. Thankfully it was empty. Now I tolerate it because of what is sealed inside me. I want to change that opinion. Every time they look at me all they see is the image of the Kyuubi and hate me for it. She was looking at him expectantly. The way he had finished his sentence told her that there was he had to say, what I'm about to do stays strictly between you and me. The only other people that know about this are the Hokage and Kakashi. I understand, was the only reply she gave. Well, as I said, they only see me as they Kyuubi, but even their image of her is incorrect. I have been talking with her for a few months now. She is actually a very kind soul. Naruto finished, almost unsure how to classify Rei. Once again you are trusting me with a lot. Why? Well, the first time was to repay your trust in me for telling me your secret. This time it is because you did not break my trust when I told you mine. In any case, the reason I brought you here is because I want you to meet Rei-san. Naruto-san, are you sure this is a good idea? She never received a response. The next thing that she knew, she was in the clearing with Haku and Naruto. After introducing Rei to Haku and then doing the inverse, there was an awkward silence between the trio before Rei started to talk. Haku-san, I would like to thank you for your actions in Wave. I'm not sure I follow your meaning, Rei-san. After you knocked Naruto-san out in your fight, he came and visited me in the seal. From that point on I haven't been lonely. I wanted to thank you for this. Haku was taken aback by Rei's politeness. From what she understood, demons were supposed to be vicious and vile creatures. Rei went against that with the way she was currently acting. Wanting to keep the meeting friendly, she bowed, only saying that it was of no trouble to her. Well, now that this is out of the way, perhaps we should get to the restaurant. Everyone else will be waiting for us by now. The henge was put on Rei, the purposes explained to Haku, and then the three set off for the Ayabuki cave. True to his words, everyone was waiting for them. All 12 were waiting in an outdoor section of the restaurant. They had gathered some tables and put them together to make one large table, as the restaurant didn't normally accommodate such a large group without a prior booking. There were 3 empty seats between Hinata and Kiba. Naruto helped Haku and Rei to their places before seating himself between Rei and Kiba, leaving Haku to sit next to Hinata. Sai was the first to address Naruto. We have already ordered, as we weren't sure how long you were going to be. You can order when the waitress comes out next. He informed the new arrivals while handing over a menu. So what did everybody else order? I'm having spare ribs and salad. It was Misao. Her simple question had ignited a massive to and fro about who was having what sounded better, and discussion of sharing dishes. In all the chaos of the conversation, Kiba managed to whisper into Naruto's ear, "How in the hell did you get girls like that to come to this with you of all people?" He had a bewildered look on his face as he asked, "Ease up, Turbo. Haku-san came back with us from our mission in Wave, and Rei is a childhood friend." Kiba simply nodded slowly as he regarded the girls with interest. Naruto, realizing his rudeness as well as remembering the reason he brought the girls here, called for everyone's attention. "Allow me to introduce my friends. Haku-san, Rei-san, this is the gang." He went around starting with Hinata and moving clockwise as he introduced each person in the group. As each person was announced, they each made a small wave to say, "Hi," and to acknowledge their name as it was called out. Several waitresses had come out and were bringing the food that the group had ordered. Naruto, Rei, and Haku took this chance to place an order with them. "Would you like us to wait?" Hinata offered. Haku simply shook her head and said, "By the time our food is ready, yours will be cold." Naruto took this chance to tell everyone about the A-ranked mission Team 7 had been sent on. Their friends made for a good audience, sometimes completely abandoning their food in rapture. It was also different having Haku retell the story with her perspective added in as well. By the end of the story, the food ordered by Rei, Naruto, and Haku came out. "Man, that was quick," Ami commented. "Probably because the order was far smaller than our own that it was pushed to the front and it took less time." Shino thought out aloud. While the 3 made short work of their food, the others had the decency to not just stare as they ate and continued in small conversation. When they had finished eating, they joined into the random conversations. Haku was talking with Hinata. Both girls seemed to like making remedies for injuries out of herbs. Rei was listening into all the different conversations when Kiba snickered at Naruto. "So, you got your butt handed to you by Haku, did you? Maybe you're losing your skills." Unfortunately for Kiba, Sakura had overheard the ribbing and got a devious smile about her face. "So, Kiba, are you telling us that a girl can't beat a guy in a fight?" Well, that is." Kiba was stumbling over himself, realizing what he had gotten himself into. Ino, realizing where Sakura was going, started to join in. "So Kiba, if that really is the case, then you wouldn't mind taking Kurinai-sensei on in a proper match, would you?" His pupils dilated, realizing what they were talking about. Ami had now joined in on the fun. "Of course that would require us to explain to Kurinai-sensei why we organized a nothing-barred match. I'm not sure how she would react if we told her what you just said." Kiba blanched. Evidently he knew exactly how she would react if they told her any of this. "You wouldn't." While it was mean to be a statement, it sounded more like a question, or should that be a plead? Misao had the clincher. "We won't, provided you pay for the girls' meals today," she said with a devious smile on her face. But, that's unfair. Think about the alternative, Kiba." Hinata reminded him. It was as though everybody could see his mind ticking, very slowly. "Alright, fine, but remember, you promised." The girls all looked quite happy at not having to pay or their meals, while the boys just sweat dropped and shook their heads. Shikamaru could be heard muttering, "Troublesome," while Sai was talking to Shino about their capabilities as a torture and interrogation unit. It soon was noted by Misao that it was getting later into the afternoon and she had to head home to prepare for training the next day. It was Monday, which meant taijutsu training with Guy. Anyone that decided to attend one of his sessions while not fully rested was nothing short of suicidal. With that in mind, the group slowly started to break up and head home. Naruto walked with Rei and Haku to Haku's apartment block. "Your friends are an interesting bunch. I'm glad I got to meet them. I enjoyed myself," she said to Naruto before turning to Rei. "Please, it was a pleasure meeting you, Rei-san. Perhaps we can meet again in the FUT." She was interrupted by Rei dispersing. "Naruto-san, please apologize to Haku-san. I must have run out of chakra. It seems that 6 to 7 hours is how long the bunshins last. Rei-san says sorry for dispelling before you finished." Naruto conveyed the message. "It is quite understandable. In any case, have a good night, Naruto-san." Naruto nodded and wished her the same before heading home to sleep. Naruto woke the next morning at 29 past 4, a minute before his alarm went off. Apparently his hate for the thing was so strong that his body had learned to wake up that extra little bit early to disarm it so he wouldn't have to hear it. After he had disarmed his alarm, he set about dressing in his usual orange jumpsuit that he wore for training as well as missions inside the village, or more specifically, D-rank missions. Once dressed, he made his way to the training ground that was used for their taijutsu practice with Guy Mato and his genin team. He got there 15 minutes early, so he started to do some stretches before he was made to kill himself. While he was stretching, others rolled up in the 15 minutes and started to stretch with him. Guy and Lee appeared out of nowhere and started talking at full volume. Apparently they had already been on a morning jog and were about to join the rest of the group. "Well, Ji-sensei, it appears that the rest of our youthful comrades have arrived." The rest of the group not so inwardly groaned. Even Niji and Tenten, their teammates, did not like having perforated eardrums at 5 in the morning. Guy, who wasn't as bad as his student for yelling things at the top of his lungs, reduced his volume to slightly under a commanding boom. "Well, then, seeing as we are all here, we will go on a jog to warm up before settling into form practice and spars." The warm-up consisted of 20 laps around Konoha. Once complete, they separated into pair and started sparring. Only 2 matches were running at any given time. This way Guy could intervene and also give pointer when necessary. This morning Naruto was paired against Sai. He settled into the clockwise spin stance used for Raikoku Kenryu. He was counting on Sai using his right hand. This immediately put Guy on alert, as he had not seen the style in some years. Sai, unsure of what Naruto was aiming to do, was wary. When he realized that Naruto wasn't going to move, he shot forwards, the whole time keeping his guard up. He launched a straight-out left jab. Naruto, realizing he was in the wrong stance to rotate and counter-attack, properly rotated anti-clockwise, dodging the initial blow. Sai followed up the jab with a crescent kick from his back foot, which was ducked under by Naruto, still maintaining his rotation, as he tried to sweep Sai's supporting leg from underneath him. It had worked, and the point went to Naruto for disabling his opponent. The pair reset their positions. This time Naruto was aware that Sai would be a lot more cautious about he attacked. They were given the signal to begin, and Naruto rushed in, using virtually the same opening as Sai, only with his right hand. Sai deftly patted the fist to his left, exactly what Naruto wanted. As his hand went left, he spun the rest of his body and tried to land a right elbow to Sai's head. Sai, quickly moving his head out of the way, went back in for a counter, only to find that Naruto's arm had extended from its strike as an elbow to an extended arm ready to back fist him. He had to duck at the very last second, leaving him in a position that lent itself to neither offense nor defense, so when the follow-up roundhouse kick aimed at where his midsection would normally be, but due to the duck it was in line with his shoulder, jarring it on impact. "That's enough, you two. Time for another pair." Guy's voice rang out across the training field as Hinata and Sasuke went up to spar. While there were only 2 matches running at a time, the rest were not simply watching and sitting down. They were completing exercises ranging from squats and push-ups to beating up on a wooden post in the ground. At no point was there any true rest though this session. As Sai and Naruto were walking away, Sai decided to satisfy his curiosity. "So where did the new style come from?" "It's actually from..." He was interrupted as an ANBU Black Ops agent wearing an ox mask poofed into the training field. "Naruto Uzumaki, you have been summoned by the Hokage once this is completed." "Damn it, couldn't he have summoned me now instead of making me answer Sai? If this is about Jiraiya arriving, then that certainly was fast." I expected him to be a week or so, not a mere 3 days. The sooner the better. I really want to know about the dragon sword style, and I have a few questions to ask as well. Naruto. Sai called again, this time waving a hand in front of his face to try and get Naruto out of his dream world. Oh, right. Sorry Sai, so where did that new style come from? Oh, it's from my mother's family. Apparently she left me a scroll and I just received it recently. While Naruto had tried to sound happy, there was still a bitter edge to his words. No matter how much he may want to, it was just too early for him to forgive the Hokage. Perhaps it was because Sai's curiosity was sated, or perhaps he could sense the bitterness in Naruto's words that caused the subject to be dropped almost immediately. The two boys continues with their exercises, doing 5 cycles of 200 push-ups, sit-up, squats and chin-ups. By the end of the morning, most of the group felt that death would have been a merciful release. Fortunately, most could laze around for the rest of the day and try to recover for the next day or whatever else they had planned for later on. Naruto was one of the unlucky few that was required to be somewhere immediately afterwards. While his body protested at every movement, he practically dragged himself to the Hokage's office. Upon arrival at the Hokage's office door, Naruto simply barged in, not bothering to check with the secretary or to knock. No matter what training undertaken and what improvements made, there were some things that were apparently far too ingrained from his younger days to change. It was fortunate that the Hokage was only expecting Naruto that day, so when Naruto did barge in, he wasn't in the middle of anything important, only battling his worst enemy since the Great Ninja Wars, paperwork. When he saw Naruto enter unannounced, he was happy for the distraction. Anbu get Jiraiya. While there nothing detectable happened, there was little doubt that the order would be acted upon. I thought you said that it might take a while for Jiraiya to get here. I said I wasn't sure how long it would take him. Sarutobi corrected, apparently he was nearby investigating some promising information. There was a poof in the area and a disgruntled-looking man with a mane of white hair emerged from the smoke cloud that ensued from a shunshin. At the moment he was sporting particularly large purple bruises on his right cheek and left eye. Your Anbu interrupted my in the middle of my research. We have more pressing issues to deal with, Jiraiya. Jiraiya schooled his features and allowed his sensei to continue. Naruto, this is Jiraiya, one of my students and a member of the Sannin. He will be taking you to where you need to go. He has been filled in on everything that we discussed the other day. What? Why? What gives you the right to tell and him the right to know? It was more of demand than a question. 2 reasons actually. First is, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna want to know exactly why. Secondly, I was your father's sensei and he made me your godfather. Jiraiya replied for the Hokage, you're my godfather. Where the hell were you all these years? Out of town. The main reason was to maintain my spy network for the council. And the other reason, you'll get to know when you're a little older. He said with a slightly lecherous grin about his face. In any case, you will be leaving tomorrow morning. You need to be packed for a mission that might last a few weeks. Naruto nodded before Sarutobi spoke up again. Naruto, pack for an A-rank mission. That means no bright jumpsuits. Going so close to Iwa's borders is always a dangerous gambit. Naruto nodded, slightly more aware of how dicey things could get if things took a turn for the worse. The IWA would never miss such an opportunity to take out Konoha Nin, and they would not let one of the Sannin slip through their fingers. Meet me at the western gate at 5 am sharp, ready to leave. Jiraiya told Naruto before leaving the office by way of Shunshin. Naruto went home to pack. When his older brother got home, he sought him out and told him the news. Aniki, Jiraiya arrived. We're set to leave tomorrow at 5. I was wondering, what are you going to tell the others? The truth, was the simple reply. What? You can't possibly mean. Naruto started, dumbfounded that Kakashi would simply blurt his secret. All I have to say is that you are traveling to find some clues about your family. They will just have to accept that, and if they want to know anything more, then they will have to ask you themselves. Naruto nodded, heading off to finish his packing. Once he was done, he found himself double-checking everything. Kunai, shuriken, spare clothes, food, and tent. Anything else? He asked to himself more than anyone else. Perhaps you should tell Haku. Your teammates will get told by Kakashi at the team meeting tomorrow, though I'm not sure if anyone will think to tell her. Sakura may work with her, but she will likely forget to pass the message on in the midst of her duties at the hospital. You're right. And with Haku not working with me on a regular basis, she wouldn't even know that I was missing and wouldn't ask. With his mind set, Naruto went out to find Haku and tell her what was going on in case she was left out of the loop by the others, even if it was accidental. A short while later he found himself in front of her door for the second time in 2 days. He knocked and waited patiently for her to answer. She answered wearing the pink kimono that she wore when she first met him. "Oh, Naruto-san, are we meeting your friends again today?" Haku greeted. "Sorry Haku-san, not today. What I came here for was just to tell you that I would be out of town for a while. All my friends will find out tomorrow when I'm not present for training, but I'm not sure if anyone would have told you." She smiled at his thoughtfulness. "Well, it seems like a wonderful afternoon. Would you care to take a stroll around the village with me? I haven't really seen too much besides the hospital, the Hokage Tower and that restaurant from yesterday." Naruto smiled at the invitation and stepped aside so that she could step out of the apartment. Instead of stepping out, she stepped back in, beckoning Naruto to follow her. Once he crossed the threshold, she closed the door behind him. Seeing the slightly confused look on Naruto's face, she explained, "While I'm thinking about it, get Rei-san to come out and the three of us can go." A look of understanding came across his face before he grinned and uttered the jutsu name. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Rei appeared in the hallway of Haku's apartment. They put her under the usual henge before heading out. The trio made their way through the village, looking at each of the different stalls that dotted the pathway they were walking. Naruto then took them to see some of the places he thought they might enjoy. The first stop was to the local flower shop. It was the shop owned by the Yamanaka. As they walked in, they were greeted by a voice. "Welcome to Yamanaka Florists. Oh, it's you, Naruto-san. What brings you here?" Haku-san said she wanted to see more of the village than just the Hokage Tower, the hospital, and the Iabuki Cave, so Rei and I are taking her on a tour of the better places in the village. Haku and Rei merely wave at the mention of their names. Ino just beamed at his words. Shino decided to wander up to the group and join the conversation. "Whoa, Shino-san. I would have ever expected to find you in a place like this. The Yamanaka-sama and Ino-san grow the plants that we Aburame use to make the hives for our Kikai bugs," Shino said as he indicated two men talking. One was dressed similarly to Shino himself, with a large white coat and glasses to hide his eyes. The other had long hair in a ponytail, black shinobi pants, a black long-sleeved shirt, green jounin vest and red vest slightly covering it. The two girls were looking between the different flowers, smelling each of their different scents before moving on to the next. "Well, we can't stay for too long. There is actually a lot to see when you know what you are looking for." He moved to the door and held it open for Rei and Haku before walking out himself after saying his goodbyes to both Shino and Ino. They moved their way through the bustling city, eventually finding themselves at Konoha's Ninja Academy. Naruto walked them through the buildings and practice grounds for the genin hopefuls, eventually running into Iruka, one of Naruto's academy instructors. "Naruto, what brings you here?" "Just showing Haku-san and Rei-san the sights of the city. This is a pretty important place for me. Well, for any person that has become a ninja. So I thought I'd share." Iruka's eye crinkled with a smile that was so similar to that of his older brother, Kakashi. "Rei-san, Haku-san, this is Iruka-sensei, one of my academy instructors. So are you two keeping Naruto out of trouble and away from his prankster ways?" "You used to be a prankster, Naruto-san?" Haku asked with a slightly amused air about her voice. "Perhaps stories for another time." Naruto evaded slightly. Haku simply grinned before turning to Iruka. "Well, seeing as Naruto is going to be out of town for a while, we might meet up and then you can tell me all about his prankster ways." Naruto just groaned before moving onwards. It was getting later in the evening, so this would likely be the last place that they would visit before heading home. The girls were told that it was a way to walk before they got to the last site that Naruto wanted to see, but when they were walking for nearly 30 minutes through thick forest on a sharp incline, they were starting to wonder just where they were heading. Just as Haku was about to ask how much farther there was to go, Naruto suddenly announced that they had arrived at their destination. It took a little while for them to understand what he was talking about until they joined him just outside of the thick forestry. What they saw took their breath away. They were standing on top of the Hokage monument looking out at the village basking in the glow of the setting sun, a truly magnificent sight. This place, this is where I come to think, or to just be alone. It's so peaceful, even more so than Training Ground 44. When he finished, a comfortable silence lapsed between the three as they simply enjoyed the sight before them. Before long it was dark and the sun had completely set. He chose to show them the quick way down, running with chakra sent to the soles of their feet to stick to the face of the cliff. Without even realizing it, they were standing in front of Haku's door when she turned to say her goodbyes. She turned to Rei first in case she dispelled. "Rei-san, it was good spending the day with you and Naruto-san." "I agree. Perhaps we can do this again when Naruto gets back." "That is incredibly annoying. Would you like to be resummoned?" "No, just pass on the rest of the message." "Thank you." Rei-san said that she would like to spend the day with you again some other time. "Good luck with your trip and have a safe journey," she said with a slight bow. "Thank you, and I'll see you when I get back." He responded with a slight inclination of his head. With his goodbyes said, he departed set for his house at top speed to rest for the next day of traveling. Before he could get to his room he heard Kakashi's voice. "So did you enjoy yourself?" There was a slight giggle behind his words. Naruto, knowing exactly where this was leading, nipped in the bud. "I was just showing some friends around before I left." "Nothing wrong with that, is there?" "Nothing at all. I'm just surprised you aren't addressing them as Haku-chan and Rei-chan." "Whatever, like I said, we're just friends," he groused before heading to bed. While he was lying there he heard Rei's voice. "I wouldn't mind, you know." "Mind what?" Naruto asked, completely thrown for a loop. "If you addressed me as Rei-chan instead of Rei-san." "You wouldn't." "Face it, Naruto-san, we're gonna be around for a very long time. May as well get familiar with each other." She said nothing more on the matter and left Naruto to mull it over in his head while trying to get to sleep. He woke that extra minute early as his body was so used to, just to avoid hearing that infernal alarm going off. He got dressed silently, expecting Kakashi to already be heading to the training grounds to train the rest for ninjutsu. He was wearing a pair of loose pants that was held up by a belt and a black tank top. The rest of his body was covered with a black trench coat with an orange spiral on the back. He was also wearing black shinobi sandals. Naruto grabbed the bag that he packed the previous day before heading to the kitchen for a small breakfast. It was simply only having a few pieces of fruit before heading out to the west gate to meet Jiraiya. He would be considerably early, but that was better than being late. When he arrived at the gate he was greeted by Gekko Heiei, his sensei in Kenjutsu. He had with him a long thin package. Naruto, I heard that you found some information concerning your family and that you were going to find out more about them. He also mentioned that your family has their own style of swordsmanship. I thought it only fitting that I give you this now as your current sensei, before you find a new one in your new style. His speech interjected by his usual cough due to failing health. He handed Naruto the package, who took it from his grasp so gently you'd have thought that it was made out of glass. The sheath was plain black with a golden dragon ornament adorning its length about a quarter the way down the entire sheath. The dragon's mouth was open where the sword came out of the sheath, giving the impression that the dragon had swallowed the sword. When he drew the sword it seemed to hum in his hand. Looking at Heiei he received an explanation. You have wind-natured chakra as well as a high affinity for fire. That sword was tempered with a special steel cough that allows chakra flow to the blade. You can extend some of your wind chakra to it to make it even sharper and slightly longer. This will take practice, of course. Naruto looked amazed, not having anything to say. Heiei continued. You can also heat it up to a degree. He grinned, gives an entirely new meaning to a hot knife through butter. Upon closer inspection the blade bore the kanji for carve your own path. Noticing that he had found the inscription, Heiei explained. Those were the words my sensei said to me as he passed on my first sword. You now have a sword, how you choose to wield it and for what purpose are up to you. Naruto nodded and bowed, giving a solemn thanks and a vow inside his own heart not to betray his sensei's teaching. He was itching to try the sword out, but just at that moment Jiraiya had arrived and told him that if he was ready they would leave immediately. Jiraiya gave a short nod to Heiei as a greeting before setting out of the village with Naruto in tow. Jiraiya and Naruto had been on the road for a few hours now. There had been little conversation until Naruto asked a question. Jiraiya-sama, what were my parents like? Jiraiya stopped and turned to face Naruto. He had been briefed on everything that the Hokage knew Naruto knew, so it shouldn't have been so surprising when asked. Your mother, she was a beautiful woman. She had long red flowing hair and her face was that of an angel. I think the thing that I will remember the most about her is her sense of humor. She was always the one to try and make everyone else laugh. She tried hard in everything that she did and stood up for what she believed in. Jiraiya took a second to compose himself before continuing. Your father was a great man. Not only because of his accomplishments on the battlefield, but in everyday life. He strived to find a solution that suited everybody, he was selfless and he was compassionate. Above all, he was fiercely loyal to his village, his friends and his family. While he may have been a compassionate man, anything threatened them was taken down mercilessly in the name of preserving what he held dear. I never had kids, but I grew to see him as my own son. Naruto remained silent thinking about what he had just heard. His parents sounded like nice people. I'm sorry. I'm just so sorry. Rei-chan, I've already told you that I don't hold you responsible. Naruto consoled. I know you don't, but I still can't help but feel guilty. Would you like to learn a technique that your father used in his days? Jiraiya's voice broke into his thoughts. What kind of technique? Jiraiya stopped for a second, bit his thumb, drawing blood before going through 5 hand signs and slamming his hand on the ground. Naruto recognized the summoning jutsu and looked at what happened. The Toad Contract. Sign this in your blood and you'll be able to summon toads to your aid in battle. I've been meaning to ask someone about that. If I sign a contract, then I can summon from the clan that I have a contract with any, they'll just obey me? Well, the obey part is up for debate. The summons boss might not recognize you if it does not feel you are worthy. How will you know? Naruto asked, wondering if it would benefit him to sign the Phoenix clan's summoning contract. You just gotta take that risk. Naruto took out the summoning scroll that he had kept with him and bit his thumb so it would bleed and signed the contract. Dog, boar, monkey, bird, ram. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. He called out the hand signs as he performed them before slamming his hand on the ground as Jiraiya had done. There was a puff of smoke. When it had cleared, Jiraiya was surprised to see a phoenix standing right in front of him. The small bird was a brilliant gold and red color. It came as a true shock to Naruto when it spoke. A new summoner, I presume. My name is Shinmi Machi. I'm of the Phoenix clan, as you may have guessed. I am a messenger. Shinmi-san, it is a pleasure to meet you. Is there anything you require of me, or should I dispel and tell Tobufushicho-sama of our new contract? He will accept me. Jiraiya's words still playing in his mind. You are of the Phoenix clan, so there is no reason that he should not. Good, then no, you may you as you please. Very well then, but before I leave I should impart some advice. Using the sen suffix with me and many others is fine, though you should note that there will be some that insists upon the suffix sama. This if for no reason other than respect for the dead. Understanding lit Naruto's eyes as he thought about how the contract worked. Your safest bet is to always use the sama suffix, and the summoned will tell you that a more casual suffix is acceptable. His knowledge imparted, he dispelled.